Yeah. We got a situation here where when they're at. Going to,
Really? I don't know. I got a quote from Solar City.
Hi, Ms. Gonzalez.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm okay. How about you?
Oh, hanging in there, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah,
Not much of a weekend, but whatever.
exactly. It's all right.
Yeah,
these
no,
things, how they roll.
sure. We'll do our best to finish at 5 today. It'll be full. We'll have 3 principal witnesses left to go, and there are other significant ones for that third day, so we need to move along as briskly as we can. So we'll stop at 5 wherever we are. That's that I'm
Oh,
gonna
wow.
say.
Okay.
So just FYI. Because I don't actually think there's a way the third witness, if we're gonna get through the 2,
To start the
Yes.
fourth.
well, no, what I think the third person, if I'm not mistaken, the time is gonna work out that the third witness is gonna start, and there's just no way for that person to conclude today. So it really doesn't matter how far we get into witness 3 here today. He's coming
see.
back. So we'll just
And
hope.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Peter Gold by witness 3. You're speaking of Mr. Phillips.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I just looking at the times reserved. I mean, if we did all 3 today, that'd be kind of miraculous. I suspect we'll get into Phillips and then the rest of his stuff. I mean, I'll have questions for him, and then the parties have reserved so much time. So
Okay.
yeah.
And we should know at sometime after lunch when Mr. Phillips is coming on. The only reason I'm asking, Mr. Hearing Examiner, is my witness, Mr. Dauphiné, wanted to basically tune in. He hasn't been listening, just, limits of our resources, but he wanted to listen to.
Sure. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Ryan.
Okay.
Mr. Throne
Hi,
here.
Mr. Throne. How are you?
Good, thank you. I think we have actually 4 P&M witnesses, and
Oh, yes.
I believe we've got the batting order. I hope I have it right because I'm looking at the schedule. We've got starting with Mr. Nagel, and we go on to Mr. Wintermantle, and then Mr.
Yep.
Schlag before we get to Mr. Phillips.
Yeah, you're correct. And I apologize. I just, my sheet here. So maybe what I was thinking is we may get to Phillips. We may not. I don't know. You just have to kind of wait and see. But in any case, my point was earlier, I was just telling Ms. Gonzalez that we do have to conclude at 5. Our division director, Mr. Shanauer, has made pretty clear. I think it came up in some of the bigger cases as of recently that folks went pretty late, and that's just not something we're going to do as a division. So, and that's entirely for the benefit of our court reporters, not because we are interested in minimizing our work, but for the folks who do the court reporting job. They need to be done at 5. So that's what we'll do.
Yeah, just as an aside, I don't think there's any question that hearing examiners are trying to minimize their work. I spent all weekend going through War and Peace, Four Corners style. But,
Yeah. It's
so
just, it's easy to just keep going. I mean, you can just keep going and going and going. And I think, for a person whose job it is to redact or put all that down into words on a piece of paper, it's just a hell of a task. So
now she's got the hardest job in the room. That's
Yeah.
for damn sure. And thanks for that clarification, Bruce. I'm just trying to keep my schedule straight with my witness. Thanks.
How's Kelly doing?
She didn't text me once over the weekend, so I think she's still really in the throes, and I didn't bother her. It's nothing worse when you're in bed you have to get out of bed to say how you feel. Well, I'm feeling shitty. Come on, leave me alone. But it's really taken her down. I guess she had the full course of the vaccination. She didn't have the booster, but really she was quite surprised anyway. But I'll pass along your good wishes, Bruce.
Yeah, our daughters have that in common, although my daughter got her COVID before her vaccination, but
Okay.
that's not exactly comfort, I realize.
No.
Mr. Ryan, I just wanted to do a quick video audio check, make sure I'm in good
Loud
shape
and
for later.
clear.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
I guess also just as well. This is Roger Nagel. Can you hear me also?
Very well, thank you.
Terrific. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner and colleagues. This is Rick Alvidrez, just checking in and checking to see that the sound is coming through all right.
Just fine, thank you.
Great.
I'll go ahead and do the same. Rick, Leslie Padilla for PNM. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Morning, Ms. Padilla. So we'll just wait 2 more minutes, it's 8:58. Although I'm wondering, is everyone here? I suppose we could just get started if we're all present.
I think so. Interwest, I don't know if, oh, Ms. Adams.
There she comes.
Ms. Adams
There's
just
Ms.
joined.
Adams.
And WRA, are they, I don't know that they're
Yeah.
represented.
Miss Beatles was here Friday.
And Kara Lynch was
Yeah,
here on behalf of CCAE.
right. Well, we'll just give it 2 more minutes then. The Attorney General. There you go. Okay, it's 9 a.m. everybody. Ms. Gonzalez will go on the record. Very good, we're back. This is day 2 of the public hearing in case number 21-00215 UT. This is Christopher Ryan, hearing examiner for the Public Regulation Commission. It's Monday, November 15th, second day of this hearing. And are there any matters to address before we call PNMs or allow PNM to call their next witness? I hear nothing. So, Ms. Padilla.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, Rick Alvidrez, I'll be presenting our PNM's next witness.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Alvidrez.
And with your permission, we'll call Mr. Roger Nagel to the witness screen.
Thank you. Ms. Gonzalez, if you could please swear in Mr. Nagel.
Sure, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Nagel. Can you please state your name and your place of employment for the record?
Yes, my name is Roger Nagel. I am principal and owner of Ion Energy LLC.
Mr. Nagel, can you confirm for us that you prepared direct testimony in this case that we have marked as PNM Exhibit 13?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you have any material changes or corrections to make to your testimony?
No, I do not.
And if you were asked the questions that appear in your testimony today, would your answers be the same as set forth in PNM Exhibit 13?
Yes, they would be.
And are your answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes,
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we move the exhibit of PNM Exhibit 13, the direct testimony of Roger Nagel.
Any objections? The exhibit will be admitted.
Thank you. He's available for cross-examination.
Mr. Throne, was there 125 minutes you reserved initially? You've carried forward some of your time, 165, but as we discussed, the extent to which we can move as quickly as we can. Anyway, the witness is yours now, and I will put 165 once I figure out how many actual minutes that translates to. But you can start, and I'll just take 1 or 2 off when I figure it out.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Good morning, Mr. Nagel.
morning.
Bruce Throne for Onward Energy. Just procedurally, in accordance with the hearing examiner's prior order, I just want to make sure you have available to you, if I have to ask you some questions, in addition to your direct testimony, 2 PNM exhibits. One would be PNM Exhibit 6, which is Mr. Phillips' April 2nd direct testimony. And the second would be PNM Exhibit 20. Do you have those accessible to you where you are?
I do have them accessible.
Okay,
Yes,
great, thank you. And are you testifying from that nice background? Looks like your home. Is that where you are?
that's correct.
Okay. And may I ask, do you have a cell phone that's on at the table with you right now?
I do. I can turn it off.
If you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
And you won't, during your examination, I take it you won't be communicating with anybody else. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Is it correct, Mr. Nagel, that you're PNM's expert witness in this proceeding regarding the competitive RFP process that PNM relied on to support its selection of the solar PPA and energy storage resources that are proposed in PNM's application?
Yes, that would be correct.
And let me direct you to at your direct testimony, if we could look at page 3, lines 1 to 6. Tell me
Okay.
when you're there.
I'm there.
So there you state that your company, ION, which is AION, that's how it's spelled, was responsible for establishing the RFP process, bid evaluation methodology, and in conjunction with the bid evaluation team, determining a short list of bids after completion of the phase 2 bid evaluation process to be considered by the PNM system planning team for a more thorough assessment via detailed system portfolio modeling to determine the portfolio of resources that most effectively achieve PNM's objectives of being the most economical, feasible, and reliable plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then your table, I'm looking at your table, RWN there, and that's your summary of the technology types of projects that were shortlisted for the PNM Phase 2 evaluation that's described in your testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct. At the end of the phase 2 evaluation, yes.
And just looking at that list, under the technology, well, first let's go down on the column that says technology. And you, as I understand this table, you got 2 PPA bids for gas simple cycle projects. Is that correct? That they made the short list?
That's correct.
And does that include heavy frame combustion turbines?
That one does, yes. In this
does.
list,
And you're generally familiar with the what's been referred to as the Valencia PPA extension bids that were proposed by Southwest Generation in response to PNM's 2020 RFP, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And were any of those bids included in the 2 PPA gas simple cycle that you list here?
Yes, they were in that category.
Okay. So they made the P&M shortlist
Correct.
for the phase 2 valuation, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And just to be clear, where it says underneath the column where it says underneath gas simple cycle, it says gas in all capital letters RICE. Is that a reciprocating engine? Is that what that stands for?
yes, reciprocating internal combustion engine, yes.
Thank you. And as I understand, moving down to page 6 of your direct testimony, I'll move down there myself. Mr. Falgren was ultimately responsible for the oversight and management of your and your company ION's activities, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And as I understand it from your testimony on that page, the phase 1 of P&M's 2020 RFP process was structured to screen RFP responses for fatal flaws and for factors that did not comply with the intent of the RFP. Is that correct?
That is correct. We generally tried to be as inclusive as we can, giving some leniency in some instances. The projects that were phased out during the phase 1 were projects that did not offer capacity for the most part, and projects that didn't have contractors licenses or offering equipment only or engineering services or essentially backed out of the processes during the phase 1 activities.
Right, and you personally participated in the phase 1 screening process?
Yes, I did.
And so it's correct then that in terms of the Southwest Generation Valencia PPA extension bids, they were not screened out for any fatal flaws or for factors that did not comply with the intent of the RFP, correct?
They were not screened out at that time. As I mentioned, we tried to leave some leniency, tried to be as inclusive as we could. It was the only frame combustion turbine offering, that was offered into the RFP process. So as part of the shortlisting objectives, we wanted to try to keep that engaged. Also to allow consideration of any opportunities or optionality that may exist around that project. We recognized at that time it did not offer new capacity in 2023, but there was possibly some opportunity to incorporate flexibility characteristics or other things that could be considered at that point in time.
Okay, and I know I don't. Let me just ask this. I know this is in one of your exhibits where you describe your methodology, but I think it's your exhibit RWN5. But it's correct that under the proposal evaluation methodology that you described there in that exhibit, that states the P&M short list of proposals should maintain the most favorable bids in each generation technology category. Is that correct?
That's correct. And again, since Valencia was the only frame, it was the most favorable frame technology that was available.
Okay. You're familiar, are you not, with the term fast start or quick start capability with respect to gas-fired power generation facilities?
Yes, I am.
Would you agree with me that an accepted definition of that term is generation that is synchronized to a utilities grid within 10 minutes or less from a cold start?
Yes, that in general, yes.
And I use that phrase because that's actually the way P&M is described it in response to discovery, and I'm trying to be really accurate about this. Now, just to be clear for the commission, what is meant by synchronized to a utilities grid? What does that mean?
That means that it is spinning, running, and available to contribute the generation to the grid.
Okay. And I know I've read your resume and I understand your experience. In your experience, do heavy frame combustion turbines without any modifications typically have quick start or fast start capability, if you agreed the definition is?
I guess it's not sure what you mean without modifications. I mean, they can be procured initially with fast start capability. So yes and no. I mean, if you don't acquire the fast start capability, it is a longer start, 20 to 30 minutes. However, with the acquisition of the quick start, a shorter time frame is achievable.
Are you generally familiar with the fact that PNM has another heavy frame combustion turbine in its existing portfolio?
Yes, I am.
And it's correct, is it not, that that heavy frame currently does not have quick start capability?
That I'm not aware of. I'm not sure on that question.
In your opinion, would a heavy frame combustion turbine that has quick start capability be a distinct type of technology that a utility might want to consider as compared to one that doesn't have that capacity?
I guess as far as I would be concerned, it would still be a frame type combustion turbine. It just has, the fast start capability. So that would be considered in the characteristics of that unit.
And that fast start capability, would you agree, as to do more with the flexibility of a unit to ramp up or ramp down during any periods where there's a sudden change in output from, for instance, intermittent solar or wind resources?
I would not link fast start with ramp rate capability. They're two separate characteristics. The start time would be, or fast start would be the ability to ramp up to capacity within 10 minutes. The ramp rate to respond to system variations and issues would be really a ramp rate that would be available under, say, automatic generation control or other capabilities.
So I want to explore your response a little further. So would it be correct to say that in terms of evaluating the flexibility of different resources on a utility system, one aspect would be its ability to have the fast start capacity that you've referred to, but another would be whether or not there's a different minimum load requirements on a generation facility?
Yeah, I guess now you've thrown another characteristic in, which is minimum load rather than ramp rate. Yeah, all of them would be considered in modeling in terms of how the unit could react to the system and maintain system reliability based on its capabilities. And I guess I would say, looking at a frame type turbine and the characteristics that were submitted for Valencia, the ramp rates, the min loads, as well as the startup times were not as competitive as, say, reciprocating engines and the aeroderivative combustion turbines that were also submitted.
But am I correct that you weren't engaged in the actual modeling of the different characteristics of the proposals, were you?
I was not involved in the modeling. What we did prepare as part of the phase 2 shortlist were the initial modeling inputs. So we compiled the data that was provided with the proposals, provided that to the modeling team for them to use in the portfolio modeling.
Understood. So for example, if a proposal, let's say for a heavy frame combustion turbine, included certain minimum load operating requirements, that would be one of the inputs that you would have supplied to Mr. Phillips and the other people involved in the modeling for them to then run through whether Encompass or SERVM, SERVM, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And just to, for the commission's benefit, in terms of minimum load requirement, it would be fair to say that that's the minimum amount of capacity of a generation facility that can be called upon when it's dispatched, or is that generally correct?
Generally correct. Yes. Sometimes you also link in, the ability to maintain, its permitted emissions at that minimum load condition as well. But yes, it is the minimum load to which that unit could be dispatched.
Okay, and we'll get to the permit conditions later in my cross-examination. Is it correct that the natural gas on that table that we looked at, there's engineering, procurement, and construction bids. Those are bids for utility ownership, correct?
That is correct.
And those are known by the acronym in capital letters EPC.
Right. That stands for engineer, procure, and construct.
Thank you. Is it correct that the natural gas EPC resource bids that PNM received in response to its 2020 RFP, including for LM 6000 combustion turbines, did not contain firm pricing for conversion to 100% hydrogen or some other non-carbon emitting fuel by 2040?
They did provide pricing. I would say it was probably not firm, but they did provide pricing for the conversion to combust. I believe it was 40% hydrogen.
And but it's correct that the one of the bidding requirements in the PNM's 2020 RFP instructions was that the bids had to include firm pricing for a stated amount of time, correct?
For the RFP responses providing capacity, I would say that firm pricing for hydrogen conversion was not required. The RFP allowed for bidders to quote gas, understanding that they would be evaluated over a 17-year lifetime, such that they would be modeled as if they were retired at the time that the 2040 emissions, no carbon-free operation would be required.
Are you generally familiar with what PNM refers to as hydrogen-ready gas combustion turbines?
Generally.
Okay, and so just to be clear about this, about what proposals that were received in response to PNM's 2020 RFP, is it correct that no hydrogen-ready gas combustion turbine proposals were made or were received by PNM that qualified for consideration for PNM shortlist under phase 3?
Yeah, as I mentioned, we had pricing for conversion. We did not evaluate any proposals as a hydrogen ready unit. They were evaluated as natural gas resources. As far as through the phase 2, I believe the same was true for the phase 3 activities.
And so when you say they were evaluated as natural gas resources, am I correct? That means that the assumption was, in terms of the inputs that went into the modeling, that they would be fueled by natural gas through at least the end of 2039, at least for the purposes of the modeling for the company's replacement analysis in this case.
That's correct. And that's, Mr. Phillips would have to address the specific modeling that was performed, but that is what was provided.
And as I understand it from your description of P&M's phase 3 bid evaluation and shortlisting process, described in your testimony, each of the bidders was allowed to offer a best and final proposal for P&M's consideration to address any issues raised during the interview or to incorporate any subsequent information that the bidder had obtained after submittal of the original proposal. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Through the shortlist bidder meetings that we held. And Southwest Gen was also offered the opportunity to offer, a flexible capacity benefit through 2028, in addition to their existing PPA, and that was not provided.
Let me. I want to understand what was not provided. What did you say was not provided?
So the question was asked during the phase 3 to Southwest Gen if they would be willing to offer the additional operational flexibility that was mentioned in the proposal through 2028 as a standalone without the extension to the PPA.
But it's correct, is it not? Well, let me stop. Ask you first. Did you read Mr. Spurgeon's direct testimony in this case before the hearing today?
I reviewed it. I can't say that I recall all of it, but yes.
Do you recall that he described what was proposed by Southwest Gen during those discussions with P&M?
Can you refer me to the specifics that you're interested in?
Well, what I'm getting at is he says in his testimony that I think makes pretty clear that what was offered in the Southwest proposal was to provide quick start capacity to the Valencia facility by no later than June 1, 2023, which is the deadline for in-service proposals in the RFP, and that would continue even through the current expiration of the Valencia PPA in May of 2028. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that would be my understanding, but quick start capacity does not add capacity to P&M's system.
Right.
It
And
just offers really more flexibility.
So, right. So it offered more flexibility for that period of time and without changing the current charges to P&M under the existing Valencia PPA, correct?
Right, but it did require extension to the PPA beyond 2028.
And so the distinction you were making a moment ago is that those proposals, at least the ones that offered quick start capacity beginning by June 1 of 2023, they offered more flexibility to P&M for its system, but it did not offer them incremental installed or effective capacity until after the expiration of the existing PPA after May of 2028, correct?
That would be correct, yes.
Now, Mr. Nagel, am I correct that at some point during the P&M's phase 3 RFP evaluation process described in your testimony, P&M made a decision to propose, in this case, a combination of resources that were modeled based on its no new combustion planning and modeling path rather than on its technology neutral planning and modeling path.
Yes, that's my understanding that the recommended portfolio was from the no new combustion.
And am I correct that that decision was not made by you, but that was made by P&M, correct?
That would be correct based on our inputs and also our ranking matrix in conjunction with the portfolio modeling.
And who specifically at P&M communicated that decision to you, Mr. Falgren?
Either Mr. Phillips or Mr. Falgren.
Okay. Going back to the proposal that P&M received in response to its 2020 RFP for a single, there was a proposal for a single LM 6000 aero derivative combustion turbine that was located at the site of P&M's existing La Luz facility, correct?
That was one proposal for LM 6000s. There was also a proposal for 4 LM 6000s at another location.
And the La Luz facility, the existing one, that's an LM 6000, is it not?
That's correct.
Okay. And so, am I correct then that proposal for the single LM 6000 located at P&M's La Luz facility site, that made P&M's short list before P&M decided it was going to propose a only non-carbon emitting resources for its application in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, the short list was done as of the end of phase 2 before any of those final decisions were made.
And did you provide the inputs to Mr. Phillips or whoever's doing the modeling for the characteristics of a LM 6000 aeroderivative CT resource?
I would say for the EPC, I compiled them. There was a separate EPC team that was collecting the characteristics of the EPC bids and the pricing that was then submitted to the RFP administration team. That EPC was really driven separately from the market bids. So we compiled that with the other modeling input data and did provide that to Mr. Phillips, correct?
And it's correct, is it not, that those aeroderivative LM 6000 combustion turbines typically are considered to have a useful or an economic life of 40 years?
I would agree with that, yes.
And I don't think I covered this, but just to be clear, that particular bid at the La Luz site, that was for an EPC bid for P&M ownership, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not when that LM 6000 proposal was modeled by P&M, it was modeled with the expectation that it would only operate fueled by natural gas through the end of 2039?
That was my understanding, but again, I would refer to Mr. Phillips in terms of the final modeling protocol.
But it's correct. You had a general understanding that in terms of the technology neutral portfolio, because of the commission, I'm sorry, because of P&M's objective of having a carbon-free portfolio by 2040, that they couldn't have gas plants plants operating fueled by natural gas beyond the end of 2039, correct?
That's correct. So we took the conservative approach in terms of, the phase 2 modeling inputs with the approach that it would be retired by 2039. That did not preclude the opportunity to convert it at a later date to hydrogen if that became a viable option.
Understood. And so that would mean that in order to do a, let's call it an apples to apples or fair, consistent comparison of costs of different resources, that would mean that to model a gas resource like that went into effect, became operational in 2023, the full capital cost of that plant would have to be recovered in 17 years. That is to say, by the end of 2039, correct?
That's correct. And that's how the calculations were prepared.
Okay. And going back to your description of the phase 3 bid evaluation process in your testimony, as I understand it, once you get to that phase and you're asking bidders to clarify their bids and get the best offers, at that point, it's basically P&M is conducting a competition regarding both the no new combustion and the technology neutral resource proposals that P&M received in response to its RFP, correct?
Yeah, I guess I don't know that I would put it quite like that. The competition of the two portfolios, I think we were still investigating the optionalities around the bids. We carried a number of bids into the short list to review transmission constraints and potential contracting or other issues that might cause some bids to drop out versus others. In the case of Valencia, it did not offer new capacity in the time frame requested. So we kept a number of bids in that process. So it was really working through the clarifications and more in-depth review of those bids to make sure that we were comfortable with the bids as well as the, to your point, the portfolios being established.
Yeah, what I'm kind of driving at, and tell me if I'm correct about this, is for a bidder to have a resource really actively competing, getting into the mix with other resources, whether it's under a technology neutral approach or a no new combustion approach, you have to get to that phase 3 process where P&M is now really refining it, getting best and final offers. Is that generally correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
Let me have you go to page 11 at line 20 of your direct, please. Get there myself.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, you beat me to it. I'll be there in a second. Okay. There you testify that ION, your company, drafted a significant portion of the RFP documentation, including the instructions to bidders and proposal forms, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is it correct that your company did not draft all of the final RFP instructions to bidders before they were issued by P&M in June of 2020?
You're narrowing that to just the instructions to bidders?
Yes.
We drafted and essentially established the document and then reviewed with P&M for concurrence and final approvals.
Right, and I think you've already confirmed this, that P&M's personnel and specifically Mr. Falgren had the final say about the contents of those RFP instructions, correct?
Right, and there were obviously, our role is to serve as an independent resource to the P&M team in terms of what we see in the industry, RFP processes, and bringing that to the table. So we did have, a collaborative discussion in terms of the final documentation there.
Okay, and so I have a few questions about those RFP instructions, which are, I should say, Exhibit RWN-4 to your direct. So if you can move to that and tell me when you're there. I've got some general questions and then some specific questions.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. First, if it's correct, is it not, that if a bidder believes that any of P&M's RFP instructions are not reasonable or competitively fair for any reason, the only recourse available to the bidder under those instructions is basically to communicate to P&M by way of its RFP platform for P&M to address?
That is what's outlined in the RFP. Well, you're right. All communications are done through the Jaeger procurement system.
So to be clear, if a bidder has a problem and thinks this instruction really isn't fair in terms of an well, let me back up. That RFP is what you refer to as an all source RFP, correct?
That's correct.
So if a bidder was to say, well, we think some of your instructions, are really not competitively fair, or they're not reasonable for whatever reason, the only thing they do is they communicate through the platform to, I guess, Jaeger. Is that it? Who it is?
Yes. Yeah. Right.
Is that JAEGER?
JAGGAER, I believe.
Okay, and then they communicate it to P&M, and then P&M responds back, right?
That's correct, and that's traditionally what I've seen in RFPs, even those authored by others than us, is there is not a challenge process identified in the instructions to bidders. The independent commissions may have avenues to do that, but all communications are typically through the RFP process.
And it's correct, is it not, that there's no provision in the RFP instructions to the bidders that says, and if you don't like P&M's response or how they're handling your concern, you may take this matter to this commission.
That's correct. And again, I have not seen that in other RFPs. Again, if the commission allows that via their procurement rules, that's something that could be considered, but this is pretty typical from what I've seen.
Are there any states in where you've been involved where actually, if a bidder has a problem, they can bring that problem to the commission to resolve?
I have not seen that.
Let me have you go down to, this will be page 5 of your exhibit WRN-4, and it's section 1.3.
Okay.
That section basically describes, well, as it says in the heading, what the resources are that are being sought through that RFP, correct?
Yes, briefly. I mean, I would put more sections of the proposal together to more clearly define what the RFP is requesting, but that's a brief summary of the request.
Okay, and then included in the sort of in the middle of that section, it says, and I'll quote, parties interested in providing resources that provide the best value to P&M's customers and that are in alignment with P&M's goals of a zero carbon Energy Future by 2040 are invited to participate in this RFP. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
And now, it does say further on in that section, in the second paragraph in that section, it says, and I'll quote again, resources selected under this RFP are targeted for an in-service date prior to June 1, 2023, semicolon, earlier in-service dates will be considered, close quote. Would you agree with me that, well, first of all, the proposals that Southwest Gen offered to P&M in response to its 2020 RFP proposed to increase the or add the fast start capability to the Valencia facility by no later than June 1, 2023, right?
Yes, they offered operational flexibility by June 1, 2023.
And would you agree with me that nothing, at least in that paragraph, indicates that in order for a resource proposal to be considered and evaluated by P&M, the proposal had to provide incremental capacity by June 1, 2023?
That paragraph does not specifically state that, but I would refer the reader to the entirety of this page where, you know, this RFP is defined as a replacement generation RFP. It does indicate that P&M is seeking replacement resources associated with the return of certain Palo Verde leases in January 2023 and 2024. In section 1.3, again, it's indicating P&M is soliciting proposals for capacity and energy resources that facilitate the replacement of a portion of P&M's portfolio. So we are looking for replacement capacity and energy to replace the Palo Verde resource. And we're targeting acquisition of 150 megawatts. So acquisition to me does not mean that an operating facility that does not provide new capacity can be acquired, because it's already in the system by the 2023 timeframe.
Okay, but it's your general understanding, is it not, that P&M and Mr. Phillips, and I think addresses this in his testimony, Mr. Wintermantel in his testimony, and even Mr. Schlag, that as P&M acquires more intermittent solar and wind resources and energy limited battery storage resources into its system, it's going to need more flexible resources on its system to ensure reliability during periods when there's sudden loss of power, or from the renewable resources, or there are periods beyond the duration of the batteries.
I don't disagree with that, but I would say, however, there are resources that are more flexible than the Valencia facility. As I mentioned earlier, the reciprocating engines start, ramp, stop much more quickly, as do the LM6000s. The battery capabilities are also, start almost instantaneously, ramp much more quickly. So there are other resources that are available and more flexible, that can be incorporated into the portfolio as well.
And would you agree with me that the way one would, a reasonable way to evaluate the costs and benefits, the relative costs and benefits between resources, in order to for the company to transition to its zero carbon portfolio objective, would be to model those resources and to know what their benefits are and what the cost would be over a 20-year planning horizon timeframe?
If such a resource complied with the intent of the RFP and met the replacement generation resource requirements, I would agree.
Now, it's your understanding, is it not, that P&M's application in this case is asking the commission to approve P&M's acquisition of a combination of new solar PPA and energy storage agreement resources with 20-year terms that would provide it with 740 megawatts of incremental capacity and 279 megawatts of effective load carrying capability beginning in 2023.
Subject to check on the numbers, but agree with the selection of solar and battery storage technology.
Okay, and just for your point of reference, and I'm referring, and we've had some discussion about this on Friday with witnesses. I'm referring to there is a P&M figure NLP-4 in Mr. Phillips' direct testimony, which I asked you to have available. That's P&M Exhibit 6.
Okay.
And that's at page 35. So maybe you can just have that. I just want to make sure that you understand when I'm referring to the capacities there. I'm taking it right off of his no new combustion in that figure, the no new combustion depiction.
So you said, what were the numbers again? I'm sorry.
Total of 7, the total capacity that would be increased by those proposed resources would be 740 megawatts. And that would translate based on Mr. Wintermantle's effective load carrying capability analysis to a total of 279 megawatts of effective load carrying capability in 2023.
Yes, I see that. Correct.
Okay. Let me look, going back to your, to the bidder instructions. This will be at page 9 in section 4.3.
I guess I don't see a 4.3.
Okay, I hope I got this right. Let's see. Page 9. Excuse me 1 second. It was a typo on my own notes. It's 4.1. I'm sorry. Apologize for that. Okay. And just to be clear on that, the first bullet point there under that section, the last sentence, it says, see where it says PPA and ESA proposals must utilize facilities located on a site controlled by the respondent. You see
Yes,
that?
I see that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so just to understand what that is basically telling bidders that P&M will not consider in response to this proposal any proposals for a facility that's located on any property that's owned or controlled by P&M, correct?
Correct, and that's due to the liability and risk associated with a third party owning and operating a facility. Could be environmental, health, safety concerns, as well as cybersecurity, security issues as well. So there's a number of reasons as to why that is the case. That's not
I understand.
not odd to the industry in terms of RFPs.
Okay. Getting back to this issue about resources, P&M's decision about whether or not they will consider resources that do not provide incremental capacity. in the particular year when PNM believes it needs incremental capacity. And in this case, the focus was on 2023, correct?
Correct. Mhm.
Would you agree? And in this case, it wasn't, PNM is proposing not a single resource to meet that incremental capacity need. It's proposing a combination of resources.
That's correct.
And would you agree that when considering different combinations of resources or resource proposals to meet a PNM need for incremental capacity or effective load carrying capability in a particular year, it's possible that a combination of resources that satisfies that incremental capacity need could include a resource that by itself, standing alone, would not provide PNM with incremental capacity in that particular year?
I don't agree with that. You're installing capacity and it will provide capacity that counts towards its resource adequacy requirements. And so it is capacity that they can rely on in their system.
So I'm not sure you're maybe understanding my question. My question is, isn't it possible that you can have a combination of resources where some of those resources provide the utility, in this case PNM, with incremental capacity in a particular year, even though one of the resources in that combination itself doesn't provide it with incremental capacity, but provides it with other benefits such as more flexibility?
No, I mean, you're installing capacity and capacity is what the resource offers. It may not provide energy, but it does provide capacity to the system that they can rely on for their resource adequacy requirements.
Well,
I disagree with that.
okay, so I want to explore this hypothetical with you because I don't really understand why this is the case, and maybe you can explain it to me. So let's say you have a combination of resources. Let's say you just need, for the sake of this hypothetical, PNM needs 100 megawatts of installed capacity that translates to 30 megawatts of effective load carrying capability in that year, okay?
Okay.
And it's possible that it can have a combination of resources that provide that capacity that also includes a resource that just provides flexibility in that year. And you could still have the incremental capacity you needed in that year, even though that one resource standing alone didn't provide incremental capacity.
But by the fact that you're installing that resource, it brings capacity capability along with it. And that does contribute to, again, the resource adequacy requirements and the capacity of PNM's system.
Well, in the case of the Southwest generation proposal, it's correct, is it not, that one of the issues that PNM has raised with respect to that proposal is that while the Southwest generation proposal for Valencia, by adding quick start capacity to it beginning in June, by June 1 of 2023, would not have provided incremental capacity as of that date. It would only provide flexibility to PNM as of that date.
That's correct. The proposal does not offer capacity. It's only offering the capacity that's already existing there on the site. And you say quick start capacity, it's not quick start capacity, it's quick start capability. It does not increase the capacity of the facility.
Right, but my point is, there could be a combination of of resources proposed by PNM, for instance, in the future, where if you have 4 or 5 different resources in the combination, and you get the incremental capacity you need from 4 of them, and the other resource provides not incremental capacity, but provides flexibility. Isn't that possible?
Your Honor, I object. This
Yeah.
question has been asked numerous times and answered numerous times.
Mr. Throne?
Well, I'm trying to explore the answer. I think Mr. Nagel said he didn't think this was possible, and I haven't heard an answer that explains why. That's why I'm persisting with this.
I think I understand why you're asking the question repeatedly, Mr. Throne. I'll give Mr. Nagel the opportunity to answer this. And Mr. Nagel, you are free to say, sir, that you believe you've already answered the question.
I believe I already have, but I will try maybe another approach. I mean, that capacity is the ability of the resource to provide capacity when called upon. That doesn't mean it necessarily has to run. It is a capacity that's available to the system to meet the resource adequacy requirements, and can provide energy when called upon. But the fact that you're installing capacity to meet a resource adequacy requirement means that there is value to that capacity, and it is a contribution to the system. Essentially, if you look at the Valencia facility, the proposal does not add capacity in 2023. Therefore, you would have to add an additional 147, whatever the megawatt rating is of Valencia, of additional capacity to meet the capacity requirements that the system needs.
Okay, I'll move on. Now, is it correct that in your direct testimony, you indicate that with respect to the PNM's what is referred to as an all-source RFP, that no resource type or project ownership structure was preferred, requested, or excluded?
That's correct. And to clarify, resource types as defined in, or as discussed in section 5 are the technology types, and the ownership structures are the PPA, ESA, asset purchase, build transfer, EPC, DSM.
Understood. Heavy frame combustion turbine is one of those distinct technology types, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask you to look at section 5.4 of, again, we're on the RFP instructions in your exhibit RWN-4. It begins, I believe, on page 11.
Yes, in there.
And then it carries over onto page 12. On page 12, for context, so section 5.4 deals with, addresses specific requirements associated with proposals for flexible natural gas resources, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then on page 12, one of the, and this was referred to briefly during Mr. Falgren's redirect on Friday. If you go down, I think it's 5 bullet points, it says one of the requirements is to, quote, be capable of achieving full output from a cold start in 10 minutes or less. And then it says in parentheses, faster start is preferred. You see that?
Yes, I do.
What did you or your firm propose that inclusion of that particular requirement in that section?
I believe we did. That's a pretty typical requirement for a flexible gas resource.
Based on your experience, Mr. Nagel, can a heavy frame combustion turbine, such as the Valencia facility, in its existing operating configuration, achieve full output from a cold start in 10 minutes or less?
I can't say entirely, but it is a challenge for a heavy frame unit. We also mentioned heavy frame in section 5.5 as other resources as well.
Yeah, I'll be getting to that. Thank you. So you say it's a challenge. Are you familiar with any heavy frame that hasn't been modified, that is able to achieve full output from a cold start in 10 minutes or less?
Again, we go back to the modified. If it has, I'm not aware of any without the quick start package that could be able to achieve that.
Um, did you monitor Mr. Falgren's testimony on last Friday afternoon?
Yes, I did.
Okay. My notes reflect that on redirect examination by P&M's counsel, Mr. Falgren indicated that none of the Southwest Generation proposals complied with P&M's 2020 RFP instructions due to this particular RFP requirement. That is the requirement that it achieve full output from a cold start in 10 minutes. Do you agree with that?
I'm going to object. That mischaracterizes Mr. Falgren's testimony.
Well, I don't think it does, but let me ask it a little differently to save time, Mr. Hearing Examiner. As part of your participation in the bid evaluation process, did the bid evaluation team disqualify any of the Southwest Generation Valencia PPA extension proposals based on its failure to comply with that requirement?
Yeah, as Mr. Falgren mentioned, and as I believe as I've mentioned, we disqualified the Valencia proposal because it did not meet the ability to provide new capacity in 2023.
And I heard that too, and I understand that. So it wasn't disqualified for failure to comply with this particular requirement that Mr. Falgren mentioned in his redirect on Friday, correct?
I believe he said that the offer did not comply with these requirements, but the ultimate reason for disqualifying was the failure to provide new capacity in 2023.
All right, now, looking again, I'm in that same section. There was another section that was mentioned on redirect by Mr. Falgren last Friday afternoon, and that's the one. It's actually the next bullet point. See where it says, and I'll quote that a flexible gas proposal must, quote, be capable of 1,500 starts per year and up to 8,760 hours of annual operation, period. And then it says proposal and operations and maintenance, in parentheses, O&M, close parentheses, cost will be based upon an assumed dispatch of 400 starts and 2,500 hours of operations per year. I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Was that particular requirement, was that something that was put in by your team?
We would have had initial numbers there. The ultimate starts and hours would be dependent upon P&M's operation and forecast operation of the units. So that was a combined input on the requirements for that one.
And based on your experience, would you agree that it would be extremely unusual for a P&M to be calling on any of its gas plants to have 1,500 starts in one single year?
I think based on historical operations, that may be true. However, as Mr. Falgren mentioned, the future is different, right? With increasing renewables, with the batteries being installed, the reliance on these for more frequent starts, shorter run times will increase. So we wanted to account for that in the specification requirements for this RFP.
Right, and for example, if you're operating a smaller LM6000 with a 40 megawatt capacity, you may be starting that facility more as you're integrating more and more intermittent renewables than you would a facility, for instance, like Valencia facility that's a heavy frame that would be reasonable to expect, right?
Right. I mean, again, the aeroderivatives, the reciprocating engines, the other bids that we received are identified their ability to comply with this requirement, and therefore, yes, they do have the flexibility. The other item with Valencia is, it has to run a minimum of 2 hours once it's started, which again goes to Mr. Falgren's point of, these can start and stop more frequently without runtime requirements associated with them.
Okay, and is it correct that the reason why that particular instruction to bidders also includes that sentence that says proposal and operations and maintenance costs will be based upon an assumed dispatch of 400 starts and 2,500 hours of operation per year, is because that is more likely, given PNM's projected operating circumstances, what PNM would expect to operate a flexible gas plant.
Yes, again, historically, I would say perhaps. I think again, this basis of 400 starts and 2,500 hours of operation per year is an assumption used for the phase 1 and phase 2 selection process. As it gets into the phase 3 evaluation, the portfolio modeling performed by Mr. Phillips, Wintermantel, and Schlag, really model the actual operation of the unit as it would perform within the system in the years forecasted into the future.
Okay. Now, I believe you've already previously today referred to the permitting aspect of the Valencia facility, or limitations on the Valencia facility that also were addressed on redirect by Mr. Falgren last Friday. Do you agree with without characterizing Mr. Falgren's testimony, it'll speak for itself, but based on your analysis, was the fact any provisions in Valencia's existing Title V air quality permit with that they get from the New Mexico Environment Department, Air Quality Bureau, were any of those current limitations, were those reasons for not modeling any of the Valencia PPA extension proposals as part of your phase 3 analysis?
No, again, the reason for exclusion was based on the ability to not provide new capacity in the 2023 timeframe. These are other factors that would have further been evaluated and considered should it have carried further into the evaluation.
Okay, so
and they may have later been disqualified because of them if they were carried forward.
I guess I'm not sure that the last part of your answer. What I'm trying to establish was the decision that was made by PNM that you've already addressed, that was communicated to you, to not model any of the Valencia PPA extension proposals. Was that based in part on permit limitations in the Valencia's facility's existing permit, air quality permit.
Yeah, I guess I can't speak to PNM's thinking as to the reasons. I can say the primary reason was for the lack of new capacity.
So did you at all review any permit limitations in the Valencia facility permit as part of your participation in the phase 3 analysis?
As part of phase 3, no.
Are you familiar at all with the air quality permit that they currently have and any limitations on Valencia?
I am aware of some of it. I've not reviewed the permit in its entirety. I am aware of the start per day requirements that have been identified, limitations.
Are those kind of limitations part of the inputs that you provide to the PNM modelers like Mr. Phillips?
Yes, they would be.
Okay. And are you generally familiar with how Title V air quality permits for generation facilities operate?
Generally, I'm not a permitting expert in any meaning of the word, but I am somewhat familiar.
Are you generally aware of the fact that those permits that are issued by the New Mexico Environmental Department have a duration of 5 years and need to be renewed every 5 years if a particular gas plant continues to be operated?
Yes, I wasn't sure on the 5 years, but I believe that to be a reasonable requirement.
Is it not correct that in addition to any regular required permit renewals, a plant operator can request modifications to its air quality permit before that permit expires?
Yes, they can, at risk of new interveners or others challenging the permit while it's being revisited.
But to your knowledge, it's correct, isn't it not, that the operator of the Valencia facility, nothing prevents them from requesting approval by the New Mexico Environmental Department of a modification to its existing air quality permit if the operator determines that the modification is necessary for any reason?
That's correct. Again, as we evaluated the project, we relied on information submitted by Southwest Gen, which included the start limitations.
And so it's correct, is it not, that nothing would prevent the operator of the Valencia facility from requesting approval from the New Mexico Environmental Department of a modification to its existing air quality permit if the operator determines that it's necessary to satisfy PNM's requirements in connection with an RFP award?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I object again. This question has been repeatedly asked and answered.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, that's a different question, and this one is tied specifically to the issue of whether or not, in fact, it would make any sense for an operator to request a modification to its permit, not only before it receives an award, but before it even knows it's going to even be considered and evaluated by the utility. So it's not the same question at all.
Okay, I'll allow it. Overruled.
So I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Certainly. To your knowledge, it's correct, is it not, that nothing would prevent the operator of the Valencia facility from requesting approval by the New Mexico Environmental Department of a modification to its existing air quality permit if the operator determined that would be necessary for it to satisfy PNM's requirements in connection with an RFP award?
Right. The operator could request a modification, I guess, as far as until that modification is determined, it just involves uncertainty regarding the ability of that project to comply with any different or new permit modifications. So it would be, until that was completed, it would be difficult to evaluate under the RFP.
Well, and on that point, isn't it true there, and I know you were involved in well, let me set the foundation for this, that you were involved in the development and analysis of the RFP, and that the two RFPs that PNM relied on in case number 19-00195 UT, addressing the replacement resources for San Juan, correct?
Yes, I was.
And it's true, is it not, there that typically when PNM does give an RFP award, there can be conditions on that, including the condition that the operator obtain all necessary permits so that it can have the resource in service on whatever date PNM has said it needs to be in service, correct?
That's correct. And the evaluation considers how far along in that permitting process the project is in terms of the selection.
And would it be correct that PNM would also, with due diligence, would consider, even if the process hasn't started, how long it typically would take and whether there be any risks associated with granting that award based on whatever the modification that was requested?
Yes, it would. Yes, it would definitely consider the risks associated with the process.
Are you aware that PNM actually asked, well, let me back up and just clarify a prior response for me. Prior to your testimony today, have you had an opportunity at all, at any time, to review the existing Valencia facility air quality permit?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I believe I've reviewed the PPA as well as briefly reviewed the permit, but not in detail.
So you did see the permit. It's been provided to you prior to your testimony today.
Correct. Right.
And are you aware of the fact that, in fact, PNM in discovery in this case asked Onward to provide the existing air quality permit for the Valencia facility?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Well, do you know from your review of that air quality permit whether or not, in fact, that permit covers a second combustion turbine that is in addition to the existing heavy frame Valencia turbine at the same site that has not been constructed to date?
Going to object on relevance. There was no proposal to build a second turbine on that site or anything of this nature. We're getting far afield of the bid that Onward or Southwest Gen submitted.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I guess our position is where we're getting far afield is PNM and Mr. Falgren raising these permit concerns when in fact there is a permit, and we'll get to this at some point. It's actually part of PNM's own Exhibit 20. It's the air quality permit, and the point being is that that there is flexibility under these air quality permits, and the idea that you just throw out the existing operating limitations now is a reason why this resource should not be considered by PNM or the Commission. We don't think that's a legitimate aspect of PNM's position, and that's why we think it is relevant.
Yeah, well, the fact that I've have not seen all the discovery, because I don't. It makes it very difficult to evaluate the truth of whether or not there was any sort of second proposal offered at a site. The only way I could know that is what he says in the next set of words that come out of his mouth. My answer is that out of desire to understand more fully what the plan was, Mr. Nagel will be permitted to ask, or Mr. Throne can ask the question, and Mr. Nagel, you understand that as the hearing examiner in this case, fact finder, I'm learning much of this for the first time. And so you, sir, are free to answer these questions as honestly and fully as, and if your answer is, I'm not aware of any second proposal, that's the answer.
Mr. Ryan, just to be clear, I don't want to cause confusion about this. I think it was really caused by the objection, not by my question. We're not representing that Southwest Gen made any proposal for a second generating facility at that site. The point I'm trying to bring out is whether or not Mr. Nagel is aware that the existing permit not only allows a second generating unit at that site, but there are provisions if they decide to go ahead and put another facility in. There's all sorts of provisions in the applications that allows an operator to come back and say, okay, we want to make modifications to this. And the problem we're having with is that these permit limitations are being raised as a reason why this is not a resource that's going to be able to satisfy our flexibility needs, because they can't possibly operate it sufficiently the number of times we think we'll need, which we're having a problem with because they don't even model it. So, but I do want to make it clear, it's not why we're not saying there was a proposal for a second generating unit.
Sure. So if I understand you correctly, you're saying that the existence of the opportunity for such a thing shows that there's flexibility built into the provision and a considerable amount of such flexibility?
Correct. And the point, right. And the point being that a generation plant operator gets the permit it needs to operate in the manner that's requested, in this case, by the utility. Valencia was approved in 2008. And it was approved at that time because PNM selected it based on a competitive process, RFP process, because it was the most cost-effective resource they had at that time to meet its needs. We're dealing now with different time period, different needs. We understand all that. In fact, the role of gas facilities will be different, as Mr. Falgren pointed out. He talked about the fact that we don't really, under integrated planning 2.0, we don't call it peaking anymore. Well, they call it peaking in their IRP, but we do understand that gas facilities going forward are now going to be used more to fill in when the wind isn't blowing, the sun isn't shining, and a utility has exceeded the duration of its energy storage resources. So we're not disputing any of that, but we're trying to point out that to throw out the fact that, oh, your existing operating permit doesn't allow it to start as much as we would want to use it, we don't think that's a legitimate basis for the decisions that PNM made not to model this or to not model it going forward. And so that's what we're trying to establish, that it's really a misrepresentation of how the permitting process works for gas plants in New Mexico.
Mr. Alvidrez, did you want to say anything further?
Yeah, this is really incorrect. Mr. Throne is absolutely incorrect in the way he's characterizing the permitting process for a gas plant. And the way he's portraying the relative ease in which a gas plant could be modified, particularly one where you're going to try and increase emissions. What he's talking about is not testimony. It should not be considered by you in this case or in determining the validity of the objection. Mr. Nagel has testified. They took into consideration what the existing permit says. And as it was submitted by Southwest Gen, there's no requirement that they have to speculate and model about a possible second facility or second unit that Mr. Throne has indicated they haven't even proposed. There's no requirement that they model hypotheticals about, well, what if we were able to get a change in our permit? We're really getting, as I said before, very far afield of what is really at issue in terms of the bid that Southwest Gen actually submitted.
So I'll say first, just to respond real quickly, Mr. Alfeatris. I mean, I understand everything that Mr. Throne just said was sort of in the form of an offer of proof, him attempting to state for me what is the nature of the relevance of his questions. And to some extent, he's sort of telegraphing for you where this is headed for purposes of briefing. So you have the benefit of that. So my position would be, though, with Mr. Throne, I mean, I understand the basic proposition that he's asking the particular witness about the nature of the flexibility built into the permit itself and whether that actually bears on the ultimate question. I suppose the answer could be simply, you fall back on the no new capacity, therefore it doesn't matter. But I understand Mr. Throne's questions. I just say, Mr. Throne, if Mr. Nagel has limited familiarity with the permitting process, I mean, you can't belabor this too far. So I'll overrule the objection. And Mr. Nagel, you've heard the whole discussion. You're familiar with or aware as to how you can answer and proceed onward, Mr. Throne.
Yeah, I think we've kind of covered this, but just to put a fine point on it. Well, let me just ask you this. I mean, as you sit here today, Mr. Nagel, it's correct, is it not, that you can't tell the commission how difficult or not difficult it would be for Valencia, or for that matter, anybody else, to get a modification to their air permit, correct?
That's correct. All I can say is permitting has changed a lot since 2008, and requirements and intervention has become much more difficult. But a modification can be requested. There is risk associated with it, and there's uncertainty that we really cannot evaluate as part of the process until it's defined.
And so just to give another example, that LM6000, that new 40 megawatt aeroderivative combustion turbine that P&M modeled at the La Luz facility, if that went in, okay, they would have to modify their existing air permit to show that they're putting in another facility at that site, correct?
Again, I'm not sure. I believe it fits within the existing permit requirements, but I'm not a permitting expert and cannot address that.
Well, and that's exactly my point, and I will move on, is that let's just assume I don't have the La Luz air quality permit, but let's just assume it does has a provision in it that allows P&M to situate another LM6000 or any other resource on that site, that a gas-fired resource. I mean, the point being is that if they want to do it, it would be a similar situation, would it not? In other words, it would be a situation where they would have to amend their existing permit to say, okay, we're now putting in that second unit that's covered by this permit. And by the way, it will be emitting more, natural gas emissions from an additional plant.
Again, I am not an expert in this area.
Okay, so let's and I didn't mean to cut you off there, Mr. Nagel. Were you going to say anything further?
No, I'm
No,
okay.
I figured as much. So it's 10:39, Mr. Throne. We've been going for an hour and a half. Let's take a 10-minute break. For those of us who are coffee and tea drinkers, is probably necessary at this point. And we will come back at 10:40. Okay. We'll get started as soon as Ms. Gonzalez comes back. And there she is.
Graham, sorry about that.
No, that's okay. No problem. All set, Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Throne, continue.
Thank you. One last question, Mr. Nagel, on this whole permit aspect. Is it correct that it's part of the generally as part of the phase 3 bid evaluation process that you participated in? Nothing prevents the bid evaluation team from asking a bidder whether they are willing to apply for a modification to their quality permit. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. There's nothing that prevents that to take place.
All right. Going back now, I'm still on your RFP bid instructions. This is at page 12 of your exhibit RWN-4, section 5.5. Do you see that?
Sorry, section.
Yeah,
5.
it's section 5.5 entitled Other Resources.
Yes, okay.
And as I understand it, there that sets out a set of distinct requirements for resources other than those that were identified in sections 5.2 through 5.4, including but not limited to those such as heavy frame combustion turbine, combined cycle, and solid fueled resources. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And would you agree with me that none of those distinct requirements in that section include either the full output from a cold start requirement in 10 minutes or less, or the capable of 1,500 starts per year requirement that was stated in section 5.4 that we previously discussed?
That's correct. These resources would be evaluated again based upon the capabilities that are presented by the bidder.
Okay.
I guess again, we seem to be getting caught up in a lot of other characteristics when, the bid was excluded due to the fact that, it did not provide capacity in 2023.
So is it fair to say then that, that you would like me to focus to the extent that Onward had a problem with the decision not to model any of these Valencia PPA extension proposals? That should be the criteria that should be focused on in front of the commission in this case.
I believe that is the statement that's been indicated, that, it was excluded for that reason.
Okay, and then moving down to section 6.5 of your bidder instructions, that's at page 15 of this exhibit. You see where those are additional requirements for PPA, build transfer, and ESA proposals, correct?
Yes. Mhm.
And then in that first bullet point, P&M is telling bidders that a PPA or ESA proposal term of 20 years or more is preferred, correct?
Right. It goes on to say that PPAs for shorter terms will be considered, and upon expiration of the quoted term will be evaluated with modeling of replacement resources consistent with long-term planning objectives.
And do you understand what that last part of that sentence means in terms of modeling?
Yes, that in terms of the modeling, the modeling team will insert replacement resources should a PPA expire before the end of the 20-year term or their planning and modeling period.
Okay, so in this case, the 20-year term for this modeling would actually expire after 2039, correct?
That would be correct.
And so under this, do you understand this instruction to mean that in order to compare for instance, a PPA with a utility-owned resource, the P&M would basically add cost for an adder to provide capacity beyond the expiration of the term of a PPA shorter than 20 years?
Likely the same way they would for a 17-year evaluation of an EPC project using natural gas. The approach would be consistent.
And so they would have to, P&M would have to speculate as to what the cost would be at the end of that 17-year term, correct?
That would be my understanding. Again, you'd have to discuss with Mr. Phillips how specifically they modeled that.
And looking at that second bullet point in that section 6.5, where it says PPAs utilizing carbon emitting technologies shall provide a pricing alternative for a 17-year term or provide an alternative solution for a carbon-free operation beyond,
I'm sorry, or
December
provide a, I'm sorry, or provide a,
or provide an alternative solution for carbon-free operation beyond December 31, 2039. See that?
Yes, I do.
And that's what the Southwest Generation Valencia PPA extension offers. They proposed a 17-year term, correct?
That's correct, right? Well, no, it was a 2028 to 2039 term for the PPA extension. So it would be a 11-year term.
I see. So it was 11-year term, but it was a proposal that would include also the earlier fast start capability, correct?
Right, right.
Okay.
The first 5 years would be under the existing PPA.
And they would not be the proposal was not to change the existing PPA price, correct?
Correct, for the first 5 years.
So as to those specific sections that we've just covered in my prior cross-examination, that is section 6.3 and 6.5, is it correct that at least in those requirements, there's no explicit language that says that a resource has to provide incremental capacity to P&M in 2023?
Section 6.3 does indicate that the proposals and pricing must be provided for an in-service date of June 1, 2023.
So that's what you're relying on for that incremental capacity requirement?
Well, again, as discussed earlier, the RFP is a replacement generation RFP. If we go back to section 1.2, we talked through that already.
Mr. Nagel, would you agree generally that natural gas fuel resources with quick start capability, that is to say, the capability of providing P&M with output within 10 minutes of its dispatch, become more valuable to P&M as it integrates more variable solar and wind resources into its system?
I believe we answered that earlier, but yes, that is correct. And again, I would say that there are other technologies and proposals that were received that do offer more flexibility than the Valencia facility.
Understood. And I think, again, we're in order to understand the cost, well, would you agree, in order to understand the relative costs and benefits of different resources, you model it, and you model to see what those are, including what the flexibility benefits are, not just the capacity benefits.
Right, as well as including the additional capacity that PNM would have to acquire in 2023 to support a 2028 resource. We really have no way to compare a 2028 resource because we don't have other competitive bids to compare it against.
Now, as I understand it, generally your exhibit RWN7 to your direct, that's your phase 2 bid evaluation summary, correct?
Trying to find it to confirm. That's correct.
As I understand it from your direct testimony, this is at page 15, and under PNM's phase 2 evaluation process, that includes initial financial modeling to develop best-in-class bids for PNM shortlist, correct?
Yes, it does.
And I believe you described PNM's financial modeling at page 23 of your direct testimony. You state that it models capital cost recovery for engineering, procurement, and construction offerings for project ownership by PNM, as well as for necessary network upgrades if those costs are not included in a PPA or ESA offers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did PNM, as part of its phase 2 evaluation process, with respect to its 2020 RFP, perform any financial modeling of any of the EPC proposals for the aeroderivative LM6000 combustion turbines?
I'm going to object. We're getting into a completely different RFP, which has not been completed. It's relative to the proposed abandonment of the Four Corners power plant, and is still subject to a confidential process about bidders and what have you. So I object on confidentiality grounds as well as relevance grounds in this case. This case doesn't have, that case doesn't have anything to do with the resources that are at issue in this case, or the modeling that was or was not done in this case.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, apparently Mr. Alvibras didn't hear my question. I'm pretty sure I made it clear I was talking about the 2020 RFP process that's described in Mr. Nagel's testimony.
If I thought I heard 2021, if I misheard, then I withdraw my objection. I apologize.
No, that's what I thought. I thought I said 2020 as well. That's fine. I understood. Mishearing that is fine, Mr. Alvidrez. I understand. Go ahead and maybe re-ask your question, Mr. Theron.
Certainly. Did PNM, as part of its phase 2 evaluation process, perform financial modeling of any of the EPC proposals for any of the aeroderivative LM6000 combustion turbines that were located at La Luz?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did PNM perform any initial financial modeling of any of the Southwest Generation Valencia PPA extension proposals as part of that process?
There was some initial modeling done. Again, it's a different time frame, right? So it's not a comparable evaluation with the base assumptions being different in the in-service dates.
And we're talking here of financial modeling, as I previously described, that you described in your testimony, correct?
Correct, right.
So just to be clear, what do you mean by some initial modeling? Was it not the full scope of the modeling that PNM did for its aeroderivative LM6000 combustion turbines?
It was the same basis, same model. I guess the difficulty is, again, the in-service dates and trying to put those on a comparative basis, considering, the Valencia proposal is a 2028 resource and not a 2023 resource.
All right, let me have you go back to page 15 of your direct. I'll get there in a second myself. Okay. All right, and there, are you there, sir?
Yes, I am.
Well, thank you. There you described the phase 3 evaluation process. And in that box to the side where it says phase 3 evaluation, it says system portfolio modeling. And it's correct, is it not, that as part of that process, P&M did not model any of the Southwest Generation Valencia PPA extension proposals?
That's correct. It
Okay.
also did not model. We had selected tier 1 and tier 2 bids, tier 2 being alternative bids should the tier 1 not be selected. Those were not modeled as well.
So the only bids that got modeled were the ones that were ultimately proposed by P&M, is that correct?
Ultimately proposed by P&M. What do you
In
mean
its
by that?
application?
No, there were, I think we had 53 total. There were, I believe, around 40 tier 1 proposals that were at the top of the list. And then the tier 2 were backups should something happen with the tier 1 bidders.
Okay, understood. And was the decision to not model any of the Southwest Generation Valencia PPA extension proposals, that was made by Mr. Falgren, is that correct?
I believe it was made by Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips, okay. Okay. And is it your understanding that Mr. Phillips and P&M's position in this case are that it would be premature and would not be prudent or competitively fair for P&M to consider modeling any Valencia PPA extension proposal in response to any subsequent P&M RFP until around 2026, when P&M determines or projects what its incremental capacity needs will be for 2028?
Sorry, was the question, do I agree with that, or?
Is that your understanding? I believe you said you monitored Mr. Falgren's testimony on Friday. I believe he addressed this about when he thought it would be appropriate to consider any Valencia PPA extension proposal. Do you generally remember he addressed that?
Yes.
Okay. And so is it your understanding that that's the position of P&M, is that it would be premature and not be prudent or competitively fair for P&M to consider modeling any Valencia PPA extension proposal in response to any subsequent P&M RFP until around 2026, when P&M determines or projects what its incremental capacity needs will be in 2028?
Yes. The difficulty in doing that is you're selecting a resource 7 years before you need it, and you're precluding the consideration of other available resources, technology advancements, as well as perhaps investment tax credits that are being considered. So yes, I would say it's premature to have and you don't have any competitive bids to compare it to.
Okay. And so based on that response, would you agree that unless the commission directs P&M otherwise, or there's any change in management at P&M that would change that decision, it's reasonable to expect that P&M will not consider modeling any Valencia PPA extension proposals in response to any subsequent RFPs that would not provide P&M with incremental capacity until that time, that is around 2026 or so?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Well, if that's the position of the company, is it would be fair to say, Mr. Nagel, that until such time as P&M decided to model any such proposal, there's no way the commission's going to base it, or for that matter, any interested parties will ever be able to even consider those proposals.
Same objection.
Yeah, I don't see how it's different, Mr. Throne.
Well, it doesn't ask him to speculate. I think it asks him to confirm what I think is obvious, that if that's the position of the company, that we're not even going to even consider modeling any of these kind of proposals until that point in time. That means the commission will never see any modeling of those proposals until after P&M provides that. And this goes to somewhat to the heart of some of the issues that were addressed by Mr. Spurgeon in his direct testimony. And I will further, and I'm going to ask him, the witness, about this. We also believe that that position is directly inconsistent with some of the things the commission said in its final order adopting the recommended decision in case number 19-349 UT, which is also addressed in Mr. Spurgeon's direct testimony.
So if you're, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Alvidrez.
Well, I mean, it's a very broadly worded question, that they would never, the P&M would never look at this. There are all kinds of variables that could change things. Again, I think it's entirely speculative. And this witness is not a P&M employee. He's an outside expert. So the question is better asked to a P&M personnel.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I want to point out also that, as Mr. Spurgeon addresses in his direct testimony, I mean, the RFP process in this case has been completed. P&M has made its decisions. I mean, that's sort of, water over the dam. What we're now focused on is how are things going to proceed in the future? And that's pretty clearly the focus of Mr. Spurgeon's testimony is that unless the commission steps in at this point and says, we want more information about our alternatives, including what they discussed in the final order in the 19-349 UT case, where they said, rather than come to us proposing new gas resources that have 40-year economic lives, we'd like the utilities, we think El Paso Electric, that was the message there, you ought to be considering just extending the life of some of your existing gas-fired resources until such time as you need to retire them in order to comply with the carbon dioxide emission standards in the Energy Transition Act. And in fact, as we've already covered Mr. Fenton's testimony, he cites two cases that provided P&M with its policy guidance in this case. And one of them was that case, the final order in 19-00349 UT. So, this goes to the heart of, if the commission doesn't act in this case, I think P&M has made it clear, we're just going to continue to take this position that we're not going to consider and model any of your proposals regarding Valencia PPA extensions until we know what our expected incremental capacity needs are for 2028. And Mr. Falgren, I think, said that would probably be around the 2026 timeframe.
Right, that's what I recall him saying as well. But I think to Mr. Alvidrez's point, everything you've just said, I'm not sure Mr. Nagel. You could technically ask him the very broad question, that you're sort of probing at, which is, has the RFP, as it's been structured, preclude consideration of the Valencia proposals prior to that time period? It seems like a permissible question.
Well, the reason why I haven't asked that question in that form is because and I'm sure P&M understands this as well. We understand that, the RFP that was presented in this case, that in June, that was issued in June 25th, 2020. That RFP it's closed now. That process is finished. Then now P&M, they've already issued another RFP. That was in March 8th, 2021. In fact, there have been a number of RFPs that have been issued. So we're talking now about going forward. And I think it's pretty clear that if the commission basically says, well, we see no problem with them not modeling any resource unless it provides incremental capacity in the first year they need it, it's pretty clear that this commission is never going to see any modeling of those kind of resource proposals until P&M decides it's going to do it around 2026, which means the commission doesn't see it until whenever that case, based on that RFP, is conducted. And then we get into the situation where, oh, well, time is of the essence, as they said in this case. If we didn't model that resource, or we modeled it this way, or we excluded it, but it says if you don't approve our resources within a short period of time, we're in danger of having brownouts when we need the service. So I mean,
Okay,
yeah.
appreciate that, Mr. Throne. So let me ask you this: can you restate whatever the question is that elicited the objection?
Yes. I asked Mr. Nagel if he would agree that unless the commission directs otherwise, or P&M's position changes under a management change, is it reasonable to expect that there's no way the commission will be able to see the results of modeling of a Valencia PPA extension proposal until such time as P&M decides it has an incremental need for capacity in 2028?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I
Yeah.
renew my objection, and he's particularly the way it's phrased, that unless
Yes.
P&M does the modeling, the commission will never be able to consider it. I mean, P&M is not the only party that can model, and there are other parties that can model. And if Onward wanted to have present modeling of its resources, it could do so. So, I mean, the whole premise of the question is entirely flawed.
Mr. Throne, can you generalize the question? So, because I think you're asking him to answer to say, that this RFP is somehow. I mean, that's where I understand your question is trying to go. But I'm inclined to agree that it seems like you're asking him to speculate about.
Well, I don't think I am, because, and I will try to rephrase, but I think Mr. Nagel, I mean, he understands how this process works, and he understands that if a decision is made and for any resource that P&M, it's not prudent and it's not competitively fair, and it's premature to model any resource unless it provides incremental capacity in the first year when we see we need it, that modeling is not going to be provided to the commission when the company comes in with its resource application. Now, turning to Mr. Alvidra's point, he says, oh, well, yeah, well, okay, even if we don't model it, you can always come in and you can hire an expert for several $100,000 and do your own modeling, or you can request that we do the modeling. But that's exactly what we did in this case. We requested, we didn't have an expert, but we requested modeling because P&M agreed, stipulated to that in the merger case. We said, we'd like you to model this. And the result was, and Mr. Spurgeon addresses this, is, well, we modeled it, but the results of our modeling, here they are not meaningful. That's their words. They're not meaningful because they're inconsistent with how we do modeling, and they gave their explanations. So, I mean, it's one of these heads we win, tails you lose kind of propositions, and I don't think it calls for speculation in terms of the process. I mean, we could make this generic for any resource. We're just having to, the reason why I've asked the question with specificity regarding the Valencia PPA extension proposals, because those are facts and evidence about what the proposal was, and we know how P&M treated it in this case.
I mean, if you can figure out a way to generalize the question, that would be preferable.
I'll try one more time, Mr. Nagel. So based on your understanding of this criteria that a proposal has to provide incremental capacity to P&M in the first year that it's needed, okay? Based on that, and assuming a party, Onward or anybody else, their proposal only would provide incremental capacity for the first time in that year. In this case, let's say 2028. Would you agree that, well, P&M, the commission will never have that modeling information, at least from P&M, without somebody requesting P&M to do it until they present that to them?
Yeah, I guess where my head is at is an RFP is intended to fulfill a need of the utility. And if that need is not fulfilled by a proposed resource, there has to be the ability to exclude that from the process because it does not fulfill the need or the intent of the RFP. So by not fulfilling the identified need in the RFP, I would agree that it's appropriate not to model and present those results.
Okay. Let's move on then. But I want to pick up on this point regarding this commission's final order in case number 19-00349 UT. During the course of your participation in P&M's 2020 RFP process that you've described in your direct testimony, did anyone from P&M ever mention to you a relatively recent case or a final order or policy direction by this commission addressing an application by the El Paso Electric Company for approval of a new gas-fired resource that was proposed by them?
No one presented that. I believe I did hear mention of it through the discovery process. Was the first I was aware.
Okay, so to be clear, during the evaluation process, no one from P&M brought that to your attention?
That's
Case?
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Now, turning to your direct at page 30, lines 4 to 7, please.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And there you, on line 5, excuse me, you use the term, you say the short list was structured to maintain maximum resource flexibility with respect to implementation schedules, operational flexibility, applicability of ITC, that's in all capital letters, and PTCs, which are investment tax credits and production tax credits, correct?
Yes.
And then you continue on in that sentence. My question has to do with the term operational flexibility that you use there. Does that include the ability of a particular resource to ramp up or ramp down, and how long it takes to do that?
Yes, operational flexibility would be start times, ramp rates, minimum load requirements to operate for a period of time after it started, and any other restrictions on its operation, that may be in place.
And just to confirm, I want to confirm something else. I'm now changing to another area. And I believe this is in your phase 2 bid evaluation summary. which is your exhibit RWN 7 at page 7. And you say there that in response to PNM's 2020 RFP, you say, and I'll quote, while some proposals did discuss alternative fuel sources, such as coal mine methane and hydrogen, insufficient data was provided to thoroughly assess the utilization of these alternative fuels at the time of shortlisting. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
So translating that into the presentation that I referred to earlier by Mr. Phillips, where he has that PNM NLP figure for the aeroderivative LM6000 combustion turbine at La Luz, that's not hydrogen ready. That's just a gas-fired facility through the end of 2039, correct? That was modeled.
Yeah, you'd have to confirm with him. I mean, again, the phase 2 evaluation did not engage the modeling. Phase 2 was the initial shortlisting efforts, which were led by ION. So that was dependent on natural gas operation only through 2039.
And the reason why I ask, and well, let me ask you this: are you at all familiar with PNM's 2020 Integrated Resource Plan?
Somewhat, yes.
And is it correct that in the section that deals with potential new resources, the only flexible gas resource that's identified there is an LM6000 aeroderivative combustion turbine?
That may be true. I mean, IRPs can't evaluate everything. If that's what they evaluated, that's
well, I guess what
okay with
okay,
that.
I get maybe to clarify this.
Mhm.
That in that IRP, it's described as a hydrogen-ready combustion turbine, and I
Okay.
just want to make sure it's understood. And that's under their technology-neutral approach, correct?
I assume it would have to be, yes. Because
Right.
it
The
does
assumption
involve-
there
it
is
wouldn't
that.
be no new combustion.
Yes,
I'm sorry, what was that?
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead. Finish your answer.
I said it wouldn't be no new combustion because it would be combustion.
Right. So under PNM's technology neutral approach, where they refer to a hydrogen ready combustion turbine, they're talking about a turbine that would run on natural gas until the end of 2039, and then beginning in 2040 would be converted to hydrogen.
I was not involved in the IRP or the IRP evaluations, so I can't speak to what the assumptions were behind that unit.
Okay. And then looking at, moving to page 32 of your direct, just want to make sure I'm clear on something. I'll be there in a
Could
second.
you please state the page again?
32. And there, okay, so there you list the final short list. That you summarize the final short list of proposals, correct?
Yes, correct. At the end of the phase 3 evaluation.
And so this reflects the decision by PNM to only propose resources that do not emit carbon, correct?
Yes, these do not emit carbon. Agreed.
There's no combustion.
Correct.
Okay, on this. Okay. And now going down to line 6 on this page 32. And there you address what factors led to the selection of the primary bids. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And for the final short list. And over on lines 8 to 10 on that page, you testify that one of these factors was, quote, prudent selection of resources that did not prematurely commit PNM to resources offering new capacity only available multiple years in the future. Close quote. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what specific resource proposals were you referring to there?
Again, it would be the only offer that was submitted that proposed new capacity in the 2028 timeframe. So that would be the Valencia facility.
Was that the only one that was excluded based on that prudence determination?
Yes.
Okay. So as I understand your testimony, so that's and that prudence decision that was not made by you, right? That was made by PNM personnel, correct?
That's correct. However, I was in agreement with it.
But if you had not agreed with it, again, your work is subject to ultimately the supervision and control of Mr. Falgren and PNM, correct?
That's correct.
There, on page 33, lines 4 to 5, if you could move there, please. There you say that another factor PNM relied on to develop its final shortlist was, quote, the ability to comply with the long-term objectives of the Energy Transition Act regarding carbon-free generation, close quote. Is that correct?
Yes.
But it's correct, is it not, that that was not a factor that PNM relied on to exclude any flexible gas resource proposals in response to its 2020 RFP from that list?
Could you repeat that question, please?
That factor was not a factor that PNM relied on in its decision to exclude any flexible gas resource proposals in response to its 2020 RFP from its final shortlist, correct?
Yeah, I guess I would defer to a PNM witness on that one in terms of it goes to the decision of the no new combustion versus technology neutral portfolios.
Right, and that's sort of my point, is that the decision to go with the no new combustion is not a decision that was driven by the Energy Transition Act necessarily, even though it's clear that obviously adding more renewable or non-carbon emitting resources is not inconsistent with that act. Is that fair to say?
Fair.
Okay. And is it your understanding that, and I think you confirmed earlier the figures on PNM figure NLP4, Mr. Phillips' direct testimony, where the proposals, the resource proposals in PNM's application are for a total of 740 megawatts of installed capacity that will provide 279 megawatts of effective load carrying capability in 23. You recall that when I asked you about that?
Yes, I do.
And it's correct, is it not, that it's PNM's position that that amount of incremental capacity that's needed by June of 2023 is not simply to replace the 114 megawatts of the Palo Verde leased interest capacity that are expiring in 2023 and 24, but also to meet PNM's 0.2 loss of load expectation capacity resource adequacy standard and its 18% planning reserve margin for 2023.
Right. My understanding would be that those resources are required to meet PNM's needs in 2023.
Yeah, so it's not, that's why, in fact, they're asking for more than just enough capacity to replace the effective capacity of the Palo Verde lease interest, correct?
Correct, for the 2023 needs.
Um, do you recall when you and your company, Ion, were first engaged by P&M to begin developing the 2020 RFP?
I believe it was in April of 2020.
Well, I'm a little confused about that because, you know, I was looking at your exhibit RWN-5. Maybe you want to take a look at that at page 20. Tell me when you're there.
I am there.
Okay, so that's a kind of a, I guess, a flow chart. It says draft on it, but what it looks to me there, I looked at that at the beginning, it says that the start RFP and tech spec development, that's in line 2 of that page, says that that's going to begin in March 30, 2020. And I'm just wondering if that reflects your recollection that you actually were engaged to begin working on this before March 30th, 2020.
Yeah, I mean, I guess March, the April was an approximation, March 30th is right at April. So it was right around that time frame. And I'm sorry, I'm lost in terms of where you're at in the.
Well, I'm just trying to, so I guess what I'm want to ask you is, so is it fair to say that at least before March 30th, 2020, P&M had already decided that it was not going to return its Palo Verde lease interest to the lessors and was going to need resources to replace that capacity by 2023?
I'm not aware of P&M's decisions regarding releasing the Palo Verde leases.
Well, I'm asking because I was looking at this and I thought, well, why would they hire you to begin a replacement analysis back then if they hadn't already made a decision that they weren't going to purchase those leases?
Yeah, again, I can't speak to P&M's decisions or the process there.
So you don't know when they made a decision in that regard
No, again, we were approached to develop an RFP, and the needs were defined through that process. As far as the decisions that were made prior to that point in time or when they were made, I'm not aware.
Okay, and then I noticed at the bottom of the page, let's see where it is. I understand you, well, maybe it's not the bottom. Let me find out where it is. But I understand, oh, there it is. It's on line 10 of that page. I'm still on page 20 of your exhibit RWN-5. So that, where it says proposal due date, see that September 23rd, 2020, that's the same date, in fact, that was in the schedule in your RFP instructions, correct?
Sorry, Mr. Throne, where are you?
Yeah, I'm
yes,
lost as well.
I'm on that same, on page 20 of P&M exhibit RWN-5.
This is the little chart with all the down arrows and the brackets and all that?
Yes. And then I'm referring them specifically to the proposal due date, which is on line 10 of that, where it says September 23rd, 2020. And I was asking Mr. Nagel to confirm that that's actually the date in the RFP bid instructions for the due date for proposal.
You there, Mr. Nagel?
Yes, I found it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yes, that is the date that is in the RFP instructions.
And that RFP asked for resources, I think you've already said, for an in-service date by no later than June 1, 2023, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and who established that schedule? Was that you or P&M?
Yes, I developed that. Well, I developed the RFP schedule, I guess, to be clear,
Okay, but
with PNM's input in terms of when the filing would be
okay.
expected.
And then there's, in the RFP itself, I believe it's on page 23 of that, your exhibit RWN-4. It indicates on the section of the schedule, it says the estimated commission approval of the projects will be sometime within the first quarter of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, we wanted to set forth a conservative expectation so the bidders would be aware that we would need them to hold their bids valid for the period of time, for the longest period of time that we might expect to get approval for the project.
And was that a particular aspect of the schedule, the RFP schedule, was that established by PNM rather than by ION, your company?
I think it was combination, just based on traditional allowed timelines as well as allowing for potential challenges to the process.
Okay, and at that time when that RFP was issued, did anyone from in your group or from PNM indicate any concerns to you about the ability of bidders to comply with that no later than June 1, 2023 in service date, assuming that there was regulatory approval of a project by the first quarter of 2022?
Well, I think we were aware of the timeline. We intended to, and we did through the bid clarifications, validated their ability to comply with that request. As I believe mentioned in some of the reports, some mentioned some concern. But it was a timeline that we, again, wanted to be conservative and vet with the bidders through the process.
Okay, and then I guess consistent with that, your direct testimony, now I'm referring page 12, and it's lines 12 to 21. Tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
Thank you, sir. And there you testify that, quote, while most bidders complied with this requirement, most also indicated that NMPRC approval and full release after March 31, 2020 would delay the proposed in-service date of the project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Then let me ask you, go to page 34, line 21 of your direct. There, you say, starting on line 21, you say in case number 19195 UT, the commission applied Energy Transition Act provisions that provided policy guidance for weighing costs, reliability, and environmental factors in resource acquisition cases in the final selection of an all renewable energy.
I'm sorry, I'm not with you. I don't know.
No, I'm
where-
not seeing that either, sir. That's, you're saying
Oh, I'm
page
sorry.
yeah.
I'm sorry. My mistake. I've got, hold on a second. Page 30. My mistake. I was flipped to the wrong page. At page 34, line 21 of your direct, that's where you have the question. Do you believe that the terms and conditions set forth in the RFP were reasonable?
Mhm.
Right?
Yes.
to your knowledge, is P&M requesting in this case that the commission approve its 2020 RFP instructions to bidders and the bid evaluation processes that you describe in your testimony as reasonable and competitively fair?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
To your knowledge, is P&M requesting in this case that the commission approve its 2020 RFP instructions to bidders and the bid evaluation processes that you describe in your testimony as, quote, reasonable and competitively fair?
I think we're requesting commission approval of the resources that have been selected through the RFP process.
And the reason I asked the question is because of that question you asked, where you basically put in testimonies saying that you believe, why you believe the terms and conditions in the RFP were reasonable. So was it your understanding that you put that in there so that asking the commission to agree that they were reasonable?
No, I would say it's really just to comment the prudency of the RFP and the commercial terms that were included in the document.
So you put that testimony in basically to support that contention by P&M, correct?
That the terms and conditions were prudent with industry expectations.
Okay. Looking at page 35 of your directed lines 1 to 3, and there in your answer, you say yes from IONS, again, that's capital A, small I-O-N apostrophe S, experience, the terms and conditions were typical of such RFPs and consistent with prior P&M agreements previously approved by the commission. See that?
Yes, I do.
What P&M agreements are you referring to there?
So this is referring to essentially, that the form template agreements were built off of the agreements approved, or the resources approved in the San Juan replacement RFP. So we're just saying here that the commercial agreements that were included in this RFP are consistent with those that were executed under the San Juan scenario.
Okay, right. So you're referring to the forms of the resource agreements, but you're not referring to the terms and conditions in the RFP bidding instructions, correct?
I guess I'm not clear on what we're talking about, the commercial agreements, the PPA agreements and energy storage agreements.
Well, I'm asking because the question is, do you believe that the terms and conditions set forth in the RFP were reasonable? And I'm trying to confirm what I understood, and I think you've confirmed it, that the agreements you're referring to there is not any commission agreement, that the RFP instructions are reasonable, rather that the forms of the resource agreements that you've entered into, that those are consistent with past forms of agreements for resources.
This statement is specific to, agreed, the resource agreements.
Did you or your company ION participate in any way in the drafting of PM's 2021 replacement generation RFP instructions that were issued on March 8th, 2021?
Yes, we did.
And it's correct that that RFP targeted the acquisition of 200 to 400 megawatts of firm capacity for PNM's New Mexico portfolio with an in-service date prior to December 31, 2024. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is the purpose of that to replace PNM's interest in the Four Corners Power Plant?
Yes, it is another replacement generation resource RFP.
And did you or your company, ION, participate in any way in the phase 1 screening process and bid evaluation process conducted by P&M with respect to that 2021 RFP?
Yes, we did.
And do you know whether or not Onward Energy submitted any Valencia PPA extension proposals in response to that RFP?
Yes, there were proposals submitted.
And that proposal would have been a distinct proposal for a later in-service date, that is on or before December 31, 2024, correct?
Yes, it included, again, a December 2028 new capacity available proposal.
And I was just trying to make the distinction that, as distinguished from the proposal that Southwest Generation made in response to the 2020 RFP, that would have begun in 2023, whereas the proposal in response to this 2021 RFP, that was for service. The period would have been beginning by no later than December 31, 2024, correct?
Right. The new capacity would need to be available by December 31, 2024.
And it's correct, is it not, that a decision was made to not allow that proposal to even pass the initial screening process to get to a phase 2 evaluation, correct?
Correct. Again, for the same reasons, as it does not provide capacity or fulfill the need identified in the RFP. And as Mr. Falgren mentioned, that was reviewed with the independent evaluator that is engaged for that RFP, and they were in agreement.
Mr. Throne, real quickly, you've utilized the 125 minutes you requested initially. How much longer do you anticipate going?
Probably 5 minutes or less.
Okay.
So let me ask you about this independent evaluator. That's someone that was engaged by and paid for by P&M, is that correct?
That is correct, in accordance with the forecast procurement guidelines that are being discussed and evaluated, as well as, I think that was part of the stipulation, but I can't speak to what's driving that selection.
Oh, now you're referring to a provision that's in the stipulated agreements or stipulated commitments in the P&M Avangrid merger case that is now before the commission?
That's correct.
And that just curious, are you familiar with any recent filings by the stipulating parties regarding that particular independent evaluator provision in that case?
I'm not familiar with the recent communications on that.
Okay, so whatever was the independent evaluator process that preceded whatever is the latest position by the stipulating parties in that merger case regarding how an independent evaluator process should operate. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know what the latest is or when we're terming latest. Again, I'm not fully engaged in that stipulation process.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Nagel, and thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Sure.
Thank you.
And how, just Mr. Hearing Examiner, just so I'll know for my own planning purposes, did I come in right around the?
Yeah, it was a little bit over. There was 35, 36 minutes left. So, I mean, but the problem is we've got 2 days and, well, we've got a day and a half left and there's a lot of cross-examination. So carrying forward the time is, I don't know we're going to be able to do that in the time we have left.
Well, I'll do my best. I just wanted to keep track of this, and I'll certainly do my best going forward. Thank you, sir.
Yep. Mr. Nagel, how are you, sir? There's no other parties have requested time to examine you, sir. So it turns to me.
All right.
I just want to get clear for myself, and I'm not sure which is the best way to do what the best way to do this is, but Maybe we can do it this way and we'll see. So if you could turn to that flow chart that you have at your direct testimony, it's page 15. It's kind of those big boxes with the 3 arrows, the phase
Yes.
1, phase 2. So I'm just trying to understand where did the Valencia evaluations, which I've not seen, by the way, so I'm operating in the dark to some extent. Where was Valencia's proposals knocked out within these phases?
Right, the Valencia proposals were knocked out in the phase 3 evaluation. As ION preparing the phase 2 shortlist, we were aware that there were challenges associated with the schedule that they had proposed. We were not fully knowledgeable about the PPA or the potential opportunities, that may come under that PPA. So we wanted to carry, and it was the only frame combustion turbine that was offered into the RFP. So we wanted to carry that into the phase 3 where the larger PNM team could be made aware of the proposal and the options around it, and to allow for additional questioning during the shortlist bidder meetings to see if there were options available. One of those was the request was made to provide flexible operation from 2023 to 2028 without the extension of the PPA. That was investigated. The response to that was no, they would not be willing or able to do that. So it was after that discussion and the further clarification that was determined to preclude them from the process going forward.
Okay, and I have 2 follow-up questions on that, but I'm trying to keep them in my brain, but as we go. First question is, you said it's the only heavy frame gas unit that was within, so if you turn back, is at page 3 of your direct testimony, is that I'm trying to remember which is the total number of bids that, or the full range of bids that came in, which chart is that? Is that the one at page 3?
No, that's the short list. The full range was the page 13.
Yes, I have it tabbed as well there. So is it, your testimony there was that the Valencia proposal was the only heavy frame gas turbine proposed?
That's correct.
Okay, so I see varying, okay, since we're here, well, no, let's just go back to my other follow-up question. With the 3 phases, I guess one question then I would ask is if it's being, and excuse me if I speak colloquially, but if it's being bounced or knocked out or whatever words you want to use, because it doesn't meet a very basic criteria, it's not providing firm capacity. It already exists as capacity on PNM system, and Mr. Falgren and I talked about that yesterday. Why isn't it getting tossed out at, say, phase 1 as sort of on its face not being acceptable?
Yeah, again, it was really, based on the decision to move it forward, to investigate optionality. We tried to maintain or be as inclusive as we can through the process to make sure that all the questions are answered, all the options are evaluated. We wanted to carry that into the phase 3. I know the tables that we just looked at in terms of the resources that were available didn't differentiate heavy frame from the others. Simple cycle combustion turbines. However, the evaluation methodology that we had established before receipt of the bids did, require the maintaining the heavy frame combustion turbines in the short list. So, those are the reasons. We just wanted to make sure the optionality was fully considered in that proposal.
But I just want to understand this. If we were to take a very rigid, logical, and purely analytical approach to this, would it have been most appropriate for the bid to be tossed out at phase one?
Well, and I guess that's what we've done at Four Corners because we have fully investigated the optionality around that proposal, right? If Southwest Gen would have considered operational flexibility over the time frame, we would likely consider that portion of their proposal. But as a capacity resource, agreed, it didn't comply with the RFP requirements, but we wanted to investigate the optionality.
Going back to the chart on page 13, I was just noticing as just going over the numbers. I mean, the number of solar and battery storage projects that were proposed in response to the RFP, as opposed to gas, where it's quite large. It's 10 times the number of projects. I mean, if you break it out between solar and battery, I don't know how it all works out, but needless to say, like in a very casual way, you could say there were many more solar and wind projects proposed. Is there some reason why that is?
That's very true. I mean, it's a function of the bidders responding to the RFP. We have no control over that. I think obviously the indication that PNM is, going carbon neutral in the future, trying to comply with the Energy Transition Act, that gets a lot of attention from the renewable and storage developers, to propose those options. And
That's what I assumed. It was because everyone it sees the writing on the wall, and that explains why there is such a large number of renewable resources proposed, given RPS standards and all of the momentum towards renewable generation, that would explain why there's so many more. Is that basically an accurate statement?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, if you go back to the San Juan case, the quantity of thermal resources offered were significantly higher than what we're seeing now, and it continues to reduce over time. But yes, it is a movement towards renewable.
And again, just for my own clarification, on page 13 with your chart, where in that chart does the Valencia proposals fall? Is it in the 7 number, the 2 number, or the 1 number?
It would be in the two number.
So what's the other proposal that existed for that?
The other was an equipment only proposal. So it was not an operational facility. They proposed a combustion turbine. And therefore it was not a resource that could generate capacity or energy. It was just a piece of equipment.
I see. And just for my own clarification, the gas SC refers to?
Simple cycle.
And the NGCC?
Natural gas combined cycle.
And then, I know you spoke of this, Mr. Throne, the RICE is an abbreviation for?
Reciprocating internal combustion engine.
Okay. So in reality, that middle column there, the gas NGCC, although there's two that appear, you're saying the other one is really a totally different animal, effectively.
Right. The NGCC is a gas turbine with a steam generating component behind it with the steam turbine.
Oh, but I'm just saying the two proposals, the one proposal by Valencia and the other proposal that you mentioned a moment ago are very different proposals, even though they're both captured in that same sort of row there.
Right. And the one in the other column was excluded in the phase 1 because it was not a generation resource. Again, it was a piece of equipment.
Okay. All right. Well, that's just helpful. I'm trying to just get clarity as to how, I guess the broader macro question, I want to ask you this, and I'm not trying to ask you any gotcha questions, sir. I'm really just trying to understand. And I think Mr. Throne's pointing towards some interesting kind of theoretical questions. And I read the next witness, who's, I believe, Mr. Schlag from PNM. And let me make sure I haven't messed it up. He's our Stanford trained. Yes, he is. He's talking about in his testimony, as we bring more renewables online, it seems almost paradoxical that you need to have some firm resources in place, the more renewables you bring. And what I think Mr. Throne, and I could be wrong, my idea is what I think Mr. Throne was having in that exchange with you about, reliability and couldn't you bring more resources? Couldn't you bring a combustion resource like Valencia in to satisfy reliability if you're going to be bringing all of these renewables in? He's asking that question. Well, why isn't Valencia being considered as the firm resource if you're bringing these renewables? And we know you need the firm to support the renewables. I mean, what's the answer to that? Why isn't that persuasive? Why isn't Mr. Throne's point correct that in fact Valencia should have been considered to support the renewables that you're bringing online?
Well, I guess so. You say firm. Really, what you need is something that can flex with the demand, right? So we talked a little bit about reciprocating engines. We talked a little bit about the LM6000s in terms of these are much faster starting and ramping units with lower load capabilities. They don't have minimum runtime requirements. They don't have start limitations when they're running or when they're called upon. So there's other resources out there that are much more flexible than the Valencia facility. And to preclude the consideration of those in a 2028 timeframe in comparison to a less flexible 2028 resource, just doesn't allow you the opportunity to really evaluate, the benefits of those other resources.
Okay, so let me interject 1 second. So I understand that answer is to say, well, first of all, it's just too early in the process to think about Valencia. So that's one reason why it's not really under consideration here. But let me ask you this then question. So in the future, are you basically telling me that new technology in these aeroderivative gas turbines are simply preferable, and that in fact, moving forward, those are going to be more beneficial to the system rather than a heavy frame? Is that kind of where you're headed in the next thought?
Essentially, yeah. To be proven out by pricing and costs and things, so on and so forth. But the recip engines and the aeroderivative turbines is really what the industry is moving towards to facilitate these variable energy resources. The frame units were nice intermediate load, 4,000, 5,000 hours of operation a year. You call on them to run several hours a day. They were good for that when they were needed. In terms of moving forward with balancing, providing ancillary services and reacting more quickly, it's just not as reactive as the other resources that are available.
So is everything you've just said basically a function of technological advancement? Is that basically what you're telling me?
Well, it's technological advancement, but it's also the different technology, right? As Mr. Falgren mentioned, the aeroderivative engine is a jet engine, right? That is designed to cycle, to start quickly, to run up and down more rapidly. Same with recip engines. It's a diesel engine converted to gas, picture it in a truck or otherwise. They are much more rapidly responding technologies. The frame unit is much larger, it's much bulkier, it has more metal to manage the stresses when you start it up, heat it up, run it up and down. So it's just not built in a flexible manner as compared to the other technologies.
Are you saying effectively there's just no competition basically at the end of the day between those two different choices?
There's, to Mr. Throne's point, there's modifications that can be made, but they still don't get them to the point that's as flexible as a aeroderivative or recip engine.
Very good. So and then here's another question. This is sort of a macro level question. It sounds like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this technology neutral versus no new combustion distinction did not come into play until phase 3. Is that right?
That's correct. That was after we shortlisted and, coined by, Witness Phillips and the modeling team going forward during the phase 3 process.
I guess the other question I had when I was just sort of thinking about this, and maybe there's an obvious answer, I don't really know. We saw that the response from the bidders, just, looking at the total number of bids received in response to the RFP was, well, you basically got a whole bunch of renewable resources and only a smaller number of combustion-based resources. And that just kind of made me wonder, why wasn't the technology neutral versus no new combustion imposed from the outset? I mean, why not just be more upfront about that in the beginning?
Well, I think it goes to the concept of an all source RFP, right?
Okay.
We wanted to keep it open to all technologies to really allow that evaluation and see, what the portfolios look like. Again, there was a discussion of which one's more cost effective versus which one meets, the environmental concerns. It allows that discussion to happen, I guess would be my point.
And I guess at the end of the day, I mean, I take away from Mr. Schlag's writing, and maybe this was a bit of a conversation I had with Mr. Falgren, that competition there, you said, between environmental considerations and the limiting carbon dioxide emissions as much as possible, but also, on the other hand, the economics of a portfolio. I suppose, are those, I mean, I guess we're still balancing that on some level. In other words, we aren't in a world yet where you can just say outright, there shall be no more new combustion resources. And Mr. Schlag's testimony seems to go in that direction. Is that correct?
I would agree with that. Yeah, the technologies just aren't at that point where you can just cut the cord and say it's all new renewable at this point, or no more carbon.
So in some ways, you have to at least consider combustion resources for the short term. Is this where we are?
I would say that, yes, agreed.
Okay, and I mean, that's just kind of hard to understand, because if it's some level, it seems sort of obvious the state is headed towards a trajectory of no combustion resources, but yet we're considering them in these bids. And I think I get that you just give me the answer is that they're essential to the system on some level still.
Yeah, I think it was mentioned that, it's easy to get the first few steps towards no carbon, but the last 10-20% is what gets really difficult to manage.
Okay. So am I correct to say then at page 32 of your direct testimony, that chart there, the final shortlist content summary, are these the only projects that are modeled, or were there other projects that were modeled?
There were other projects modeled.
So I guess I'm just kind of confused then as to when does the modeling, I mean, everybody here is saying, well, we object to the modeling. What was modeled and when?
So if we go back to the table that had the short list, the 53 bids.
Okay.
Let me see if I can.
I think that's right in the beginning, right? Yeah, that's page
Right,
3, I think,
page
right?
3, right. I guess in the phase 2 evaluation report, we broke that into tier 1 and tier 2 bids, with the tier 1 being, the ones that were most favorably evaluated. And we provided all the modeling inputs for those tier 1 bids for the phase 3 modeling. There were tier 2 bids that were also provided should some of the projects be subject to transmission congestion or other things that came up through the ongoing investigation that made them non-viable, that we would have called upon in phase 3 should those projects not be available out of the tier 1 category, if that makes sense.
So let me just make sure I understood what you said correctly.
Sure.
So these projects here on page 3, the short list, which is sort of making it to phase 2, is that correct?
These made it to phase 3.
Made it to phase 3, okay. All of these were modeled, and there was some that landed in tier 1, and there's tier 2, and then all those are modeled. Is that basically correct?
I would say that probably 80% of these were modeled as the tier 1 resources.
Okay.
The tier 2 were there in case we needed them.
And just for clarification, when we say modeled, you're referring to what specific form of modeling? What Mr. Phillips is going to tell us about?
Yes, that would be the phase 3 portfolio modeling performed by Mr. Phillips's team.
Okay. All right. And so then after, is there anywhere in your testimony that talks specifically about which projects are being modeled, like that breaks out on table 2, sorry, on the table on page 3, what's being modeled and how? Is there, now you don't have to like go through it all with me. I just wanted, if there's someplace in your testimony or in the attachments that you would direct me to study so I could more understand.
Sorry, I'm just looking. If we go to my exhibit RWN 7, page 11, there's a table 4-1.
Page 11 of 11, 4-1. Okay.
You're correct. And in here, it breaks it into the tier 1
I
and
see.
tier 2 proposal.
I see. Okay, I see that. And those tiers again, can you just sort of summarize what was it that's,
So,
you know,
so the tier 1s, we provided the modeling inputs to the modeling team for review, for evaluation. And the tier 2 are backup proposals that we had the inputs prepared if they were necessary.
and did Valencia, it was Valencia incorporated any of this?
They were not modeled. So the inputs were not provided, correct?
Okay.
They were
Okay,
modeled later, and Mr. Phillips can address that.
sure. Mr. Throne asked you about the line on the bottom of page 32, prudent selection of resources that did not prematurely commit P&M to resources offering new capacity only available multiple years into the future. I read that statement. I just want to confirm that when I highlighted that too and underlined it and have a question here for you, and you're referring to Valencia there.
Correct, right.
That sentence was written as a response to the Valencia proposals.
Right. I mean, there were other resources that, had in-service dates later than that. Those were essentially later than 2023. Those were ruled out for timing as well as cost considerations as well.
I'm just going to ask you a broad question because there's some reference to this in some testimony, not necessarily from Mr. Spurgeon, but other witnesses. Is there any evidence in this case of manipulation of modeling inputs that you're aware of? I mean, I understand P&M's your client and everything, but is there any evidence whatsoever that modeling inputs were manipulated?
Not that I am aware of. We provided our modeling inputs to the team based on inputs that the bidders submitted through the proposal forms. I am not aware of any other manipulation of the data.
Mr. Throne asked you towards the conclusion, in the conclusion of your testimony, that's at page 34 at the bottom, lines 21 and 22. And the question is, do you believe that the terms and conditions set forth in the RFP were reasonable? And Mr. Throne asked you, well, doesn't that question suggest that the RFP terms would have to be reasonable in order for the commission to grant its imprimatur and approve this? What was your answer to that question? I'm not asking you to restate it, but I mean, just let me ask you again, why isn't the commission being asked I mean, isn't that a precondition to approving the resources that we would have to approve the RFP process?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess the question to me was what's being approved. The approval, to my understanding, is the resources. Obviously, if there is an issue with the RFP process, that would need to be considered. But the intent of this language here again was the contract terms for the PPAs and the ESAs that were ultimately executed between PNM and the developers. So that was the intent of this language, that those commercial agreements are consistent with industry and prior agreements.
Is the idea that Valencia was asking for consideration prior to the conclusion of the PPA? I mean, I asked Mr. Falgren yesterday, well, when would be the appropriate time to consider whether Valencia should continue to be utilized as part of PNM's portfolio? And he said, well, likely 2 or 3 years prior to the expiration of the PPA, which was like 2025, 26. My question to you, sir, is whether is it really unusual that Valencia is sort of trying to get into the mix now for consideration?
I would say so. I mean, you look at the sequence of RFPs, right? And then they usually follow a need. You're looking at replacement generation. You see these RFPs that are being issued are replacements for existing resources. For replacements, you need the generation when the other resources are retired or are no longer available. So, the RFPs are driven by the retirements or exiting leases. The resources need to be selected to fulfill those gaps and needs, and they are timed based upon when those openings or resources are required. So to propose something downstream that again, we have no other resources in a 2028 timeframe that are being considered. And it's kind of jumping the gun, I would say, premature in that we're not allowed to investigate technology improvements, industry improvements, tax credits, other things that could benefit PNM's ratepayers in the future, within that time frame. We're committing to something that there may be something better come forward in the next few years.
So does this reflect your statement, which is what I asked Mr. Falgren as well yesterday? And I'm just curious, as a person who professionally oversees these RFPs, does the RFP itself, is it always a sort of fluid thing responding to a whole host? I mean, right? Like, so does, because one of the arguments here is well, we don't like the modeling, but I mean, on some level, I guess my question is, are we somehow committed to the same process over and over, or does it necessarily evolve as the circumstances evolve? There's a question in there, but I think I'm asking you just to comment more generally. Do you understand what I'm sort of getting at?
I think so. To say that because we did it once means we do it again, it's not necessarily true. I mean, the processes evolve, as you mentioned, with the intent of the RFP, with the needs of the system, and all those considered. So, every RFP is different in my mind. Every need is different, and those need to be considered in each independent RFP process.
Well, and it sounds like too, this is the first time that PNM has used certain inputs, modeling inputs, and even constraints regarding what types of resources will even be seriously considered. I mean, that's all brand new, right?
How do you mean that in terms of the no new combustion and technology neutral or?
Well, then even the change from LOLE of 0.2 to 0.1, and then they didn't go to 0.1 yet, but they were indicating that they should.
Right.
That all struck me as I'm reading all this testimony saying, well, PNM's resource selection process is changing as a consequence of a whole host of considerations. And of course, that means that there's going to be dynamic RFPs.
Right. Agreed. You know, the system is changing, the needs are changing, the reliability requirements are changing. So, right, agreed. I would expect things to evolve like as you mentioned.
Okay. That's all my questions for you, sir. I appreciate talking with me.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Throne. Well, is there any redirect at this point? Because we would technically do that, Mr. Alvidrez or Ms. Padilla or whoever's. I can't hear you, Mr. Alvidrez.
Yes, I apologize. We don't have any redirect, and we don't think that recross is appropriate in consideration of the vast amount of time that we've already spent with this witness and the need to move the case along. And, you know, the rule that many that are applied to many cases that you don't get a chance to recross, but we do not have any redirect.
I'm assuming, Mr. Throne, you're not going to agree and would like to do recross. You're muted, Mr. Throne.
Sorry. Yes, I have a few questions based only on your questions, and I would, point out that your earlier order indicated that there would be this opportunity. So
Yeah, is it going to be 5 minutes roughly, Mr. Throne?
not much more.
Well, 5 minutes I'll give you. How about that?
Okay, let's then I'll get to it if I may.
Yeah, please.
Mr. Nagel, hearing examiner Ryan asked you about the question about the timing and what the discussions were with Southwest Gen about its proposals. And my notes reflect that you said that what we did is we discussed with Southwest whether or not they would offer any flexibility over the time frame. And then you said you would have considered if they did, but you said that they declined. Do you recall that?
Yes, and the time frame being from 2023 to 2028 without the extension.
Right. So what you were asking, you were saying basically there that you wouldn't consider modeling any proposals for a Valencia PPA extension unless Southwest Gen, which was the owner at that time, unless they agreed to lower the price of the existing PPA that currently does not expire until May of 2028, correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying. The question was if Southwest Gen would offer the flexibility characteristics with a modification if necessary to the existing PPA through 2028.
But isn't it correct that they did offer to implement those decreasing minimum load characteristics and add the quicker start capability by no later than June 1, 2023?
Only with the extension of the PPA. And the question was if those could be offered without the extension of the PPA, with that being deferred to a point in time when it could be more equally evaluated.
I understand. So in other words, PNM was saying, well, if you will agree to provide, in effect, more flexibility from your facility during the period June 1, 2023 through the end of the expiration of the existing PPA at no additional cost, then we would consider it.
We were asking for a proposal for that. We weren't necessarily saying that it would have to be at no additional cost. We were investigating the ability to get a proposal for those flexibility characteristics to be provided separate from the PPA extension.
But that proposal would not have provided any incremental capacity to PNM in 2023, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Going on to, you were asked by hearing examiner Ryan about, he said, talking about the reliability and the timing about when you need, when you're going to need resources. And I think you talked about the fact that a lot of it's driven by planned retirements. Do you recall that?
Yes.
It's true, is it not, that P&M's modeling assumes that P&M is going to continue to operate its existing Reeves gas-fired generating facility until the end of 2030.
I can't speak to that. I don't know what their modeling assumptions are.
Okay, and do you know whether or not P&M's modeling includes the assumption that P&M is going to continue to operate all of its other P&M-owned gas-fired plants in its existing portfolio through the end of 2039?
I do not know that either.
Okay, you talked, there was a question that Mr. Ryan asked you about what was modeled and what wasn't modeled. And he was asking you, why didn't you screen out the Valencia proposals right away? You recall that?
Yes. Mhm.
And I believe you said it was because not only was it all source RFP, but because you wanted the P&M to see which of their proposals were going to be more cost effective. You call that?
Well, I didn't say cost effective. I mean, I said I wanted P&M to be able to evaluate the optionality and the opportunity that might be available from
Okay.
the resource.
So is it your understanding that the proposed portfolio that P&M is proposing in this case is estimated, according to Mr. Phillips' presentation, to be on a net present value basis over 20 years, $144 million more expensive than the technology neutral portfolio that P&M modeled?
Mr. Examiner, I think the time is up, and we're also going outside what you questioned this witness on.
Well, I'd like to.
I mean, Mr. Phillips can answer the question more accurately than Mr. Throne, I think.
Well, okay. He did talk. My notes reflect that he did talk about more cost effective, but I'll move on. I mean, we'll let the transcript.
So we have, I'll allow one more question, Mr. Throne, and then we do have to move on. Because I mean, it's your time for the next few witnesses anyway. That's all I'm
Right.
trying to protect here.
Well, in terms of the cost part of this, Mr. Nagel, isn't it true that when P&M is comparing different combinations of resources to meet its needs, it's looking at the cost of those resources as proposed on a 20-year net present value basis based on the revenue requirements calculations that P&M provides?
Again, Mr. Examiner, this is outside the scope of the questions that you asked.
I don't think it is at all. I think basically this question goes right to the issue that, in terms of the question that was asked, is it unusual, for Onward to be, proposing the Valencia or Southwest Gen in this case, to proposing Valencia in the mix this early? And the whole issue is the issue for the commission, and it's always been in resource cases, including the last case, but in this case, that you're looking at it on a net present value over the entire period, the 20-year net present value. And so it goes directly to your question about the timing of when that, and also as well as the commission's directive in the 19-00349 UT case about utilities should be considering extending their existing gas options before building new gas plants.
Yeah, no, I understand. And I'll let him answer the question, but then we should move on. And I mean, the one answer is just the cost alone is, of course, a consideration, but then priorities in terms of no new combustion, right? That's undeniably a consideration too. So how do you best manage that? And therein lies the rub.
Absolutely.
So, Mr. Nagel, you can answer the question then. And I think you understand Mr. Throne's asking a question where there's many dimensions to. And if you want to restate the question, Mr. Throne, you can go ahead.
So in terms of the timing, when you I'm referring specifically to hearing examiner's question about, is it unusual for Onward to be asking P&M to model Valencia PPA extension proposals at this time? And you said yes. And my question to you is, isn't it true that when comparing different combinations of resources, the way P&M has asked the commission to consider this and the way the commission models the resource combinations is based on calculation of the net present value of revenue requirements associated with that combination of resources?
That's my understanding. Mr. Phillips can address the modeling and the economic evaluation from that more fully. But again, what's being asked is to preclude consideration of other available resources in the 2028 timeframe that could result in improved economics and value for P&M's ratepayers.
Thank you, Mr. Nagel. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yeah, sure. It's a good conversation. Mr. Nagel, thanks so much, sir. Appreciate your time today.
All right, thank you. Take care.
You as well. So I think the thing to do would be to just get right to Mr. Wintermantel, go till 1. Does anyone need a rest break for just 2 or 3 minutes? Would that be useful? I see heads nodding. I understand that's let's do a 5-minute rest break. Come back and we'll start Mr. Wintermantel. Go. Mr. Throne, can you kind of understand that around 1-ish we need to break for like a lunch? Can you structure stuff that way?
Sure.
Great. So then we'll just take a 5-minute, come back, get started, and then we'll go.
Bruce, you might want to mute. We can hear you.
Mr. Wintermantel, before we go back on the record, are you in a, is it an air conditioning unit running in someplace?
No, I mean,
Does anybody else hear that? It's sort of like a mechanical sound. Oh, now it
see.
seems,
I do, Your Honor. I hear it.
you hear it as well?
I hear it, yes.
I wonder what that is.
Here, I can mute and make sure it's me.
Let's see.
That's right,
Yeah,
Scott.
it's coming from Mr. Wintermantel.
Could it be a computer doing some heavy processing?
Now it's not happening. Mr. Wintermantel, can you speak again?
Sure. Can you hear me?
It's
Is that
just
better?
probably, it's a little bit of the mic. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It's just
Yeah.
ambient
How
sound.
about if I interrupt if I can't hear something?
Sure, that's fine. I
Okay.
just, okay, so let's, Mr. Throne, is he here? No. Let's just wait. There we go. So, it's been 5 minutes. Ms. Gonzalez, we'll go back on the record. Now I'm hearing an echo, actually. Does anyone else hear the echo? No. Usually what happens with Zoom is if you have headphones, the sound is encased. And when you have a speaker, it'll actually feed back into the mic of your computer. So your computer generates sound, the mic picks it back up, and it creates the loop. And so that might be what's happening. We'll see if it's a problem, Mr. Wintermantel. Do you happen to have a pair of headphones handy? If
do
it's a
not.
problem, if it's a problem, we'll figure it out. But let's just
Okay.
get started anyway. So, Ms. Gonzalez, you can swear the witness in.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Mr. Avidrez.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wintermantel, can you please state your name and place of employment for the record?
Yes, my name is Nick Wintermantel. I'm a principal at Astrape Consulting.
And Mr. Wintermantel, did you prepare direct testimony on behalf of Public Service Company of New Mexico in this case that we have marked as PNM Exhibit 11?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any material changes or corrections to make to that testimony?
I do not.
And if you were asked the questions that appear in PNM Exhibit 11 today, would your answers be the same as set forth in the testimony?
Yes, they would.
And is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we move the admission of PNM Exhibit 11, which is the direct testimony of Nick Wintermantel.
Any objections? Exhibit PNM 11 will be admitted.
And with that, we pass the witness.
Mr. Throne, you've requested 120 minutes with Mr. Wintermantel. You had 35 minutes left earlier, but as we talked about, we're trying to move along as fast as we can. So I'll set it for 2 hours, the 120, and if for whatever reason you need more time, we'll deal with that then.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
And yes, and good morning, Mr. Wintermantel, Bruce Throne for Onward Energy. Before I go further, since I'm going to be using certain acronyms that run throughout the testimony, just for the court reporter, I just want to spell out a few terms, if I may, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Sure, that'd be useful.
Yeah, when I first, encompass would be capital E, small n, capital C, OMPASS. When I refer to servum, it's in all capital letters, SCRVM. When I refer to LOLE, cap or capacity, that's in all caps LOLE, and then in lower all caps CAP. When I refer to LOLE flex, that's in all caps LOLE, and then smaller caps right after it FLEX. If I refer to LOLH flex, that would again be all caps LOLH, with lower case caps FLEX. If I refer to ELCC, I'm referring to effective load carrying capability. And finally, if I refer to Power SIM, believe that's initial capital P, OWER capital SIMM. Thank you. Again, I guess it's afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Winter-Randall. From your resume, which is your exhibit NW-1, am I correct that one of your principal areas of experience is managing ancillary service and renewable integration studies?
That's correct.
And as I understand it, exhibit NW2 to your direct testimony is the planning reserve margin and ELCC analysis prepared by your company, Astrape, which is capital ASTRAPE, that was relied on by PM for its resource modeling, planning reserve margin, and effective load carrying capability assumptions for both its replacement analysis in this case and its Encompass modeling for its 2020 integrated resource plan.
That's correct.
The same study. In other words, Appendix M, the IRP, it also was made your exhibit NW2. I'm just trying to confirm that.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And that same document was actually also made as an exhibit to Mr. Phillips' June 14th, 2021 supplemental testimony, correct?
Yeah, subject to Jack, I would expect that to be the case.
Okay. I have a few questions about your ELCC and planning reserve margin analysis, and just to move things along, I'll refer to that planning reserve margin analysis as PRM, okay?
Okay.
Is it correct that currently Astrape's SERVM model has the functionality to model ELCC curves only for individual technologies or resource types such as solar, wind, or batteries, but cannot model dynamic effective load carrying capability for combinations of resources?
That is not correct.
Okay. And so SERVM can model the functionality of ELCC curves with combinations of resources with terms of their dynamic interplay with one another. Is that correct?
That's correct. And, I think maybe a little bit of context here. I mean, if you look at my NW-2, when we perform our ELCC analysis on the existing storage, wind, and solar, there's ways to look at it as an aggregate together and determine the capacity value of all three of those technologies, and then look at them individually as well and understand those diversity benefits.
Okay, and now, as I understand it, it's correct, is it not, that once you develop the effective load carrying capabilities for wind and solar and battery storage in your modeling using SERVM, those were the inputs that then were used in the Encompass model that was used by Mr. Phillips in PNM, correct?
That's my understanding. Certainly should ask Mr. Phillips exactly how my results got translated and put into Encompass, but yes, they based those assumptions on our SERVM analysis.
Okay. Do you have there, can you pull down what's been previously marked as Onward Exhibit 9? And that is the PNM's October 21st, 2021 response comments in the IRP case?
Yes, give me 1 second. Okay.
And if you would go down to page 9 of that, and tell me when you're there under subsection A. Are you there?
I am there.
Okay. So what I'm focused on here is, this is a response comments to comments by a CCA, or the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy, on the IRP about the modeling and whether or not it models the dynamic relationship between combinations of resources. And I'm looking at the sentence. Well, first it says, it starts in the second full paragraph. It says, currently the Encompass model has the functionality to model ELCC curves only for individual technologies or resource types such as solar, wind, or 4-hour batteries, and cannot model dynamic ELCC for a combination of resource types. You see that?
I see that.
So, and you did modeling, did you not, using SERVM for PNM's 2020 integrated resource plan?
That's correct.
So I'm a little confused here as to that you say that SERVM has the functionality to model curves for the dynamic ELCCs for a combination of resources, but here PNM is saying, but Encompass doesn't. I'm trying to understand how that can be if in fact Encompass is using, for its assumptions, the effective load carrying capability results from your study.
Yeah, so backing up a few questions, I think you were asking if SERVM had the capability to calculate ELCCs and capture the synergistic value between the two. And my response to that is yes. The statement here in these IRP comments is saying the limiting factor is in the Encompass model, that it currently, in its current framework, can only model individual technologies, and so those curves are what gets used in the Encompass model. Does that connect the dots?
Yes, to a certain extent, but here's you know, there and you know, we've already discussed here, I don't know if you were monitoring it, but there's a PNM figure NLP 4 in Mr. Phillips' testimony that shows both the installed capacity values of the resources being proposed and the resulting effective load carrying capabilities of those resources. And so what I'm trying to understand is, well, let me take this step by step. First, those ELCC values in the modeling that was used for PNM's replacement analysis in this case, those came from you and, you know, you and your company, correct?
Yeah, subject to check those exact numbers in Mr. Phillips' testimony. I would have thought they would come from us.
Well, in fact, I mean, I think Mr. Phillips and your testimony, I think they both say the same thing, that in order for Encompass to do its modeling, you had to get some additional information, and they got it from you using SERVM, correct?
That's correct. I guess you're just pointing to a specific table. I haven't reviewed those exact numbers, but I'm assuming that's correct, Mr. Throne.
Okay, fair enough. So that's what I'm trying to understand. So those, and it's your understanding that basically what PNM is doing in its modeling in this case, it's trying to hit its planning reserve margin target of 18% based on the 0.2 loss of load capacity criteria addressed in both your testimony and Mr. Phillips' testimony, to meet that criteria in 2023, correct?
That's correct.
So my question is, did you model the dynamic relationship between the different resources that are being proposed by PNM in this case in your modeling that went into the Encompass model that the PNM has used to provide those results in its replacement analysis?
Yeah, and my answer to that would be partially. So for the existing wind, solar, and battery in the IRP, we modeled the dynamic ELCCs of the existing fleet, but then we have to assume the marginal ELCC going forward of each technology, because there are some limits in Encompass to be able to do that. But what that does is, because we did capture the synergistic values in the kind of the 2023 to 2025, probably extends even a few years later. That's why our 18% reserve margin that Encompass produces using those ELCCs equates to a 0.2 LOLE cap in CERVM. So the way I think about it, Mr. Stone, is in the next 2 to 6 years, we're certainly capturing those values. And then later, as we grow more and more uncertainty of what happens in the future, we're not capturing those dynamic values.
Well, and you just referred to the dynamic values of these effective load carrier capabilities of these resources being proposed in this case, but your study and the modeling results that you address in your testimony do not extend beyond the study year 2023. Isn't that correct?
Well, you were talking about the IRP. All the LCC original work was done as part of the IRP. For the IRP, we looked at years 2025. We made sure the models were calibrated. The ELCCs that we gave to Encompass produced the 0.2 LOLE that we would expect given an 18% reserve margin. And then we also looked at a later year within CERVM. But you're right, for the Palo Verde case, the full focus of my analysis was the resource adequacy need in 2023, ensuring reliability to customers in 2023 when the first need is has occurred.
And that, in fact, you gave your CERVM analysis that you put in and into the 2020 IRP gave 3 different years, including even extending out to 2040, correct?
I believe we looked at 2025 and 2040.
Didn't you also look at 2023 in that study?
I believe to assess the existing ELCC fleet, I would have to go back and check, but ultimately the IRP, the results and the portfolios that came out of all the different scenarios that came from Encompass, we went back and ensured reliability on the years 2025 and 2040.
And would you agree with me that once you get past a few years past the year when new resources come into play, your projected resource adequacy criteria becomes less and less reliable because of all the things that can change over time in terms of both utilities, load projections, as well as other circumstances that may change?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of factors, load forecasts, fuel forecasts, what technologies are going to be available. It's certainly a fair statement to say that the results of the IRP are much more certain and accurate in the first few years, and that you do get some wider uncertainty in the later years, especially in 2040.
So would you agree with me that in terms of trying for the commission to try to understand how the resources that are being proposed by PNM in this case will affect PNM's resource needs going forward in terms of its ability to hit its planning reserve margin target? The information is, it's more reliable information in the near term than the long term.
Yep, I would agree with that, and that's why we're meeting the nearest term need first. We're going to meet 2023. If there's a 2024 need, we'll go through the process and meet that need next. That's general practice in resource planning.
Right, and because, would you agree with me that because your CERVM analysis in this case is limited to the 2023 year study, or I'm sorry, I said that wrong, the 2023 study year, it doesn't tell the commission anything about what the reliability will be for P&M on its system in 2024 or 2025.
It's correct. My servo analysis only looks at 2023. The reliability for future years is taken into account in Encompass, and you can talk to Mr. Phillips more about those details, but in Encompass, for the next 20 years, they're maintaining an 18% reserve margin to ensure the portfolios that are being examined are comparable from a reliable perspective. You wouldn't want to have one portfolio that is much less reliable than another, and so forth. But yeah, Mr. Phillips would have to talk about how after 2023, the reliability constraint is included in Encompass.
And that the 18% planning reserve margin target that's in both your replacement modeling in this case, and is also in the P&M's 2020 IRP, that's based on the current standard that P&M is proposing for resource adequacy. That is the 0.2 LOE capacity standard, correct?
That's correct, consistent with its 2020 IRP.
Right, and I believe, can't remember whether you actually confirmed this, but I know it's been stated. I think you indicate also that P&M is currently planning to move by the time it files its 2023 IRP to a stricter 0.1 loss of load expectation, or LOLE capacity standard, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and just to and we'll get into more of this in a while, but when we talk about the LOLE cap criteria, that's what you used in. Well, let me back up. You say in your testimony that you were asked to come in and by P&M and confirm that their proposed combination of resources and also would satisfy the 0.2 LOE capacity metric, correct, in 2023?
That's correct.
And then also you also took a look at the technology neutral portfolio that was presented to you by P&M for illustrative purposes, and you did a check on that to see whether that portfolio also would satisfy that same LOLE capacity criteria or metric by 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And that is a capacity sufficiency criteria, correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's kind of the traditional LOLE definition to make sure we have enough installed capacity to meet peak load.
Right. And so what you're doing there is you're basically saying is that, okay, we if we have a 0.2 LOE capacity criteria that results in a planning reserve margin target of 18%, what that criteria is going to tell you is, do we have enough resources to, when we add them on to our existing resources, to meet that planning reserve margin target? Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, and then Servum has, and we'll get to this shortly, but Servum also has the capacity to do to model and measure different kind of reliability metrics, correct? Flexibility metrics.
Yeah, Servum has something that we've designed, Strape developed to try to measure flexibility, but it only can compare portfolios. I think it's important to note, and it was really brought up in the 195 case, there's not an industry standard for flexibility. Certainly the industry is evolving and how to capture those types of metrics. Different models use different paths, whereas the LOLE cap is much more of a standard that you'll find in all jurisdictions. Most.
Okay, thank you. And I'm glad you mentioned that because I want to ask you about that. So the metrics that you can calculate with, and I believe you've addressed this in a presentation to under the public advisory or process in the IRP case. One of those metrics is known as LOLE flex, and then there's one also similar called LOH flex, and those are both flexibility metrics, correct?
That's correct.
And the difference being LOLE flex is it measures a loss of load events, whereas LOLH flex deals with loss of load hours using a Servum as to model that metric.
Yeah, I'll just clarify. So yeah, loss of load expectation is a count of the days per year. And then the LOLH would be the count of hours per year. So.
Understood. Thank you. Now, you did refer to the 19195 UT case, and there, and I understand you just confirmed my understanding is that the value of the LOLE flex and LOLH flex metric that can be measured by Servum, the real value and benefit of that is for comparing different portfolios as opposed to an industry standard. Is that correct?
That's correct. We think it's a reasonable way to compare portfolios, and that's how we've used it in the past.
Right. And in fact, I believe there was testimony by a Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy witness, I think is Mr. Goggin or Dr. Goggin, but in any event, who criticized your modeling using that. And I believe you submitted rebuttal testimony to his testimony indicating that they're basically explaining what you thought was the benefit of that kind of flexibility modeling. Is that your general recollection?
Yeah, I believe it was definitely in the 195 case, there was a little bit of discussion. It was somewhat peripheral, but I do recall writing some rebuttal testimony in regard. I think it was Dr. Milligan actually.
Okay, and you're actually the hearing examiner has already allowed administrative notice of that rebuttal, so I won't ask you to recall all that. I realize that was some time ago. And so, but using those metrics now, well, let me back up. Encompass allows you to, or allows a party using Encompass to calculate the cost of a resource or a combination of resources on a net present value basis over whatever the modeling period is, in this case 20 years, correct?
That's my understanding.
And it's also correct that the LOLE flex criteria that can be measured by Servum actually is able to calculate a distinct economic value, and it captures the flexibility of resources that is distinct from whatever the net present value cost for over 20 years is that is calculated by Encompass.
I don't think I would characterize it as distinct. We're simply modeling 5-minute dispatch in Servum, and to the extent you want to keep up with total production costs, then whatever the cost is for the resources that are included in the case to meet load, those are going to be the production costs. So the fact that we do take into account the flexibility unit characteristics of resources, and so yeah, to the extent those change, production costs can be calculated, but the flexibility metrics don't drive cost. They're an output of the model.
Well, the point I'm trying to get at here is that when you provided testimony in the 195 UT case, you actually put into your testimony different economic or 20-year net present value calculations when you compared the different portfolios they were different than the net present value calculations that were provided using Encompass by Mr. Phillips in that case, correct?
That was a while ago for sure. You know, I think we definitely need some context here. In that 195 case, PNM chose to look at several different models, making a big decision. Encompass was a new model. I think Mr. Fogler may have addressed a lot of this, but at that time, they wanted to look at the analysis under a couple different models, and I believe the models correlated well, produced very similar decisions in that case. So that was the setup. I remember, Mr. Throne, I don't remember there being major differences from one model to another.
All right, we'll just let the record on your testimony speak to that. In this case, when you were engaged for this case, you were not asked to provide any flexibility modeling using Servim, correct?
I was not. Obviously, the model produces it, but I think there were probably various reasons that we didn't feel it necessary to present those in testimony.
Yeah, and that's the thank you for that's the distinction I was getting to, because I believe there was some discovery where there was a responses about, well, if you went into our confidential modeling information, you can find more flexibility modeling. But the distinction you're making is, but that was never presented as part of PNM's direct testimony in this case, correct? Flexibility modeling.
That's correct. It was not presented in testimony, but it was certainly an output, and the model just produces it. Sure.
So as I understand your testimony, if someone was to dig into the confidential modeling information that was produced by PNM and Discovery, somebody might be able to find some more information about flexibility model. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I think it's important to understand why it wasn't presented. You know, I think in the 195 case, there was some discussion back and forth, and ultimately the hearing examiner and the commission decided not to base any of their decision on those flexibility metrics. So there was a fairly significant decision there to not rely on LOLE flex. They relied completely on LOLE cap. So my rebuttal was more just describing that it is a reasonable metric, certainly admitting there's no industry standard there, but it's a reasonable metric to compare against. But it was also a completely different perspective at that time as well. There was zero battery on the system. I think there was significant concern that there could be portfolios presented that were simply just renewable resources with no flexible gas or storage entered. So at that time, we were seeing flashing lights, flexibility. But now you kind of fast forward to 2023, I think we're going to be looking at 690 megawatts by the end of 2023. So I think we listened, right? And so we've got significant flexibility on the system in 2023, which makes the flexibility metrics certainly less binding, much less binding. They're already less binding than LOLE cap in the last case, but now they're certainly less binding than LOLE cap. My concern is capacity, resource adequacy due to capacity.
And it's correct, is it not, in the 195 UT case, PNM actually proposed and put into its modeling a total limitation on the additional battery storage capacity to its system of 130 megawatts, and also a limitation on how much battery storage. Well, let me just stop it without asking two questions. PNM proposed a limitation on battery storage additions of 130 megawatts to its system in that case, correct?
Subject to check, but yeah, I believe that was their proposal. But it also included substantial flexible gas resources. So the flexibility component was certainly included in that proposal. There was lots of flexibility proposed.
But the commission did not approve that. Either that first of all, they didn't approve. They rejected that limitation on total battery storage additions, correct, in that case?
Did they reject that constraint? They obviously went with a different portfolio, which included more storage.
Okay. And they also rejected PNM's position in that case that in order for PNM to have reliable service by June of 2022, when it retired its remaining interest in the San Juan generating station, it would need, I believe it was 280 megawatts of flexible new gas in the form of LM6000s, correct?
I know they chose a portfolio that did not include new gas.
So in that case, the result of that case and the succeeding case where there were the resources that were proposed by another party were actually procured and approved, that provided some flexibility in the form of new battery storage on PNM system, but did not provide it with the kind of firm gas flexibility that PNM said at that time that it was going to need to ensure reliability, correct?
I don't think I would characterize it as that. And the main part about that was the firm gas for flexibility. And the way I see it, the storage certainly helps resolve a lot of the flexibility constraints. The firm gas that I'm talking about is more of a capacity issue, not a flexibility issue. We need, obviously if you have two gas projects and one is more flexible than the other and they're the same cost, you're going to take the more flexible resource. But the real concern, and I think the need for firm gas way out in the future is, as we've all said, the wind's not blowing, the sun's not shining, and we're out of our 2, 4, 6 hour battery. So we actually need firm capacity. It's not so much a flexibility issue at that point. So I believe the storage has managed a significant amount of the flexibility. Those are going to be extremely flexible resources.
And I know we're right around the time the hearing examiner wants to take a break. So if I may, one more question and then I'll continue after lunch. Is that okay, Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Throne.
Yeah, I was just looking at the time. Yeah, and just following up on your last response. And I think Mr. Schlag addresses this as well. I believe you address it. But is the essential point here, or takeaway for the commission, is that as PNM adds more intermittent solar or wind on its system, and energy limited storage, that is storage that has a duration of, at least right now so far, it's 4 hours or less. As it adds more and more to its system relative to its entire system, what PNM is saying is there are implications of that in terms of the type of resource PNM is going to need going forward to make sure reliability during periods where there's a sudden drop in output from one of those resources, or you've got beyond the duration of the battery storage. Is that?
Yeah, I believe that's consistent with what I just said. I just think it could be couched as both flexible and capacity related. My more concern is the capacity side of things. I think with all the storage on the system, we're going to be able to manage a significant amount of flexibility problems.
But I just want to be clear on this before we break, is that my understanding from reading your testimony and Mr. Schlag's testimony and Mr. Phillips, that that the ability of a resource to ramp up or down when there are sudden changes in output, particularly loss of output from wind or solar, to cover these, smaller periods of time when all of a sudden you need them, is the flexibility aspect is an important consideration, particularly if it happens beyond the duration period of your storage. Is that not accurate?
I mean, it depends on your current system. A couple years ago, when we were in the San Juan case, there wasn't much flexibility. You have a few combined cycles, a few CTs. You've got
I'm sorry, a few
arrows.
what cycles? I'm sorry, please repeat. A
Sorry,
few-
sure. You have a few combined cycles and a few aero derivatives. So flexibility was looking more difficult to meet. It's still going to always be a concern, but the system today, as we model it in 2023 with approximately 600 megawatts of storage, we've alleviated a lot of that concern in the short term from my standpoint.
I think
Compared to where
probably-
we were in the San Juan case.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I know you wanted a break, and I think this would be okay time. We can do that.
Great, so it's 1:13. Let me pause the cross-examination time. Why don't we come back at 2? Okay,
Mr. Hearing Examiner, could you just tell me how long is Mr. Throne going so I know approximately when I'm going to be going?
well, if we come back at 2, he's got an hour and 20 minutes. That puts it, if he goes the whole distance, that puts us at 3:20.
Thank you so much.
No
Have a
problem.
good lunch.
Everyone at 2.
Hey, Kevin.
Who goes there?
Joseph.
Hey, Joe.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I relocated here. I was dying in the office up
Yeah.
there.
So we go home? You went home to grab a bite to eat?
Yeah, I'll stay home for the afternoon. I ride my bike over, I walk over, so I had left my suit coat up there on Friday, and so I had to go up there this morning.
All right. All
Where
right.
are you at?
I'm in Albuquerque. I miss
Okay.
Santa Fe. Santa Fe was the office up there was really cool, but I had to drive all the way from Albuquerque up there. I take the train, which was what I typically did.
Yeah.
But I did walk a lot more. I was always walking from the train station to the AG's office to the para building where staff was and the hearings were taking place. So. Looks like we got muted. I'll talk to you later.
All right, so before we go back on the record, just real quickly, time management stuff here. Mr. Throne has an hour and 20 roughly. That puts us at like, 2:20. And then we have Mr. Schlag for a full 90 with Mr. Throne. And that's not even then other questions because other parties have stuff for Mr. Wintermantle. Long story short, my guess is we're going to start Phillips, but then Phillips will have to continue on the 3rd. For the PNM attorneys, is this going to be an issue? I don't think there's anything that can be done about it, but.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm not aware that that would be an issue in terms of availability of Mr. Phillips. It's certainly less than ideal. We wouldn't, get him wrapped up on a lot of different levels, but.
So would you prefer not to have him? I mean, is that the idea? Today?
No, if we should, get as much in as we possibly can within the time allotted for today. That's what we would prefer.
Okay. That's what I think will happen is if we may be able to start his cross-examination, but it's not going to be concluded today. I just don't see that happening. But we maybe, who knows? But we will conclude at 5. We will not go beyond 5. Wherever we are at 5 p.m., we will stop. Again, that has nothing to do with me. That's for the benefit of our court reporter. Okay, let's go back on the record. Ms. Gonzalez,
There,
all set?
I am.
Great.
you.
Mr. Throne.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon again, Mr. Wintermantle.
Good afternoon, Mr. Throne.
Let me just ask you, before I go into the substantive stuff, but during the first hour or so of the cross-examination by me, did you have a cell phone on your desk there with you?
I do have a cell phone with me.
Was it on?
Yeah, I guess it was. Certainly didn't look at it, but I can turn it off.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that, but so there were no communications, texting going on during my examination of you?
No, sir.
Okay. And also, and during the break, did you have any discussions with any PNM personnel?
No.
None whatsoever?
None.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Talking about your the proprietary ServM software that your company owns, it's correct, is it not, that normally for anyone outside of your company, Astrape, to properly use its ServM software, they need a license from Astrape, which is the exclusive licensor, and also someone who is trained on how to use that software?
To use the servo model, yes, you need a license.
And,
yes,
and am I correct that if a party does not have someone who has the necessary training and modeling expertise to properly utilize SERVM under P&M's modeling access proposal, in this case, your company had offered to charge $200 to $250 per hour, as well as travel expenses, to provide that training to any party's employee or representative.
that's correct. So training would typically be, in the either 4 to 12-hour range, depending on the personnel needing to be trained. So that's correct.
And do you know if does P&M currently have a license from Astrape to operate SERVM during the time of your engagement with P&M with respect to this case?
Yes, they do have a license.
Is it fair for the commission to assume that you and your company, Astrape, were engaged by P&M to provide reliability modeling using SERVM in this case because neither Mr. Phillips nor anyone else at P&M had the necessary training or experience to utilize SERVM properly?
No, I wouldn't characterize it like that. I think we were brought on just due to limited resources. I believe there's personnel within the P&M resource planning group that can certainly run SERVM. We've done some training sessions with them.
So do you think you were hired due to their P&M's limited resources? Is that how I understand your answer?
You'd have to ask Mr. Phillips, but I would say I don't think it's that they cannot operate the model.
Now, is it correct that, I know there's quite a few of the what they call the database inputs for the modeling. Isn't it correct that for someone who wanted to request modeling by P&M or by your company using SERVM, you'd have to be familiar with the various database inputs for the model and how they function?
I think in general, you would need to have some experience running a planning model. I think if you've run a planning model, a resource planning model, then when you look at SERVM or Encompass, I think much of that's going to be picked up pretty well, but certainly I would think you would want to have some experience running a resource planning model, modeling generators and load and so forth.
Right, and my question is, in addition to that experience, isn't it true you'd also have to know the specific database inputs that were being used by P&M and understand how they function in the model?
Yeah, and I guess I would just say to that if you've run a resource planning model, there's a commonality across inputs, how you model generators, how you model load, and so I think you would have a pretty good understanding. You can move from model to model pretty easily. But yeah, you need to have an understanding.
But you also need to understand, for instance, I've looked at the long list of the modeling inputs, but some of them are acronyms. You have to understand how if you want an alternative model, let's say a party, whether it's an intervener or staff for that matter, if they said, okay, we want you guys either P&M to model using Encompass or, well, that's in your case SERVM, the person requesting the modeling is going to have to understand what all those inputs are and which inputs would have to be modified in order to in order to model an alternative resource scenario, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. As I understand it, based on the P&M's proposal that was adopted by former hearing examiner Glick in this case, regarding access to the Servum model, that your company charges $2,100 per month for a single user Servum license. Is that correct?
That sounds correct. I think we had one intervener in this case get the model and run simulations. Yeah, that sounds
Right,
correct.
That was New Mexico area, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Dauphiné firm, correct?
That's correct.
And also in reviewing that P&M proposal that was adopted by former hearing examiner Glick, it's my understanding that for a party that's licensed to use Servum, in order to independently run Servum, it needs to have what's known as a minimum 20 processing cores and what's known as an SQL Server 2017 installed locally. Is that correct?
Yeah, you need to have the SQL, that's SQL SQL software, but I'm pretty sure there's a light version of that is at no cost. But yeah, you definitely need to have SQL Server on your machine. And then to simulate Servum a significant amount of runs, yeah, we would recommend having additional cores for processing.
And excuse my ignorance on technology, but what are processing cores?
So if you think about having a machine, the machine that I have in front of me, it has 8 cores. And so a core is essentially, they're able to pick up simulations and serve them, individual cases. And so imagine most of the machines that everyone here is using has at least 2 cores, but probably more.
So
Can you
to run
please spell core? I'm sorry, can you spell cores for me just so I get it right?
Yes, that's CORES, cores.
So it's fair to say that's typically not the kind of capacity that someone's going to have in their normal operation on their computer. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I can't really say. I would say most companies that we deal with have access to cores. We offer cores with our Servum Cloud. I'm pretty sure that's what NM Area utilized. They used our cloud to run simulations. So I don't see that as a huge limiting factor.
Do you know if anybody at the staff of the PRC or the commission itself has that capacity?
I do not.
How about, can you just explain briefly what a SQL Server 2017 is?
So within Servum, the backend database is a SQL database. So the SQL Server Studio is just an application that hosts that database.
And do you know whether the staff of the commission or anybody at the commission itself has a SQL Server 2017?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you review New Mexico Area Witness Dauphiné, and I'll spell that out for the court reporter, it's DAUPHINAIS. Did you review his direct testimony in this case where he addresses the results of the modeling using Servum that his company, Brubaker and Associates, performed in this case?
I did. It's been a while, but I'm generally familiar with his testimony.
Do you know if his Mr. Dauphiné's company, Brubaker and Associates, do they have a license to use Servum?
So I think they do as part of this case. And if I'm not mistaken,
you provided a license to them for this case?
they have a license, and I believe the company P&M is paying for that license. Have to confirm with Mr. Phillips, but I believe that's the way the license gets paid.
And do you know how much they've charged for that license?
Yeah, I think it was equivalent to what you said a few questions ago, probably in the $2,000 a month range is what we're charging for this case on a monthly basis. And that's just formed from a annual license fee, and we've allowed it to be prorated by month.
Okay. When were you first engaged by P&M to provide your resource adequacy and reliability analysis and your testimony in this case?
I don't have the specific date. I know we filed testimony in April. I think the majority of our work was done. Now I would have to guess the majority of our work was done in March, February and March. So probably February, but I don't know when exactly what date.
And what is the total amount provided for in your Astrape's engagement agreement with P&M for your analysis and testimony in this case?
Subject to check, but I would have to estimate from the work that's been done on this case dating back to February until today, we're probably around $100,000.
And is that based on an hourly rate?
That's correct.
And what is that hourly rate?
It varies with staff, but it's going to be the $200 to $250 type per hour consulting rate.
That's for your services as well?
That's correct.
Okay. And just to have a follow-up question, just to make sure I understand this, and this on what is meant by the criteria using Servum LOLE flex events. Is it correct that what you call LOLE flex events are typically caused by a rapid drop in solar or wind resource output over a short time or interval?
No, I mean an LOLE flex, or this kind of flexibility excursion, is a result of the system not being able to meet that movement. So let's just say we're on a day and wind and solar do drop off. We have a certain amount of resources online, and that ramping capability is not high enough to meet the next 5-minute net load period. And so that would be a flexibility violation, or an LOLE flex in the model. So an event, it's a result of the intermittent resources moving, but it's because we didn't have enough resources online to meet that ramp.
Well, I'm asking, let me ask you a little slightly differently. Do you recall that in your testimony, it was your direct testimony in the 19195 UT case, you testified that LOLE flex events are typically caused by a rapid drop in solar or wind resource output over a short time interval?
I mean, that sounds correct. Yeah, it's a result of a intermittency in wind or solar. A drop would cause the system to have to make up a ramping capability. And depending on what was on that system, there would either be an event or not, or it would be able to meet load.
And does it sound correct to you that in that 195 UT case, you testified that an LOLE flex event can result if a utility doesn't have enough fast ramping capability or energy storage to meet its net load ramps when it experiences a rapid drop in solar or wind resource output.
Can
Does
you,
that sound correct?
I mean, no, I wouldn't characterize it like that. Do you want to show me in the testimony where you're looking at?
Well, I don't really have the time. I'm just wanting to find out if you believe that's accurate. I believe that's what you testified, but I just want to know if you believe that that's an accurate description.
I mean, it's not only that we have flexible gas or storage. There's other resources that can meet ramping capability. They have a combined cycle that can meet ramping capability. They have existing aeroderivatives that can meet ramping capability. So yeah, I wouldn't characterize it as not having enough new gas or storage. It's an aggregate ramping of the system. Do we have enough resources in aggregate to manage it?
Right. I was reading from your testimony just that an LOLE flex event can result if a utility doesn't have enough fast ramping capability or energy storage to meet its net load ramps.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm going to object. I think if Mr. Throne is going to be citing to a document, but the witness should be allowed to look at the document.
Well, okay, I'll move on because it's in the document, so I'll just rely on the document. Let's move on then. Do you recall whether it's generally correct that you testified in that 195 UT case that because PNM's system is relatively small with limited interconnections, the possibility of the simultaneous forced outage of two larger units during peak conditions presents a significant risk for PNM's system compared to a larger system with more than 50 generators? Does that sound accurate to you as to what you testified in that case?
Yeah, that's correct. A smaller system who has large generators, the reliability risk of that system's going to be depending on those larger generators compared to a larger system who has significantly more generators.
All righty. Let me, could you get a hold of Onward Exhibit 5, and that is your direct testimony in the 195 UT case? Tell me when you have it and I'll get you to a page.
Okay.
And if you would go to well, first page 13, lines 1 to 11. And let me give you a chance to look at that. Tell me when you've had a chance, please.
You're just talking about the top of rows 1 through 11?
Yeah.
Okay.
And actually, you know, to make this clear, let's go back. I apologize. I'm going to go back actually to do this more in order. Go back to page 12 of that. And starting at line 1, there's a question, you know, turning now to LOLE flex, please explain its benefits and why a flexibility metric such as LOLE flex is important for liability planning. You see that? And then there's a discussion there in your answer.
I'm sorry, where are you again?
Again, I'm on page 12 of that testimony, lines 1 through 13.
Okay, my copy on page 12, the top question on page 12 goes through rows 1 through 10. Is that what you're looking at?
No, I'm looking at your rebuttal testimony.
Oh, you're on my rebuttal. I thought you were on my direct.
I'm sorry. My fault.
Page 12 of my rebuttal. Okay.
You see where the question is turning now to LOLE Flex. Please explain its benefits and lab flexibility metrics such as LOLE Flex is important for reliability planning.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, and you have an answer there, and then it goes on. The next question is, do you agree with Dr. Milligan's critiques of LOLE Flex? That begins on line 15, and it carries over to the next page. You see that?
I do.
And to save time here, I mean, that testimony was true and correct at the time you gave it, correct?
Yes, it was true and correct at the time I gave it. They're certainly different. B&M was in a different position than it is now. But yeah, that's correct.
And the discussion there, where you talk about the benefits, where you're basically responding to CCA's witness, is it accurate to say that there are still the benefits described there would still apply today?
My statements hold. I think, yeah, there's benefits in looking at flexibility. I think the amount of benefit that we're seeing today versus then is drastically changed with the additions of storage that we've already added. A lot of that flexibility benefit has been taken, if you will, by the storage that's been added to the system. All of a sudden, we're much longer flexibility on the system, and so the value of that flexibility would be a lot different today than what it was back in the 195 case when there was zero storage on the system.
Understood. And then if I could have you actually now turn to your direct testimony in that case. And that was Onward Exhibit 5. Tell me when you get there, you have that.
I'm there.
And then if you go to page 13, please. And I'm looking at lines 1 through 11. And there the question is, what are the implications of capturing 5-minute intra-hour volatility of load, wind, and solar in the model? You see that?
I see that.
And then you have your answer there. Again, to save time, does your testimony there accurately describe the implications of capturing 5-minute intra-hour volatility of load, wind, and solar in Astrape's STIRV-M model?
Yeah, that seems like still a correct
Okay, thank you.
statement of how we would capture it in STIRV.
Okay, and then if you would go on to page 14 of your testimony there, and that, again, the direct testimony of the 195 UT case, lines 1 through 8. Are you there?
I'm there.
And the question there is, what is included in total system net present value cost within the modeling. Now, you're talking about SERV-M modeling there, correct?
That's correct.
And does that accurately, your testimony and your answer there, does that accurately describe the types of 20-year annualized total system net present value costs that are captured by the SERV-M software and were presented by P&M with its direct testimony in that case?
I don't believe this answer fully gives a description of what was done in that case. I imagine there's other Q&As in this testimony that does, but for SERV-M to calculate the 20-year NPV, SERV-M is essentially a resource adequacy tool that also calculates production costs. We're running thousands and thousands of simulations when we look at a future year. So for this case, and if we were to do this again, looking at production costs, we would have to only choose a certain amount of years. I think for this case, we looked at 2023, 2028, and 2033. We looked at the production cost of those years and interpolated between to create a net present value. So we didn't run every single year. We were forced to interpolate. I think in comparison to an Encompass that does model every year and create NPV, there's a difference. But as I said earlier, during this case, we were doing some comparisons across models to ensure decisions still looked reasonable across more than one model at the time. So yeah, I don't think this gives a full picture of what was done in SERV-M for this one Q&A.
Yeah, and I was just trying to confirm that, the kinds of costs that are distinct costs. We talked about this a little earlier in my cross-examination, that under SERV-M, you're actually, you're doing modeling of production costs and other costs over a 20-year period that are different. The results will be different than what you can get from the Encompass model, correct?
Ask me one more time. Sorry, I didn't quite catch exactly what the question was.
Well, and I'm going to get to that, but I'm trying to refresh your recollection that, first of all, in that case, you did 3 different study years. I think it's reflected on page 13 of your testimony on line 17. Your 3 different study years using SERV-M were 2023, 2028, and 2033, correct?
Yeah, that definitely gives a clearer picture of what was done on page 13.
And you say there that those study years were simulated and production costs were interpolated to produce a 20-year production cost, correct?
That's correct.
And then you go on to explain, how fixed costs were modeled, et cetera. You don't need to go over all that. But what I'm trying to establish here is just to refresh your recollection, because it didn't come out quite clearly to me earlier. And we can go over, take a look at page 25 of your direct in that case. You'll see a table there that's P&M table NW-7. See that?
Yes.
And so that table, and you're actually showing the different net present value over 20 years cost of the different resource combinations that, as you say in the title, were sorted by least cost in that case. Correct?
That's correct. So in SERV-M, we took the, if you will, tier 1 and tier 2 offers from the RFP and developed, it was probably close to 100 combinations of replacement resource portfolios. And we calculated the NPV. I think one difference in SERV-M and Encompass that should probably be noted is that SERV-M, again, is more of a resource adequacy tool it doesn't have an automatic expansion planning module, if you will. So it's not going to just go create expansion plans. It can calculate production costs. And because of that, we created portfolios and looked at production cost for these 3 years and interpolated in between. That's correct.
So, and I realize there are a lot of reasons why your cost calculations under Servant will be different than under Encompass, but I just want to, as an example, see if I'm correct about this example. So for instance, if all of a sudden you have a wind resource and it's producing too much power, you don't need as much power because it's, you know, the wind is blowing whenever the wind is blowing. Sometimes a utility would have to curtail the output of that wind resource in order to balance its system, correct?
That's right, or have off-system sales. If there's more resources than load, then yeah, the model's got two solutions. It can curtail generation, or it can attempt to sell to neighbors.
Okay, and if it does curtail, in this example, for wind, there's a cost to that, to PNM and ultimately to PNM's customers, correct?
I mean, it depends on the contract. You know, I'm assuming, I have no idea what's in PNM's contracts with their wind providers, whether there's a certain amount of hours of curtailment that wouldn't be a cost, or is it a must take for all that generation? So I can't really answer that.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is one of the things that Servum flexibility modeling will provide that Encompass won't, would be if there is a cost associated with that as you run the model, and the model will determine whether or not, and it's, you know, there needs to be a curtailment. If there is a cost, it'll model that cost, correct?
I know Servo models that cost. I don't know exactly how Encompass does it. I know Encompass captures the flexibility of resources as inputs. Certainly, you'd have to ask an Encompass expert, or Mr. Phillips probably in this case would be able to better answer what Encompass is doing. Servum is certainly calculating the cost of what it costs for resources to meet load on a 5-minute basis. And if curtailment occurs, then that could impact the results.
Okay. Mr. Wintermantle, would you agree with me that, you know, looking forward in a particular PNM supply side resource adequacy case, if this commission wanted to consider any alternative or additional combinations of replacement resources to whatever combination of resources were proposed by PNM, LOLE flex analysis using Servum or some other reliable software that allows the operator to measure the flexibility costs and benefits of those resources would benefit the commission in terms of comparing those different portfolios.
Would I promote the flexibility metrics that Servum has come up with, that we have developed? Sure. But, you know, as part of the 195 case, essentially the commission and hearing examiner determined that LA Flex wasn't an industry standard, and they didn't rely on it for its resource decisions.
Now, I know you're referring to the footnote 62 in the recommended decision part 2 in the 195 UT case, right? That's what you're talking about, where the hearing examiner talked about what they were going to rely on in their recommended decision in that case?
Yeah, that's correct. I think they clearly stated they only were going to rely on LOLE cap, which I would agree was more binding in that case and is certainly more binding in this case.
But would you agree to me there was nothing in that footnote that said indicated to PNM we're not interested in even considering LOLE flex metrics or anything similar on flexibility going forward to compare portfolios in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't explicitly state that, but they could be assumed that at least in that case, they were not going to use that metric.
Right, and I think we already talked about in your rebuttal testimony to the CCA witness, you explained that, I mean, you explained and you acknowledge that, well, it's not an industry standard for achieving reliability in a particular year, but the benefits of it is comparing different portfolios in terms of the relative cost and benefits, correct?
Yeah, can we go to that rebuttal?
Sure.
Just want to understand exactly what we said there. So it looks like on page 12, that first Q&A, we're really just kind of defining what LOE flex and essentially just saying it's a reasonable means of comparing across portfolios. And in the next Q&A, do I agree with Dr. Milliken's critiques? You know, I think one of the big takeaways here is that on row 18, we say in general, resource portfolios with quick start gas and or storage units, such as PNM scenario 1, can manage the unexpected ramps in an efficient manner and demonstrate an LOE flex of 0.2 or better. The more binding reliability metric in PNM's analysis was LOE cap. So essentially, no resources or portfolios were thrown out that had any type of quick start gas or storage due to this flex metric. So I don't want to overstate even I think what we were saying in this case of how critical it was. Certainly, I think it's a reasonable method to try to explore the difference in the flexibility between portfolios.
Okay. Now if I can have you go to your direct testimony in this case. And if you would go to page 9, please. Tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
And starting at line 17, carrying down to the end of the page, you're asked and answered the question, what was your role in assessing the Palo Verde replacement portfolios? You see that?
Yep, I see it.
Yeah. It's correct, is it not, that the only portfolios that you're referring to there were the two portfolios described by Mr. Phillips in his direct testimony, that is the no new combustion portfolio proposed by PNM and the technology neutral portfolio that's described by Mr. Phillips.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. So you did not provide PNM with or present to the commission in your direct testimony in this case any LOLE capacity reliability analysis of any other combinations of resources proposed by bidders in response to PNM's 2020 RFP, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yep. So CERVM served as a check to what was performed in Encompass to ensure the system would be reliable for customers in 2023.
And again, going back to what this term effective load carrying capability that you calculated Your testimony indicates that the effective load carrying capability of a resource determines the reliability contribution of that resource compared to a perfect resource that is available in all hours of the year. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Now, is it correct? And I believe there's some reference, and I know, you know, again, you're in your company's effective load carrying capability and planning reserve margin analysis was also the same one used in the 2020 IRP. Is it correct, and I'm getting this out of the 2020 IRP, is it correct that the reason why the marginal effective load carrying capability value of solar resources declines is that as the penetration on PNM system increases, it's because by 2022, the timing of PNM's net peak period will have shifted nearly entirely into the evening hours when solar resources will not be available to produce?
Yes, that's correct. As we add more and more solar, the net load, which I define as gross load, so total customer load minus your renewable resources, will shift to later in the day. Going back to your question right before this, just the definition of ELCC, I would like to just read what's directly out of my testimony.
That's page 3.
Is that what you read?
I was reading from page 3, line 17 to 18.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah.
That's
So that's
exactly
correct.
Yeah, I'm not trying to trick you here. I'm trying to move along and get you to confirm what I already know, but maybe not the hearing examiner with all the hundreds and hundreds of pages of testimony. Okay. I think you answered my last question about why the effective load carrying capability of solar is declining. And I'm also getting this also from the 2020 PNM IRP. Is it correct that as indicated in your analysis in that IRP, the reason why the marginal effective load carrying capability value of wind resources is limited is because of its intermittency and high variability, and the fact that wind energy production is often not available to PNM during periods of peak demand that are most constrained for resource adequacy? Does that sound correct to you?
Yep, that sounds correct.
Okay. And then moving on to the storage, again, I'm getting this out of PNM's 2020 IRP, that the reason why the marginal effective load carrying capability value of battery storage resources declines as that penetration on PNM system increases is the fact that as storage progressively flattens the shape of PNM's net load, it must extend its output across broader and broader time horizons, constituting a reduction of the value of a resource with a fixed duration, for example, a 4-hour storage, but can also be understood as a need for longer duration storage to retain higher capacity credits. Does that sound accurate to you?
Yes, I would agree with that.
So, and just to be clear, because I certainly did not understand this till I read quite a bit through the IRP, and even more so than your testimony, I didn't understand why there was a declining ELCC for storage, but this explains that description there, which is, by the way, and for the benefit of the commission, that description I just read is in the 2020 PNM IRP. That's PNM Exhibit NLP-1, which is the June 14th supplement to Mr. Phillips' testimony in this case, and it's at pages 126 through 129. But getting back to my question is so we have a situation where as you add more storage, let's say you add storage that has a rated capacity of 40 megawatts, but as you add more, it's actually going to have, it may have less effective load carrying capability in the year in the year it's installed than its rated capacity. Is that correct?
That's correct. So if I build a 100 megawatt storage unit, based on our analysis in the IRP, the ELCC is going to be likely less than 100 megawatts.
And if the PNM continues to add storage as opposed to let's say gas, firm gas, can you say whether or not that effective load carrying capability of the additional storage will further decline, or is that just depend on what you can model using survey?
Yeah, I think we've kind of already said this. Yeah, if we keep adding storage, we're going to flatten the net load shape, and we're going to need higher duration storage. So if we just keep adding the same storage duration, that ELCC will decline.
All right, can I interject real quickly, Mr. Throne? I had a question for the very subject you're asking about. I don't mean to take over your thing, but I mean, there's a picture, there's a diagram in here at NW2. This is your direct testimony, in this case, Mr. Wintermantel. It's page 4 of 37. On PNM exhibit Nick Wintermantel number 2. There's a box there. Table ES.1 ELCC results.
What page? I'm sorry, Mr. Hearingson, I'm trying to find it. What page is it?
So direct testimony of Nick Wintermantel, and then it's NW-2. So go to NW-2 in the back, and then they have the pages are up there in the top right-hand corner. So page 4 of 37.
Thank you, sir.
And then I think the point you're making, Mr. Throne, if I'm not mistaken, is that illustrated there in the battery nameplate capacity, and then as we go up, the ELCC declines.
Yeah, that's correct. Table ES1 shows the decline and how we would expect it to decline.
That's good. So I mean, I just want to understand. Could you? So Mr. Thorne was, I'll give you some credit on your cross-examination, Mr. Thorne. But like, I was going to ask you a question about this. Like, I'm not sure I understand why if there's more, is the effective load carrying capability declining?
Yeah. So if we think about, I'll try my best. So we think about a net load curve that's got a peak to it. Now, we'll probably have one somewhere in this, but let's just imagine this summer peak. That's late in the day for PNM. We've taken load, we removed solar and wind. We've got a fairly narrow peak late in the day. That's when our resource adequacy risk is going to be. It's the highest net load that the rest of the fleet has to serve. So all my other conventional generation that's dispatchable has to serve. Well, that battery, it's going to serve that peak. So let's say I have a 2-hour battery. It's going to serve that peak. And now my net load curve is going to be flatter because of that battery. So now that I have a flatter net load curve, really the next resource, that 2 hours is not going to be able to serve as much of my peak, because now my new net peak is going to be longer in duration. I've kind of chopped off that needle peak, call it 2 hours, maybe it's getting 100%. So at that worst risk of my day, battery's doing its job, it's getting full capacity credit. But because now it has done that, my next peak is now wider duration. So if I add another battery, 2 hours not going to get the job done. I'm going to need something larger. And so if you continue to add 4-hour battery, you can imagine my net load peak might be 8 hours wide now. It started at 2 hours, but now I've made it go 8 hours. And so I really need at that point a long duration storage resource or a fully dispatchable resource, such as a gas unit that I can turn on all day if I need it. The short-term duration doesn't solve my problem anymore.
I mean, I've heard the words. I probably have to absorb that a little bit. Maybe perhaps Mr. Throne's comment about reading the IRP documents will be helpful. I mean, I guess the only question I would have is, you know, I was looking at some of the pictures Mr. Schlag has presented, and you know, he has you can see quite clearly when solar kicks in, all the effect is really at the end of the day is to push that net peak to later in the afternoon. But then I thought I understood that the battery would then kick in and solve that net peak, and then I guess I'm just not seeing the next step where you're saying somehow that's diminishing the load carrying capability of the battery itself. But it just might be something that I need some time.
Well, give me one more second. If you want to go to page 30 of NW-2.
Okay.
So figure 13, what we're really trying to kind of show, hey, we need longer duration. So the top gross load, that's just customer load as we see it. We peak an hour, 14, 15, 16. Then we add in all this renewable. You can see now I've got this peaky net load shape there in kind of red, pink color. Well, the final line says I've already added 1,500 megawatts of storage to that line. Now look at what my next resource needs to meet. My resource adequacy risk now can almost occur in any hour of the day because that load's so flat. So the next resource that I bring on really needs to be able to cover almost the entire day. So the battery's done its job. It's flattened that red curve, but it's flattened it so much now I really need a resource that can run almost all the time, which is another reason why when you add lots and lots of solar, battery pairs well with it, because you can just see going from the top gross load to the red line, I've made my peak load very narrow. And so the battery actually gets some synergistic value with the solar when I go from the gross load to the net load. Now my battery, because if I just had the gross load and no solar, I would need a pretty good duration to cover that gross load peak.
Okay.
Then I add on my solar and renewable, my battery actually gets some benefit, provides more capacity value to me. But there's a point, and this is where I believe Mr. Slog, Mr. Falgren, and I think even Mr. Nagel touched on it. You know, at some point you're going to need some firm capacity resource. Your storage doesn't do the trick, or really long duration storage. You know, we're probably not there yet. We've got a lot of firm capacity. PNM already has a lot of firm capacity. We're really talking about that high RPS scenario where we've eliminated almost all our firm capacity, and we're just going to try to serve the system with renewable and storage. That scenario, if we've only got 4 hour duration, that's where we're going to have reliability problems.
Okay, and just for the record purposes, I'm going to go back and obviously read all this testimony again as I think about all these questions. I'm not sure that our colors exactly match, and it might be just me, the printer I'm working on, you know, reformats colors. But so I have the gross load at the far left, and then I have a color called net renewables, which appears yellow in my copy. And then on the right, I have net renewables and storage in the description of the three things that are occurring on this. So I guess, is yours, which one is in the middle for you? Net renewables, and what color is that?
Yeah, net renewables, I think that matches your yellow. It's
yellow,
kind of
and then I
red.
have net renewables and storage on my copy is blue. You're saying it's pink?
No, sorry, the net renewables, the middle one is.
Oh,
the
sorry,
pink
net
one.
renewables and storage, the last of the three.
Yeah, it's the last, and it's the flattest line on here.
And what color is that on your copy?
It's kind of a turquoise, and the gross
Okay.
load is kind of a navy. So
Yes.
sorry
good.
about that.
No, that's okay. I'm going to go back and read all this later. So I just wanted to have you say that so that I know when I go back and think about this further. All right, Mr. Throne, I paused your cross-examination so you can go back at it.
No, I'm glad you did, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I believe me, maybe, hopefully you're starting to appreciate why I've asked for as much time as I have. This stuff, I mean, my questions are based on hundreds of hours of reading through this stuff that I'm sure you have not had the opportunity to do. And I'm trying to do my best within my time constraints to explain something that I think is really important. So let me follow up with this witness, because I think you could look at this figure 13 and you can study it till the cows come home. But what's more important is what we think is the significance of this.
Sure.
So Mr. Wintermantel, and I'm interested in, and we'll get to this also with Mr. Schlag, because he talks in his testimony about the fact that there will be implications that will result from the commission's approval of the solar and storage resources proposed. If they approve those resources in this case, there will be implications regarding the types of resources and the amount of those resources that PNM will need going forward to meet its planning reserve margin requirements. Would you generally agree with that?
Yeah, and I think I agree with that. And you're going to do this in a chronological time period. You're going to add more resources. You're going to get a second look. You're going to get more information every couple of years. There's no way of knowing today what the system's going to exactly look like in 2035. So we have to make assumptions. And so, yeah, as we get closer to that period, we know more information, and then we go through RFP process like we've done here.
And so along those lines, and we've already had some discussion about what the effective load carrying capability will be of the 450 megawatts of new solar that are being proposed by the company in this case. But on a more simplified level, and to kind of put some context into the hearing examiner's questions, basically what you and Mr. Schlag, and for that matter, Mr. Phillips, are all telling the commission in your testimony in this case is that as PNM goes forward, in order to meet its reliability requirements, it's going to have two choices: either getting increasing amounts of solar and increasing amounts of storage with longer durations, at whatever those things, whatever that capacity cost, or firm gas. Isn't that correct?
We don't know what technology is going to be out there, but yes, certainly longer duration storage, whether that's pump storage, and then some type of dispatchable combustion resource, whether that's hydrogen or gas. You're going to need something more than 4-hour storage. And that's what the kind of time we're buying. You don't know what's going to be out there technology wise, and how we're going to make that last. I think Mr. Fahlgren said 20-30%. That the concern is when you start retiring all your firm resources that you have today, and you are stuck with renewable and storage, and you get to this blue curve, that's what concerns us from a resource adequacy perspective. You're going to need something dispatchable, something long duration. Yep.
And it's correct, is it not, that at least currently, as far as PNM and storage with capacity longer than 4 hours is more expensive than storage with capacity for 4 hours or less?
Yeah, I mean, today, if you compare across them, sure, but I don't know that 8-hour storage in 5 years is going to be substantially higher than the 4-hour we're buying now. Just don't know the answer to that.
Right. By the way, did you listen in when Mr. Wintermantel? I'm sorry, Mr. Fahlgren. I guess I'm getting blurry-eyed at this point. Mr. Fahlgren said that he expected, I believe he said 15 years from now, the cost of solar was going to be more than it is now. Assuming he said that, would you agree with that?
I can't answer that. I mean, they're certainly getting lots of investment tax credits today, keeping prices lower. So to the extent those go away, but yeah, I'm not an expert in there.
Okay.
I think we're certainly all estimating what's going to happen out past 2035.
And would you agree with me as a general proposition, looking at modeling and the kind of information that the commission should consider, that the ultimate challenge for the commission is, and for PNM is, how does it make its transition to a carbon-free portfolio, whether that be 2040 or even earlier, per the commitments in the merger case? How do you get there in the most cost-effective manner that also ensures reliability? Is that a fair statement?
Sure. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, we're on NW2, as long as we're here. Go to page 23, if you would. And again, I mean, I'm being mindful here not only of the fact that Mr. Ryan is relatively new to this stuff, and whereas some of us have been exposed to it for a while, but I want to just ask you to explain for the commission so they understand this. You've got table 5 and you have a describing ancillary services there. See that? Can you explain to the commission what the regulation down and regulation up requirements are that you refer to there, and whose requirements are they?
Yeah, so PNM, the balancing area, has to meet certain ancillary services, is what we're calling them here, but you'll also hear them called operating reserves. And so you've got different categories of this. Regulation up and down. Essentially, it's still a ramping capability. So when I think about regulation up, it's if I calculate all the resources that are on given this current hour. So let's just say we went to go look at PNM's resources during this hour. What is its 10-minute ramping capability? But regulation also has to be met by resources that have AGC capability, which is the acronym is left me, but it essentially means the resource is fully dispatchable and controlled by the operator. They can peg whatever megawatt amount they want, and so they're looking at.
Is that automatic generation control?
That's correct. Thank you. And so, yeah, that's all we're doing. We're looking at the system, and we want to make sure we have enough ramping capability on the system to meet our regulation. Spinning, as defined in our model, is the same as regulation, except for it doesn't have to be an AGC unit. Ultimately, most conventional generators are on AGC, so it could meet both of those. And so, yeah, if you have more ancillary services, more of this ramping capability when you're operating, you're going to better be able to meet any unforeseen fluctuations in solar, wind, etc.
Okay.
Or even a generator outage. It's also there for if the generator fails. I've got some ramping capability to manage my system and stay reliable.
And for the benefit of the commission, when you refer to this being a balancing authority requirement, that's a requirement that PNM has where it's balancing its load not only for its retail customers in New Mexico, but also for its wholesale customers. Is that correct?
I'm just not the right person. I mean, the balancing area, all these operating reserves are meeting specific NERC, NERC standards. As far as all the load, I would assume you're correct, Mr. Throne, but I don't have the details of exactly what all is included from a wholesale perspective.
Okay, and when you talk about 10-minute, looking again at the definition of regulation up. Let's look at that requirement. 10-minute products served by units with AGC capability. By the way, do you know whether or not the Valencia facility has got AGC capability?
I would assume it does. I would assume all the conventional fleet is operating on AGC.
Okay, and so that would take into account in terms of how much output a particular plant can provide within 10 minutes from a cold start, correct?
No. No, this is online reserves. So the unit is synced to the grid. There's a difference between quick start reserves, which is at the bottom of page table 5. That's a different requirement. That would be the 10-minute capability of a unit to be able to start up in 10 minutes. There's also online reserve requirements. But you asked me the question, Mr. Throne, but the regulation is already synced to the grid, 10-minute ramping.
Yeah, the reason why I was trying to clarify, sort of gotten to it, is the regulation up requirement is a distinct requirement than the quick start reserves requirement that you define at the bottom of that table, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I was just trying to, but the regulation up requirement does take into account how much product can be served by units within 10 minutes, even if it doesn't have quick start capability. That's like minimum demand requirements. Is that correct?
I don't think I heard the first part of your question. Are you talking about regulation up?
Yes, I'm just trying to get clear on the record, because each ancillary services in general are things that have to be taken into account, and that they're a benefit of, resources either have those benefits or they don't. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, they have different, every resource has a different ramp rate, different minimum capacity level that it can turn down to, which attributes to being able to serve these services.
Okay, so I was just trying to make clear the distinction between the ancillary service described as regulation up requirement, or for that matter, regulation down, and quick start reserves. What's the distinction you're making between those descriptions there?
So the quick start reserves are offline resources, as kind of defined in the table here, served by units who are offline and can turn on in 10 minutes. But regulation, while it doesn't explicitly say it here, are resources that are already synced to the grid and online and can just ramp from their current status in 10 minutes. And so when we think about 2023, and we've got 600 megawatts of storage, which can serve any of these. It can serve quick start, or it can serve reg up and reg down. You can see these requirements are much more easily met now that we've added all this storage, compared to when we were really having to stack up what was our current status of our aeroderivatives and combined cycles on our fleet. It's a much easier service to meet now that we've added so much storage.
Okay, and so again, just to make sure I'm understanding your testimony correctly, a resource that has offers quick start reserves and serves that quick start reserve requirement described there, that would be an additional ancillary service benefit to a resource that only satisfies the regulation up requirement.
Yes, the BA carries a different, sometimes it's called non-spinning reserve, but it's an offline quick start capability. Yeah, it's a different service.
Thank you. And again, just to be clear, because I know this technical stuff sometimes escapes a lot of us, is when you refer to it as offline, it just means it's not yet synced to the utilities grid. Is that correct? Synchronized to it.
That's right. It's not committed, not turned on.
And for instance, you understand that, for instance, a resource like Valencia, even though it's owned by a third party, the control of when that's dispatched and the timing of that, PNM has that control under its power purchase agreement. Is that your general understanding of how that works?
I assume there's terms and conditions in the PPA that rule the dispatch of that resource, and capabilities. I mean, it sounded like from Mr. Falgren's testimony that was actually a lot of significant amount of constraints on that resource in the current PPA.
All right, I just have a few more questions, and this has to do with some of the information on your resume. So this is your exhibit NW-1, if we could go to that.
Okay.
And on my hard copy, here we go. Okay. I want to ask you about the reference on page 3. I think it's page 3. Yeah, page 3 of your resume. It talks about you list research projects you performed for the Electric Power Research Institute, or EPRI, that's in capital letters, EPRI. And you say studying reliability and flexibility requirements needed with increased penetration of intermittent resources in 2013. And then it says, and the risk-based system reliability metric framework that you created in 2014 that is still in use today. You see that?
I do.
Now, is it correct that the EPRI is an American independent nonprofit organization that conducts research and development related to the generation, delivery, and use of electricity to help address challenges in electricity, including reliability, efficiency, affordability, health, and safety? Is that a generic? I got that off of Wikipedia, but
Yeah,
is that
so good to check. Yeah, they're
Okay.
a research organization.
Okay, and then when you refer to the risk-based system reliability metrics framework that you refer to there, does that include not only the LOLE cap, but also the LOLE flex and LOLH flex metrics that can be measured using SERVM?
I'm not sure if we started designating it as LOLE flex in 2013. This was probably when we first started looking at 5-minute dispatch and trying to create uncertainty to understand the system ramping. I know we did some work in this time period where, we started developing these metrics.
So we said earlier that it's still in use today. So is EPRI? Are you still doing work with EPRI that uses the flexibility metrics that you've described?
Not currently, but yeah. So I think this work has evolved into the metrics that we have in SERVM today, certainly.
Do you work with any other utilities that are using your flexibility metrics currently?
Yeah, there's a few that look at flexibility.
And what utilities are they?
Trying to think if I'm liberty to say.
Well, I don't want you to divulge any. I
Yeah.
just want to understand whether you're doing flexibility metric modeling for them. I don't want you to get into anything proprietary, but
Yeah. I mean, we've done renewable integration studies for other companies.
and these are companies that are looking as PNM is and the state of New Mexico is toward trying to get to integrating more and more renewables and storage to get to a zero carbon portfolio. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think they just want to understand the impact of the volatility that renewables bring to net load.
Thank you, Mr. Minterman. I appreciate your responses, and I conclude that concludes my cross-examination, Mr. Ryan.
Thank you. And you had 13 minutes left, so I'll make note of it in any case, but we're going to be squeaking through this whole time, I think. All right, so Ms. Nanasi, you've requested 10 minutes with Mr. Wintermantle.
Yes, thank you. All right. Many of my questions actually have been asked and answered. So, but I only have 10 minutes with you anyway. Could we, good afternoon, Mr. Wintermantle. My name is Mariel Nanasi, for the record, from New Energy Economy. Could you please turn to page 7 of your testimony, line 17 to 20. And here you're explaining that because PNM is connected to other regions for market support of alternative resources, it can reduce its reserve margin. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Does having the ability to import more megawatts during net load peak hours, particularly in the late summer afternoons, decrease the reserve margin necessary to have on PNM system?
Yeah, I think we clearly state in my testimony, Mr. Phillips' testimony, that imports are a sensitive assumption in the reserve margin planning. So to the extent that moves around, certainly the reserve margin can shift. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
And isn't that actually what's reflected on your table on page 8? Shows exactly what you just said.
That's correct.
There is a balance between having greater reserves on the system compared to meeting high net load peak on the day ahead and real-time spot markets, correct?
I'm not sure I followed the question. I'm sorry. Can you try again?
Yeah, sorry. There is a balance between having, in order to meet the reserve margin that is necessary, there's a balance between having more resources on the system versus purchases for net load peak on the day ahead in real-time spot markets. Is that correct?
I mean, when I think of these PRM numbers, they're more for year ahead planning and 3 years ahead planning. So certainly the utility has a decision to make, the commission has a decision to make of if I'm going to meet these reserve margins, do I want to meet them with contracted firm capacity or capacity owned by the utility, or do I want to rely on day ahead and non-firm purchases, which have no firmness to them? So obviously the neighbors of PNM are not doing resource planning for PNM. You're essentially hoping and counting that there will be some diversity benefit between you and your neighbor. So yeah, there's certainly a decision to be made there. If PNM was an island, we show that you would need to carry a PRM UCAP of 23%. And where we've fallen as the recommendation is that we're going to have a 18% PRM UCAP, which essentially says those uncertain purchases may or may not be there, are lowering our reserve margin by 5% from 23% down to 18%. There's certainly more certainty around going out and getting firm contracts or owning the capacity yourself.
Is there a corresponding financial analysis with the energy analysis that's in this record, like your table 8?
table?
I mean, table on page 8, sorry, table on page 8, that's what I meant.
Okay. No, we did not look at the economics in this analysis. It was purely reliability.
Okay, and on page 8, between line 16 and 17, here you say it is not prudent to overly depend on day ahead or real-time market purchases for resource adequacy needs. And the example that you give is that that other neighboring markets might have the same similar weather issues. Right? That's the example you gave for that.
Yeah, especially, it sounds like I say when surrounding regions are experiencing similar weather conditions, you know, essentially, what was their question?
That's the example you gave about that.
That's correct.
That wouldn't be prudent. Is there other reasons you do not have for relying on greater megawatt imports?
Sure. So we certainly have historical data that shows, you know, and Mr. Phillips, I think, is the one who sponsored all the analysis on that. But in 2020, you certainly have periods where PNM could not get capacity during those net load peaks. Neighbors are certainly not looking to plan their systems to meet PNM's peak. So I think there's several reasons. Some of that capacity that could be elsewhere could go somewhere else. So it's a bit of a game of musical chairs if you're going to take that risk. Is that capacity going to be there? There's also declining reserve margins out in the future. More and more utilities, maybe they've been long, they haven't had to add capacity in a while, and now they're having to add capacity. I think 2020, what we saw across the West, certainly gives me pause on wanting to rely too heavily on neighboring resources. So something that definitely should be.
Are you referring to what happened in Texas? Is that what you're referring to?
No, I'm talking about the outages in California, but you bring up a good point in Texas as well. But I think PNM was probably more impacted by the summer heat wave last year in August, when there were firm load shed events in California. They essentially do rely on heavily imports. I mean, I think there's always going to be a combination of issues that cause these events, whether it's you relied too much on imports, your generators didn't perform, you missed the load forecast. It's those type of events that we really need to avoid. And the ERCOT one was certainly disastrous last year.
Yeah, so I just have like 3 more questions. So the 18% reserve margin, who decided on that?
So the model results produced that 18% reserve margin.
Okay. While you may believe that actual 50 megawatt imports should not be relied on, specifically for June loads, for instance, you would agree that having higher megawatt imports should be modeled for comparison's sake, wouldn't you?
In what manner? Modeled modeled for what?
For reliability, for cost, for resource generation combinations. That's all I'm asking you. Don't you think that there should be models so that you could say, okay, here's what happened when we included 50 megawatts. Here's when we included 100 megawatts. Here's what when we included 300 megawatts. Here's the different cost differentials, so that PNM and then ultimately the interveners and commission, staff and commission, could decide between which makes the most sense, which combination of resources with which combination of imports makes the most sense in terms of reliability, in terms of cost.
I mean, I think on page 8, we certainly explore lots of different options relative to market imports. When I think about setting the reserve margin, though, it is based on a reliability standard. It is kind of the starting point for resource planning. We're going to determine what our reliability needs to be. We looked at some different sensitivities here, and then that tells us when we should build more capacity.
And, okay.
Ms. Massey, last question. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, perfect. So could you please just look at P&M Exhibit 6, which is a direct testimony of Mr. Phillips on page 35, which is his P&M figure NLP4.
Yes, hold on 1 second. It logged me out. Let me get right back in real quick.
Okay.
This was which of his testimony, Mr. Massey?
It is P&M Exhibit 6 in this case, Mr. Phillips's testimony. And that's on page 35. It's the.
This is direct testimony. Yeah, thanks.
Yes.
Got it.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Tell me when you're there, okay?
Almost.
Page 35.
Yes, please.
Of the testimony or the exhibit? I'm sorry. Let's see.
Testimony.
Yeah, direct testimony, Nicholas Phillips, page 35. It's 4 boxes.
I'm there.
Thank you. Does the ELCC amounts shown in these boxes reflect capacity of these specific resources standalone or in combination with the other resources presumed to be on P&M system in 2023?
You need to check with Mr. Phillips, but my understanding is this is the ELCCs that we developed for this, for these lower level of penetrations. So essentially 2023 through 2025, these years, they would be a function of looking at the portfolio together for the existing, and then the next marginal resource would be what this is. But you're gonna have to check with Mr. Phillips. But when we did our ELCC analysis, I can say that for the existing fleet that was already committed to, if you will, through PPAs, we looked at the ELCC of the combined existing fleet, so wind, solar, and battery together. And then we looked at them individually. And in that way, we can divvy out the diversity benefits. I assume this is the next marginal look. So it's going to probably be the marginal resource for the next solar that was added, the next battery that was added.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Sure.
Hey, is Miss Beatles there? Yes, there she is. Great. So you requested 15 minutes, Miss Beatles. Can't hear you, Miss Beatles. You're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Wintermantel.
Good afternoon, Ms. Beatles.
I represent Western Resource Advocates in this case, and we did not file testimony of an expert, but assuming that the hearing examiner allows briefing, we will.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Allow.
Audio's not so great.
Is there background noise? What's wrong?
No, it's just you're kind of choppy and a little bit broken up, Miss Beatles.
I'm a little concerned because there's a leaf blower outside my window. So
Okay.
if it continues, I will borrow Pat's headset maybe.
That's better, actually.
Okay. All right. So I represent Western Resource Advocates, and assuming that the hearing examiner allows briefing, we will in all likelihood take a position on whether the proposed resources in this case should be approved. There is some background noise, isn't there?
Yeah.
Could you maybe turn your volume up? Can you try that? Because it sounds like it goes in and out and
Can you hear me now? Okay.
It's better. I think it's when Mr. Wintermantle has his stuff on, there's some sort of thing that's happening between those two. But in any event,
Okay, so let me just start with my questions then. Mr. Wintermantle, I'm curious, I can't help but asking, if you find yourself at a cocktail party or a high school reunion, a school fundraiser, and someone says, hey, Nick, what did you end up doing? Or what do you do for a living? How do you describe it to someone who doesn't have a background in this?
Right. So is that a real response? You want me to respond?
Yes, I really want to know.
Yeah.
Because
I
I
mean,
want to be
generally-
able to explain it, right?
Sure. So my 2-minute elevator speech is we help utilities determine how many additional power plants to build. So how much capacity to build to be able to meet their customers' needs. There's a lot of uncertainty around what can happen in the future. And so we're looking at that peak day when everybody's air conditioner's on and things fail. Do we have enough capacity to meet that load? That's my general 30-second.
Thank you for that. So I see from your resume that you have over 20 years of experience in utility planning and electric market modeling, right?
That's correct.
And it sounded like from your answers earlier today that, and I did not know this if this is true, that Astrape is the developer of CertM.
So we developed the model now. The model was originally developed within the Southern Company. Astrape took over the model in 2005 and has taken it to commercialize it and develop it ever since. And now we own the model.
Mm-hmm. So CertM, the software, was written under the development and what was written while it was owned by Southern, or originally for Southern, right?
That's correct. Southern Company began the development of it in the 1980s. So it's been around a long time.
Okay.
Certainly lots of changes since. But
is there any CertM specific training that you or another provider offers?
yes, so for our client users, we set up training on an as needed basis. So they request it and we'll set aside 4 to 8 hours and provide training, go through the model and show them all the ins and outs.
And do you ever offer training to individuals or groups who aren't your clients, for example, a commission staff?
Trying to think if we actually have, I mean, the California Utility Commission, they're a client, obviously they license the model, so we do training, but essentially they kind of go hand in hand. Ms. Beatles, if somebody's wanting to use the model, it's certainly a client. So have we had many folks reach out who want to understand the model and don't plan to use it? We probably haven't.
Okay, so you don't offer or sell training independent of the model?
We don't look for those opportunities, but we would certainly be open to it if somebody approached us and wanted us to provide training. We would certainly provide kind of our time and materials to do so.
And when you do offer a training session to your clients, what is involved in terms of time?
Yeah, so it can be, depending on the client's knowledge, it can be as little as 3-hour session. I think this year for P&M, we did 2 or 3 hour sessions. Maybe it was just 2. But essentially you never need more than 12 hours. And for anybody to sit and listen to me talk for 12 hours. We usually try to break it up. But yeah, I would say average is 8 hours.
So is that training to develop the model or to perform a run, or is that training to understand?
To understand and perform runs, certainly not to develop. We see that as our job. We don't distribute the code to our clients. So it's definitely user oriented, being able to make runs, understand inputs, outputs.
So you were asked by PNM to model the resource adequacy of the proposed resource for 2023, right?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
You were asked by PNM to model the resource adequacy of the proposed resources for 2023, right?
That's correct.
And you use SERVM for that, right?
Correct.
And what is the distinction between resource adequacy and reliability?
That's a good question. I would say reliability is probably broader. It covers a whole host of issues. So resource adequacy would be a component of reliability.
And what would be other components of reliability?
So you have NERC operating standards, which we discussed a little bit ago with Mr. Throne. So the balancing area has to meet certain NERC standards. Sure, there's transmission standards that I'm certainly less familiar with, and then there's resource adequacy, and there's probably others.
Okay. Now, referring to the analysis or the report of the analysis that you attached as NW-2 to your testimony. So you state on page 34 of 37 of that analysis that SERVM was utilized to verify the reliability target had been achieved in 2025 and 2040 in the portfolios for 4 futures. Do you see that statement at the top of page 34?
Yes, so this is NW-2 is an appendix of the IRP. So this was portfolios developed for the IRP, which have generic resources and look at lots of different scenarios, technology neutral, no new combustion, and then several different futures within those. But correct, for those IRP scenarios, we looked at 2025 and 2040, correct?
Yes, and you attached this report to your testimony filed in this case, correct?
Yes, I think due to the decisions around reliability, especially planning reserve margin and ELCCs, I believe that's why PNM wanted me to attach this to my testimony regarding the Palo Verde replacements.
Mm-hmm. So referring to the table 13, that's on pages 36 and 37.
Okay, yes, I'm there.
And at a high level, what do the 2040 tables evaluate? I see one that refers to market access of 50 megawatts on.
I'm sorry, market what? I'm sorry. Please repeat.
The audio issues coincide with a leaf blower activity.
No, it's the feedback from Mr. Wintermantle's machine. So I wear these headsets not because I desire to look like an air traffic controller, but it somehow it's fascinating is that it's actually the tone of your voice, Miss Beatles, has real consequence when fed back into Mr. Wintermantle's mic. Besides the fact every laptop has the cheapest microphone that you can possibly purchase. So investing in a headset for these hearings you should all do it. And just join the air traffic controller club because we're super awesome like that.
So I can look cool too.
Yes. Honestly, it makes a world of difference. So anyway, so Mr. Wintermantel muted. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Wintermantel, please describe at a high level the two images on table 13 referring to the year 2040. And tell me what they evaluate.
Yeah, so give me 2 seconds here, just reading the paragraph before. So this is the no new combustion cases. We're showing the resource adequacy risk by month and hour for 2025 and 2040 for different market assumptions. And so in 2040, what we see is that if we only limit the market purchases during those hours 19 through 22 across the summer, if you read the rest of our report, we're also limiting the purchases on just high load days, even outside of those hours, from 200 to 300 megawatts. But we're not doing anything in the months January through May, October, November, December. We're not limiting market imports. So that plot, the figure on the bottom of 36 just shows, okay, this is where the resource adequacy risk would lie. But what we noticed in the model is that when we add so much of this solar by 2040, if we were to remove market purchases altogether, the risk actually kind of shifts to non-solar hours, correct? But because we had the same, if you will, external market framework in this chart, we didn't show any risk during the nighttime hours because there were periods where we may needed to purchase 600 megawatts at night because we still had the 2025 type framework, what we thought the neighbors would look like during that time period. We didn't go, this was just a sensitivity, so we didn't go and really remodel what we thought would happen in 2040 because it's a very difficult thing to do to understand what's going to happen in 2040. But when we add all this solar, we would expect our risk to be at night, right? So we wanted to add one more sensitivity to the end, which if we flip to page 37 and says, because already in 2040, and I'm sorry for flipping back and forth, but if you go to table 12, the reliability for the 50 megawatt net peak column in 2040 for the no new combustion CTP case is that the reliability is, the LOE is very low. The reliability is very good in that scenario. And again, we realize we're in 2040, things have changed. And so we wanted to see, well, what happens if we can't make all those purchases at night? So our neighbors are in the exact same situation as us. They've added all this solar. We can't put our head in the sand and say, hey, we can really go get 600 megawatts from them. They may be in the exact same situation as us. So we wanted to look at this last table just to see, and this is kind of what we would more expect. So if we were to even model PNM as an island, we would expect something like this. When you add in all this renewable, all this solar, if we look at 37, all our risk becomes really during non-solar hours, and that's kind of the map we were expecting. And you can see the reliability of the 200 megawatt limit goes up substantially for the no new combustion case, which is what you would expect if you're not able to kind of have this unlimited purchase capability at night. Because currently there is excess at night. We're not to that 2040 picture yet where every PNM and its neighbors are mostly solar, wind, storage, and penetrations are exceptionally high. That was a long answer, Ms. Beals, but that's my best.
Thank you. So could you have, using CERVEM, modeled a 2040 future that included all the same assumptions, but included the Palo Verde least interest that PNM is giving up, the 114 megawatts, and not the resources that are being proposed in this case? Could you have modeled that?
So all this was set up with the IRP data and assumptions. So it had the Encompass portfolios spit out for these 8 different scenarios. All that was there. For the Palo Verde case, we had only done 2023. So we got a new Encompass expansion plan. And all my work was scoped out to look at 2023. So for me to do that, we certainly would have had to go build out the rest of the plan through 2040 using the new portfolio that came out of Encompass. But that would have been what the process that would have had to be done. It wouldn't that we'd be able to rely on this 2040 analysis. We would have had to go and get the Encompass data and build that out and model a 2040 run. But I think for the Palo Verde case, since we were just defining what is the need in 2023, we did not go past 2023 using the Palo Verde expansion plan, replacement expansion plan.
So you could have done it, but that's not what you did do.
That's right. Yes. We could have gone and taken the Encompass portfolio, modeled that out. I do think we would have had to get resources on what would need to be. Well, I think we would just kind of need to know what the expansion plan would look like. So I guess we could take Encompass. I need to think about it. There's probably some other missing pieces in that, but it is not something we were really set up for 2040 with the Encompass replacement portfolio.
Ms. Beatles, your time expired, but if you want to ask a few more questions, that's fine.
Let me ask one more then. Thank you.
Sure.
So are you saying that in order to model 2040, the entire simulation must be defined?
Yep. So to model 2040, yeah, the entire system would have to be defined. So you need, what is the load forecast? What are the resources that are going to exist during that 2040 year? And as you see here, we even did some market import variations on this 2040 year. So yeah, all that needs to be defined.
And in order to define all that, could you do it without the SQL database?
Yeah, so I think we've provided all the inputs through CSV Excel files. And so, yeah, you could go through and look at the resources and make modifications in those files.
Could you say how, I'm sorry, could you say how big that file was or how many inputs there were?
I don't know. I think it was probably spit out 30 different CSV files, but they're all labeled, units and so forth. But now I would argue PNM certainly had some stakeholder meetings. There was a technical conference in July that was set up by the hearing examiner. We did a lot of prep to get ready for that. If I recall, it was blocked off for about 4 hours, and I think it lasted about 10 minutes. There just weren't many questions about the data or the inputs. So I will add that.
Yes, thank you. That's all. I was there. Yeah, you're referring to a technical workshop at the one I attended, if you recall. And I think you would understand, right, that sometimes it's hard to know where to begin.
Sure. Yeah, I think we were surprised though that, I mean, I think that was in early July. And we, I guess it ended up making our job easy because we didn't have to enter any questions, but.
Very good. So now, before I hand you over to Ms. Lynch for 10 minutes, Mr. Wintermantel, since we were just talking about, I just want to ask one quick question. The two charts, the last 2 pages of your NW2 with the big green blocks and then the showing. So if I'm understanding effectively, those yellow and orange zones are the increase in the likelihood of a loss of load expectation. Effectively, like that's a inadequate supply of power during those period of time to sustain the system.
Yep, that's almost 100% correct. So what it's doing is it's taking the total magnitude of all the events that we had and just showing kind of a heat map of when they occurred. Yep, so it's separating all that out. And because what's interesting is in the table on the bottom of 36, it all adds up to 100%. But the LOLE of that case was minuscule. I think it was 0.01, but we're spreading it out to where it'll be 100% of all the events. We're just showing where they occurred.
So if I understand correctly, the probabilities at the top of the 2025, where market access is restricted to 50 megawatt net peak hours, that means where PNM is permitted to purchase that much off market or from a neighbor of some kind. Is that right? Am I reading this right so far?
So mostly so 50 megawatt is the limit that gets allowed to purchase in 19 through 22. In other hours, it can purchase higher amounts, and then outside of summer, it's dependent on the actual modeling, because we're modeling the neighbors' resources and loads.
Okay.
And we're modeling transmission, and so however the model solves on those other ones. But yes.
So effectively on the top one, it's 8 o'clock at night, which is the highest number, that 27%, right?
That's correct.
And the bottom is 10 p.m. And the only reason I'm harping on this actually is just looking at this graphically. We've just come out of a series of cases, the transportation electrification plans, where of course PNM and El Paso Electric Company have created whole home electric vehicle rates that are intended to shift all charging to the midnight to 8 a.m. hours. And I'm pretty sure that was maybe escaped. I don't remember if PNM's was the same. This visually tells me it's really important to have less load in those after hour nighttime and more in the early morning hours. Would you agree with that basic? I mean, they're all complementary things that are occurring to preserve reliability.
No, I would agree with that. I mean, I think in 2025 in the near term, it's more of just the early and late evening. But certainly by 2040, I would assume we're going to look more like the last table than we do the second table.
Okay. Now, really, at the end of the day, none of these things, as Commissioner Fishman has said a few times, exist in decisional silos. In fact, all of these programs are complementary, and you begin to see it's like you have to have the synoptic view, not the myopic one. So anyhow, Ms. Lynch.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, would you be open to starting at 4 o'clock so we could have a bathroom break?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. That's a perfectly reasonable request. Yes, I'm just trying to hurry us along, but yes, I agree with
4
you.
minutes. Thank you so much. Really.
No problem at all.
Okay, thanks.
We'll just wait as soon as Ms. Gonzalez comes back. All right,
Here I am.
go ahead, Ms. Lynch.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wintermantel. My name's Kara Lynch, and I represent CCAE in this matter. I just have a few questions here about the procedure for accessing the modeling for staff and interveners or other parties.
Okay,
It's
good afternoon.
Thanks. So to start off with, it's simple, yes or no. Do you agree that PNM was ordered to provide access to modeling for staff or interveners?
So I'm going to say up front, I don't know the full details of what all was ordered. Certainly PNM.
If I told you that the order stated that access must be required to staff and interveners, would you agree with that?
Object, lack of foundation.
Sorry, Miss Lynch, could you repeat the question so I can hear it?
Would Mr. Wintermantel agree that in this case, the order that was issued by hearing examiner Glick required PNM to provide access to staff and interveners for modeling?
And you're saying
I'm sorry.
Lack of foundation, meaning that
Well, the witness just testified that he wasn't sure what the commission had ordered with respect to, wasn't completely sure what the commission ordered with respect to modeling and access.
So I said, if I told you that the commission, that the hearing examiner ordered that in the order for this matter, would you agree?
I'll permit it. I mean, I understand your position, Mr. Alvidrez. Let's see what the witness says.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that, I don't have all the details surrounding that order, and certainly am not an expert at what that said. I do know there were opportunities for stakeholders to receive the model. NM area received the model and perform runs. But so any technical questions about how that was done and exactly the protocol, I'm not going to be able to help that much, but I'll do my best.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and skip beyond the procedures that were laid out in that order, which is an exhibit in this matter, so everyone can access the order. There were two options that existed in the order to exercise their right to access modeling, and for both of those options to run the model, would you agree that an SQL Server 2017 would be required?
Objection, this has been asked and answered.
What was the question, Ms. Lynch?
In order to run the model, an SQL Server is required.
I mean, they might have been asked by another witness, but I mean, Ms. Lynch can ask the question again.
It was asked by Mr. Throne.
Yeah, I mean.
So I'm just clarifying that was a requirement.
That's fine.
Thank you. You agree, Mr. Wintermantel, that an SQL 2017 server is required?
So the SQL Studio management application is required, but I mean, there's a SQLite that would have performed and done the work, and that's to my knowledge, that's a free application.
Right, and PNM did offer some cloud computing options to run SQL for some of the parties. I am wondering, based upon your expertise, can you, let's see, can you estimate how many core hours are needed to run a single modeling simulation?
So it's a pretty general question. So when we run for 2020, let's just say we're running the 2023 case for this Palo Verde replacement, and we have one portfolio, we're looking at 2023. We're going to run, my best estimate, I don't know, call it 500 cases. And a case probably takes 20 minutes. So do 500 times 20 minutes. That would be 10,000 minutes. If I'm doing it right, divide by 60, 166 hours. And that's subject to chat, but yeah, so call it 166 hours to run the 2023 Palo Verde replacement portfolio that we performed in my testimony.
Okay, thank you.
And I hope I'm not magnitude orders off there.
No, I just needed to understand those parameters and how many core hours it would actually take. So in this matter, WRA exercised option 2 for PNM to run some of the models, correct?
That's probably the case. I do think I recall seeing in one of their exhibits that they had requested some modeling runs.
Okay, and do you recall if they requested a run with Encompass or a run on SurvM?
I'm not sure what they requested with Encompass.
If I provided you with the information that they requested SurvM, but PNM ran an Encompass simulation, would you acknowledge that is what happened?
Yeah, I'm certainly not aware of the details there, but subject to check if that's what happened. And yeah, I'm just not aware of it.
Okay, thank you. So the last question I'd like to ask is if you're able to provide an estimate of the amount of expenses or the amount of money PNM spends to run a modeling scenario.
Meaning consulting effort to set it up, or are you talking about just core hours to make a run?
How about if you just provide the core hours, because the consulting numbers have previously been spoken to, you know, the training 4 to 8 hours, $200 to $250 per hour, etc. I think I just want to know the very foundational basic amount spent on the resources to run a modeling scenario.
So if we're just talking about the electricity to run the machines, we usually estimate 8 cents per core hour. And based on what I provided you, which was 166 core hours, the sheer magnitude of making the simulations and the cost of that would be $13.
So I think I'm looking beyond just the $13 to run a simulation. I'm looking at how much does PNM spend gathering the input and the assumptions required for a massive run. You know, you've made it clear that a simulation is quite extensive and involved. Can you provide an estimate for the total costs that go into PNM simulating a run?
I object that mischaracterizes his testimony, particularly with respect to the comment about expensive.
So if Miss Lynch, but she can, well, Miss Lynch, you can ask the question as you phrase it in the last words, right? Just ask how much PNM spends.
How much does PNM spend on modeling a scenario?
I mean, it's just a really loaded question, but I'll try. So, you know, for the cases that were done for Palo Verde, so all the modeling runs are out there. The database is set up. So 90% of the 80% of the work is done by PNM. So we've got the scenarios out there. And so you're looking at, I would say a couple days to, if you knew, you know, if you're just doing a one-off of their scenario, so you're looking at one other run besides the Palo Verde replacement, looking at another replacement, probably, you know, anywhere between a couple hours and a couple days to set it up. And then you're kind of running that 166 core hours. You know, I think in the 195 case, CCAE, both CCAE and NM area ran a significant amount of runs. I know NM area ran some analysis this time around, but I would say the bulk of the work is done by PNM when they give you the database, and then you have the opportunity to make changes as you see fit. Now, obviously, yeah, it needs to be somebody who understands these models, who have worked around these models, which I believe all the interveners who have performed simulations using SERVM in the training that we've had with them, they understand these models.
You run these models for PNM.
Do I?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, our firm makes modeling runs for PNM.
So the team of people running these models, what is their typical educational level?
Usually a bachelor's in science, engineering. Or the majority of our staff are engineers.
So that you look for engineers to run those models. That's, I mean, if you're producing a job description, you'd advertise for an engineer, correct?
Yeah, I think that's correct. Or computer programming, so computer science. Yeah.
Ms. Lynch, I'm going to have to cut you off because we have to move on. Your time expired. I gave you a few extra minutes.
Thank you, hearing examiner. Thank you, Mr. Wintermantle.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch.
Mr. Wintermantle, my turn. We're running out of time very quickly, so I'm not going to, I mean, if I'm moving fast, it's not because I'm a crazy person. It's just I'm trying to get this accomplished. But I do have to ask you a few questions. The basic distinction between ICAP and UCAP, if I understand, you can correct me if I'm misstating this, the ICAP is effectively nameplate, whereas the UCAP would be, I mean, you have a definition there, generating resource equal to its installed capacity derated to forced outage rate. I mean, that's pretty straightforward if I just basically correctly identify what the difference between those two things is.
That's correct.
Why move over? I think I can imagine the answer, but you don't say what the benefit of doing that is.
Yep. So, kind of say it in the last sentence, probably in that paragraph, but it's, you know, ultimately, I think it's a small difference, but it makes, when you're putting in, I'm sorry, I'm just being slow gathering my thoughts, but the candidate resources in your expansion planning model. So in Encompass, we have to assign a capacity value to all our resources. So solar is going to get its ELCC, a new gas CT under ICAP would get its full nameplate, but under UCAP, it may get 95% because of the 5% E4. And so I think while it's a small discrepancy in maybe how ICAP was being used. I think it's probably a little bit better representation to compare resources in Encompass to get the capacity values right.
Is there any connection, and I'm trying to understand the variety of concepts that work together here. Is there any connection between UCAP and ELCC? I mean, I'm just trying to understand how those things are calculated.
Yeah, I mean, I would kind of almost equate them. It's your reliability contribution. A CT that has a 5% outage rate essentially has a 95% reliability contribution, also known as kind of ELCC.
Okay.
So we're trying to put those, and honestly, Astrape, we've kind of evolved over the years and kind of moving to UCAP slowly, kind of better understanding it. And so, yeah, I think that's kind of where we are.
Is this something that lots of utilities have done, or is this unique to this circumstance in PNM?
No, I think maybe there's utilities that are slower. But you look at RTOs like MISO and PJM, they've had UCAP for a while. They look at UCAP. MISO definitely sets their requirement based on UCAP. I think really previously, before you had all this wind and solar, it wasn't as necessary because conventional resources that were being put in Encompass, well, if they all have 5% outage rates, it doesn't really matter. But now that we're getting further along, I think it's pushed the industry to move that way. There's probably still some utilities that aren't there yet.
Now, the planning reserve margin, going to page 8 of your direct testimony, that changes too, to the extent to which we move from an ICAP to a UCAP. You end up with a higher planning reserve margin. And I guess, I mean, that's intuitive, and why that's the case, I understand.
Yeah, it's really just reporting mechanism when you think about PRM, whether I'm going to remove the forced outages from my units or not. So it's strictly reporting. When we're modeling it and serve them, we're forcing the megawatts, we're forcing the units to be modeled with their forced outage rates, and we're ensuring that we meet the reliability metric. So this is really just a reporting mechanism. But again, where I think it actually kind of matters is when you start looking at expansion plans and looking at resources, and you're trying to compare solar versus gas and so forth.
So when you determine the 18% planning reserve margin for the 50 megawatt cap and that peak hours there, where does the 18, and I'm sorry if this was asked, I don't recall the answer. What does one get the 18% from? Where is that derived from?
Yeah, so when we run the 2023 year, going into that summer, we've got X amount of megawatts on the system for generation. And so, so call it 2,500 megawatts. I know that's completely not right. And then
Sure,
our peak load,
I get it.
our peak load is 2,000. If the 2,500 is the nameplate, and then I reduce it for forced outages and ELCC, let's say I'm at 2,100. So I've got my ICAP is 2,500 megawatts in the model. My UCAP might be 2,100 megawatts. My peak load is 2,000 megawatts. My PRM is simply 2,100 divided by 2,000 and minus 1, or another way would be 100 megawatts. The delta there divided by the 2,000 megawatts of peak load. So it's just a resources minus load divided by load, but it's either net of forced outages or not. So those megawatts go in to serve them, and that says, hey, in the model we had an 18% PRM. When we run that case, a UCAP PRM, when we run that case, that's where we hit our reliability standard.
But I'm just one very question, if real quickly, is who sets it at 18%? Like who decided, or what was the process that decided, well, 18% is a good planning reserve margin because that's an adequate amount of excess to have in case of some event that occurred?
Right. No, it's the reliability standard. So we're gonna run different levels of capacity and serve them until we hit the 0.2 loss of load expectation. So we're gonna expect to have 2 events in 10 years is what kind of 0.2 represents. We're gonna build enough capacity so that we have 2 events in 10 years, and we see how much capacity that is. We
Okay.
convert it into 18%.
Percentage. Got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That's clear now.
Sure.
I just wanted to go over real quickly that portion of Mr. Phillips' direct testimony, those 4 boxes we were looking at earlier. That's his direct testimony at page 35. Do you have that available?
I've got it.
So the thing that's surprising to me, and I'm sure the commissioners will find the same thing, is the ELCC versus the nameplate capacity of something like, for instance, take that no new combustion proposed portfolio, the Hickoria, 150 megawatt capacity and a 10 megawatt ELCC. That's an enormous change. Can you comment on that at all? I mean, is that just the inevitable consequence of solar?
Yeah, I mean, so in this case, I can't remember exactly, but I think it's about 1,500 megawatts of solar. And you think about a peak load of 2,000 megawatts. So we're very high penetration in solar. And so in my NW-2, if you were to slide over to, actually it's in my direct testimony, it's that graph that shows when our risk is. So it's on page 6 of my direct. Again, this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, but we've got this net load, which is now, it used to be, gross load's not on here, but gross load used to be in hours 14, 15, and 16. So if that was when our risk was, the solar was contributing significant amount of capacity then, right? In hours 14 through 16, solar, sun's still shining, solar was doing us, providing reliability. Well, we've added so much solar that now the load that we have to serve, the net peak, is in hours 19 and 20 when the sun's not shining. So that next megawatt of solar, if I'm trying to meet where that red curve is on mine, it's the tall peak. That's the LOLE events. So that's when we're having problems.
Yep. Right.
If I add a megawatt of solar, it's not going to get rid of that need. And we're down to 10%. So we see a little bit of an event in hours 16 through 18. So in my mind, that says that's when solar's coming off. It's still a small percentage of all our events, and that's why we're getting some value.
Yeah. Okay. And I think I see when you start tallying ELCC of the resources together, and you talked about the synergistic effect that occurs. I mean, so in the end, you out of 290, you end up with a ELCC of 124, which I guess ultimately is what, all those resources together trying to solve that peaky needle problem, huh?
That's correct. And so if this was all gas, you would need, or the ELCC of the gas would be you'd probably go build you'd only need 124 megawatts of gas to probably kind of fill this, because, well, that's assuming there's no forced outage in gas, which is a wrong assumption. But essentially, if I had a fully dispatchable resource that I could control, better representations, if I had a perfect resource that I could dispatch whenever I wanted and there were no constraints, I was never going to fail, then I would only need to build 124 megawatts. That's what that tells me.
All right, it's a lot to think about. This notion of the ELCC, is this also something that's widely used by other utilities and planning purposes?
Yes, while new over the last 5 to 10 years, it's a question that we are answering more and more every day now, and it's not going to go away. I think resource adequacy has evolved drastically over the last 5, 10 years.
And I'm assuming that's because you're talking about the sort of what you do in your testimony, where it's not just one jurisdiction that's doing this, it's all the jurisdictions, and the planning concerns sort of grow. And I mean, not necessarily related to ELCC, I guess, specifically, but I guess PNM is not alone in dealing with all this at the end of the day is the point, maybe.
No, so essentially anybody who has started to get a reasonable penetration of solar, wind, and battery has to figure out these questions now. Before, when you were just building the gas resources, well, you had a forced outage to deal with, but that's kind of easy. Now we've got all these interactions of when the sun's shining and so forth, and so it's much more complex, certainly more fascinating though.
Is there any way around the constraint that you see for the 50 megawatt? Obviously there's some testimony in this case that indicates that that shouldn't be imposed. When I was reading it, it seemed sensible in that you're basically saying, hey, look, it's not like, PNM is the only utility moving to solar, high solar penetrations, therefore assume the worst. I mean, that seemed very sensible to me. Is there any meaningful argument in response that you think has I don't know, merit?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Rick Alvedris. Is the 50 megawatt you're referring to the import limit?
Yes, yes,
It's operable during peak periods?
yes. Just from a factual perspective, Mr. Wintermantle, I mean, what I've just said to you is I read that and I say, well, that seems to make sense. If everybody else has high penetration levels and they're all trying to cover their own butts in their own jurisdiction, how much can be imported and why wouldn't you just assume the smallest amount? Is there some
Right.
reason not to have that thought?
No, I mean, I think it's reasonable. We want to look at the data, and the data kind of shows that we had a very severe event. Last PNM did it, but the West did, and PNM looked at what we could purchase during these peak periods. And so I think it's a reasonable assumption moving forward. It's something that I think should be continued to be looked at. But I think what we've got in here right now is very reasonable based on what we saw as recent as last August.
Well, so I would say this too, though, however, I mean, part of what you're saying is, look, climate change, right? We don't know what the future holds. Two, lots of utilities are moving into new territory. So in some sense, looking backward at data, it has limitations because we're planning for a future where everything changes. And I don't think one would say, well, PNM is going to be the only utility in which is buying lots of solar energy, right? So in some sense, it seems like the problem will only escalate and cascade, really.
I agree with that, with those comments. I mean, during this transition, I think the one area that's gonna, if you will, would mess this whole thing up is if we have significant resource adequacy issues and we don't manage that risk. I mean, we saw the event in California, we saw the event in ERCOT, which were all different reasons, but we've got to stay on top of reliability. It's not the time to kind of take additional risk relative to resource adequacy, in my opinion.
That's what I understood you be saying in your testimony, which to me made perfect sense. I suppose the back end to that, which is what Mr. Throne had talked about earlier, is the cost of doing so. And I guess that's not a discussion for right now with you. I think that I would love to have more conversations, sir, but there's no time. So we're gonna have to move on, everybody. Mr. Wintermantle, we can't do any redirect. We have to just get to Mr. Schlag. Otherwise, I just did a bit of math and we won't make it. So, Mr. Wintermantle, appreciate you joining us today, sir.
I did have redirect.
I apologize. Mr. Alvedris, what do you want to, how much time do you think you need, sir?
Maybe 15 minutes.
Okay. That'll bring us basically to the end of the day, but we'll see.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Wintermantle, you were asked a lot of questions about cost for the SERVM modeling. And if I recall your testimony in response to at least one of Mr. Throne's questions, you said that you had charged about $100,000 in this case, or your firm had charged about $100,000 in this case up to this point. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
And to clarify, does that include services outside of modeling, such as preparation of testimony and testifying in the case?
Yes, absolutely. That covers writing testimony, performing simulations, responding to discovery, this hearing. So yeah, all activities associated with this is certainly not just modeling.
Does it also include the cost of the modeling that was requested by NMARIA?
Yes, it would include the cost of any modeling done for any of the stakeholders through requests.
And let me ask, you were asked a number of questions about marginal ELCC versus and average ELCC. Can you provide a description of the difference between the two?
Yes, so the average ELCC is, if I'm looking at today's entire solar fleet together, what is the reliability contribution of that? So we would measure that by removing all the solar and then adding it back and understanding its reliability value versus a perfect resource, whereas a marginal look would be, we already have the existing in there, and I want to measure the ELCC of the next megawatt.
So it's the next resource on top of what you already have. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You were asked a lot of questions by Mr. Throne with respect to certain portions of your testimony in the San Juan replacement case. And let me ask you, do you think that this case and that case are directly comparable?
Objection, leading.
Well, let me rephrase the question. Can you comment on your perceptions concerning the comparability between the San Juan replacement resource case and the present case involving the replacement resources with respect to Palo Verde?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're at a totally different, our P&M is at a different spot than what it was when procuring the San Juan resources. We had not had any storage, as I've kind of said. So I think we're in the systems are completely different for this modeling compared to last time, just because of all the procurements that have been performed since. And
you were asked some questions by Mr. Throne with respect to the LOLE Flex outputs with regard to the modeling. Do you recall that?
I do.
And am I correct in my understanding that the analysis that was done does include outputs for LOLE Flex in this case? Is that correct?
Objection, leading.
Well, did the modeling in this case include outputs for LOLE Flex?
Same objection.
I think that's a permissible question. So I'll overrule that.
Yeah,
You
that
can
is
answer that
correct.
question.
That is correct. Servom outputs LOLE Flex. It's just part of the general run.
And do you know of any reason why, if a party wanted to put that information in front of the commission, they couldn't have done so through their direct testimony in this case?
No, I can't think of any reason that they couldn't have.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions on redirect, Mr. Hringzan.
Yeah, I apologize for going over there, Mr. Alvidrez. I'm just hyper focused on us getting finished with the day. Mr. Throne, you can, if you want, do you want to, I mean, we can do recross but realistically, it's, what time is it now? 4:33. Why don't you ask you just one question on recross, Mr. Throne? Was that what I saw?
Yeah, although I learned a long time ago, every time you say I have one question. It's one of the stupidest things a lawyer can say during cross-exam, but let me it just has to do with that very last question on redirect by Mr. Alvidrez. When he asked, Mr. Mantle asked, can you think of any reason why a party could not provide the results of modeling, in this case, in their direct testimony themselves? You recall that question? He just asked you that.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that in this case, Onward had any access to confidential modeling information provided by P&M and Discovery on its venue site?
I can't answer that. I'm not exactly sure what Onward had. I do recall there being some confidential discussion around bids, but I'm just not aware, Mr. Throne, to be able to answer that.
Well, let me just ask it a little differently. Is it correct that the that in this case, the inputs provided by, including those provided by bidders in response to the 2020 RFP, and that information that was used in the modeling was treated as confidential information by P&M.
I think you're gonna have to ask Mr. Phillips on exactly what was confidential. I assume, yeah, maybe some of the bids, since you guys, or since Onward bid into the RFP, that they would not have access to bid information, but that's all I would know.
So when you answered Mr. Alvidra's question about you couldn't think of any reason why parties couldn't produce that information or direct testimony, you basically, when you made that answer, yeah, you were not implying, were you, that, for instance, Onward had access to that confidential information?
Well, I took Mr. Alvidra's question as a question about results. So I'm not sure what Onward was able to see as far as results. He was talking about LOLE Flex, which is a result, not an input.
Thank you.
Mr. Wintermantel, just one final question for me, and this is, I've just been thinking about our conversation about the discussion we had about the peak thing there. Your picture on page 6 of your direct testimony, you directed me to that. It's the one with that high sharp needle point, and we talked about it momentarily. Just to make sure I understand, when we say effective load carrying capability, are we at like what time are we measuring this, or is this just over the entire system more generally?
So if we look at this chart, that red curve, and it actually goes with the right side of the axis, if that's not clear. So it's the occurrence of LOLE events. So we look at the entire year, but really what drives ELCC is that red curve. So how is the resource performing during that red curve, under that red curve? Because that's when our risk is. And so my reliability contribution to the risk, the resource adequacy risk. So however my resource is performing during that time period would be approximation of what type of reliability contribution that resource is going to receive. And so that's why solar is very little. You see wind actually starts out fairly higher than what you would have thought, because the wind's blowing a little higher late in the day than if it would have just been under a kind of a gross peak load paradigm where the resource adequacy risk would have been shifted left. But yeah, I'll leave it at that. So that's, you're looking at.
Sorry, I was going to say, so basically when you think about ELCC, it's about meeting the load at any time, really. Or maybe I'm just so confused.
Sorry. So, you know, if we're looking at 87, 60 hours in a year, so we're modeling all 12 months, there's only going to be a very small period where the system's really stressed to be able to meet load. Okay. And it's during these peak periods, the net peak load. And so in this situation, this is a summer day. It's late in the day. And so if I had a resource that can't produce output during that time period, then it's going to have essentially a zero reliability contribution. I'm building it, but it's not helping me with my new net peak load. So I'm concerned with how that resource is performing during those that period 16 to 22 in the summer.
Okay. And you're picking the summer period, I presume, because that's their summer peaking system. Is that the idea?
Well, and this is an output of the model. That red curve is an output of the model. So we run the full year, and the model will tell us when the system is stressed, because we're going to simulate the dispatch to load, and we're going to be able to see when it's stressed.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
Sure.
Mr. Wintermantel, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so it's 4:40 now. Why don't we bring Mr. Schlag, and we will go till 5, and we'll see what happens.
We called Nikolai Schlag to the witness stand.
Ms. Gonzalez, if you could swear Mr. Schlag in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schlag. Did you prepare direct testimony in this case that we've marked as P&M Exhibit 12?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Schlagers, are there any material changes, corrections that you need to make to that pre-file testimony?
No, I have none.
And if you were asked the questions that appear in that testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And are your answers in your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we move the admission of the direct testimony of Nikolai Schlag at P&M Exhibit 12 into evidence.
Any objections? P&M Exhibit 12 is admitted. And I believe you'll time to him for cross-examination now, Mr. Alvidrez.
Oh, yes, yes, absolutely.
That's okay. The theater of it all. So Mr. Throne, you've requested 90 minutes with Mr. Schlag. And we have, what time is it? We have 20, so I'll give you 20 of the 90.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Schlag.
Good afternoon, Mr. Throne.
Bruce Throne for Onward Energy. Going right to your direct testimony, as I understand it, on page 1, the major focus of your professional work has been the integration of renewables and energy storage into the utility resource adequacy planning practices and protocols. Is that correct?
Generally correct.
And I've looked at your resume, and I'd like the commission to have a clear understanding of your principal area of expertise that you're bringing to this case for P&M. In reviewing your resume on your exhibit NS1, is it correct that your principal area of expertise is electrical integrated resource planning with an emphasis on renewable integration, system flexibility needs, and resource adequacy?
Yes, that's correct.
What do you mean specifically by system flexibility needs as distinguished from resource adequacy?
Yeah, so when I talk about system flexibility needs in my experience, what I'm thinking of that as referring to is largely linked to renewable integration. I've done quite a bit of work over the past 5 years working with utilities to understand the challenges that they'll face as they work towards higher and higher penetrations of renewable resources. And naturally, because of the variability of those renewable resources, there is some need for additional operational flexibility to facilitate the integration of those renewable resources. What we've generally found in our work throughout the West is that, especially as you get towards higher and higher penetrations of wind and solar, you end up with periods of dramatic oversupply of energy. And there's a need to basically have the capability to either back fossil resources down to their minimum capabilities and or absorb surplus energy with resources that can store it, like energy storage, or with things like flexible load that can shift demand into periods of relative surplus.
Okay, and then, so that was system flexibility needs. Now, how is that distinguished from resource adequacy?
Yeah, when I think about resource adequacy, I'm thinking largely of a reliability question. And I would maybe distinguish that from system flexibility as being much more related to the economics of how a system operates over the course of a year. When I think of resource adequacy, I'm thinking of planning for the very rare tail events that might drive a loss of load event much of which has been previously described in the testimony of Mr. Wintermantle. And so resource adequacy is mostly focused on that dimension of reliability. Do I have enough capacity to ensure reliability across all periods of the year?
And so I know Mr. Wintermantle was asked a similar question. I'm just, as you've defined it, is resource adequacy a broader term that includes system flexibility, or is it system flexibility is the broader term? Can you answer that?
I guess I look at the two things as distinct from one another. They're separate. One is not a subset of another. When I think of resource adequacy, that's basically planning in advance to ensure that there's enough capacity on the system for, again, those very rare loss of load events. When I think of system flexibility, that's much more about a system operator positioning the system in such a way that in real-time operations, they'll be able to have the flexibility that they need to manage the variability of loads and resources.
Okay, so as I understand it, then you would agree that from an integrated resource planning point of view, the terms system flexibility needs and resource adequacy are technically not exactly the same.
I would agree they're not the same.
In your expert work involving integrated resource planning by electric utilities or regulatory bodies, what planning horizon are you typically looking at in terms of years?
Most of the integrated resource planning support we've provided to utilities has focused on a long-term time horizon that spans either potentially 20 or 30 years out into the future, starting from today out through 20 or 30 years into the future.
So it's correct, is it not, that from a utility integrated resource planning perspective, when a utility is planning to satisfy a state's decarbonization standards and timetable, such as the carbon-free portfolio requirement in our New Mexico's Energy Transition Act by a specific year, you as an expert in this area are not considering a utility's system flexibility needs or resource adequacy for only the first year and when the utility needs incremental capacity on its system. Is that correct?
That's generally correct. These types of analyses are not focused on a single year, and either procurement or planning decisions are typically made in the context of that 20 to 30 year time horizon. But the specific decision that's being made also has a bearing on the level of detail that should be included at various points in the model.
Understood. Do you have an understanding of the planning horizon or period that PNM used for its resource modeling for its replacement analysis in this case?
I understand it to be a 20-year net present value.
Beginning in what year?
I don't know off the top of my head.
The resources that are being proposed would go into effect or be placed in service in 2023, correct?
Correct.
So I'm just trying to understand, would that 20-year planning horizon be beginning in 2023 and for 20 years after that, including that year rather?
You know, that's not a part of the analysis that I've examined in depth, but I would imagine that would be a reasonable answer to that question.
Okay. You have a general understanding of when PNM has stated it wants to have a carbon-free portfolio?
Yes, by 2040.
Okay. And would you agree that the types of technology types of resources that a utility procures um, in the next year in which it needs it, will have implications for the types and the quantity or capacity of resources it may need in subsequent years in order to provide reliable service as it moves towards that carbon-free objective?
Yes, I would agree with that. I believe I stated that in my testimony.
I believe you did. And in fact, I think it, let's take a look at pages 32 to 33 of your directive, if we could. And I'm getting there while you're getting there.
I'm there when you are.
You're faster than I am. I'm almost there. Okay. And there, starting on line 14, you say that a utility like PNM, as it transitions to a carbon-free portfolio objective, its procurement of additional variable resources such as solar and wind will have, in your word, implications regarding those types of resources utility may need in subsequent years, correct?
Correct.
And that's to meet both system flexibility and its resource adequacy needs, correct?
I believe my testimony is focused on specifically with its implications for resource adequacy needs.
But you also refer to flexibility there, don't you?
Can you point me to a line in my testimony?
Let's see. Well, take a look at you over on page 33. And let's put this in context. Actually, starting on line 22 of page 32, you say, and I'll quote, the procurements of solar and storage to replace PVNGS and the attendant decreases in marginal ELCC therefore have implications for future resource procurements needed to maintain resource adequacy. Namely, PNM may find that in future procurements, firm capacity resources are needed to maintain resource adequacy. Did I read that? Close quote. Read that correctly?
That's correct.
And then you go on to say, on the next sentence, for this reason, I believe that it is prudent for PNM's future resource solicitations not to focus exclusively on renewables and storage, but to maintain an expansive view of the technologies that could support resource adequacy needs while facilitating the transition to a carbon-free portfolio. Correct?
Correct.
And then you finish that answer by saying, I would expect this to include an evaluation of options for new natural gas generators with the expectation that they could later be converted to operate using a carbon-free fuel such as hydrogen or renewable natural gas. Correct?
Correct.
And so there you're not talking about this case. You're looking forward to subsequent PNM resource solicitations and applications for approval of new resources, correct?
Yes, these are forward-looking statements.
Just a moment, I'm trying to make sure I have the right pages here. Looking down at page 33, lines 4 to 8, if you would.
We're in the same document?
I'm sorry. We covered this already. Well, would you agree with me that, as a utility like PNM integrates more intermittent solar, particularly solar, but wind as well, that in fact it puts a premium on the value of the flexibility of the resources that PNM may wish to consider going forward in its next resource procurement.
I'm not sure that it's fair to look at it so simply as just looking at the impacts of solar and wind as they're integrated into the portfolio. If you were to freeze the system and say that the only changes that we're making would be to add new variable solar and wind resources that are intermittent and uncertain, like you say, then yes, the value of flexibility will increase. At the same time, as the penetration of flexible resources in the portfolio increases, the value of flexibility, of incremental flexibility, will decrease. So there's two factors that are moving at the same time, and it's not really possible to say whether there will be driving an increase or a decrease in that flexibility need.
I understand your answer. And so when you say at lines 8 to 11 on page 33 of your testimony that you would expect this to include an evaluation of options for new natural gas generators with the expectation that they could later be converted to operate using a carbon-free fuel such as hydrogen or renewable natural gas, what specific information are those expectations based on?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question for me?
Yeah, I'm just asking, lines 8 to 11 on page 33, where you say, I just read it, I'm referring to where you said you would expect this to include valuation of gas options going forward. Were you talking about any specific type of technology there? Gas-fired technology?
Yeah, in my evidence, I don't distinguish between different types of natural gas technology. Perhaps I could explain a little bit about why, what's behind this statement, which I think is the question that you were asking originally. The reason for this expectation is it stems from what Mr. Wintermantel before me had previously described with respect to the declining marginal ELCCs of resources like solar and wind and energy storage. And what we found in our research, and many utilities have also found as they've looked at these questions, is that there is a need for some form of firm capacity, even in a completely decarbonized energy system, because of the continued decline in the capacity credits of renewables and storage resources. Now, I'm not specific here as to exactly what that might look like by 2040, but thinking about today, there aren't that many technologies out there on the market today that can provide that form of firm capacity as a new resource.
And I take it you would agree with what Mr. Wintermantel said when he believed he was answering a question of the hearing examiner, that it talked about the difference between the UCAP, the change from ICAP to UCAP versus effective load carrying capability, that when you're, well, you would agree first that UCAP refers to conventional resources such as gas resources, correct?
That's how it's most commonly used, yes.
And I mean, I understand it would include baseload nuclear and coal, but we're really focused more on going forward. And whereas the effective load carrying capability determination, that is referring more to the intermittent solar and wind, and then also to battery storage, correct?
Yes, although it's maybe worth clarifying that the reason for using UCAP in the first place is it serves as a reasonable shortcut to what the effective load carrying capability of a thermal resource is. And in fact, the very first application of ELCC which I believe was in the 1960s, was to measure the capacity value of thermal resources.
Understood. And is it correct that your understanding of the way PNM has done its UCAP calculations, they've simply taken the rated capacity of a resource and they've reduced it by an assumed effective forced outage rate, which was actually a detail what that was, I think, with Mr. Wintermantle's study.
Yes, that's my understanding of what they've done.
Okay. And are you familiar at all with the new the technology types of potential new resources that are identified in PNM's 2020 IRP?
I believe I'm generally familiar, but if you want to ask me specific questions, I think you'll have to point me to a place in the IRP.
Yeah, and I'm trying to save time. I know the IRP is actually an exhibit to Mr. Phillips' June 14th supplemental testimony, but do you know if in fact the only type of new firm gas technology that was identified as a potential new resource in PNM's 2020 IRP was what is referred to by PNM as a hydrogen-ready LM6000 combustion turbine?
That sounds correct to me, although I believe that PNM also included in the IRP a statement that the IRP intentionally includes a narrower set of technologies, but that they would maintain an expansive view for the purposes of procurement.
I'm looking at my clock, Mr. Hearing Zimmerman. I just want to know what you want me to do at this point.
I mean, I think we should stop, and unless there's like some one follow-up question you have, or I mean, and going into another subject probably leads us down a path of more time.
You know, this is as good a break. I realize this is not ideal having this kind of break in a single witness, but I wish we had been able to dispense with some of our earlier stuff on the first day. But anyway, that being said, I'm fine with if you want to break now, and my understanding would be we would resume on December 3rd with this witness. Is that correct?
Correct. So just a brief introduction to things to come. And you know, I'll have to look at the time as to what would occur on that day. And I'm thinking specifically too of the issue regarding Ms. Souls and questioning about her rebuttal testimony. Would there be objection, Ms. Nanasi, and I don't know, Ms. Padilla, since you were the one who talked about this initially, to allow Ms. Souls to provide supplemental testimony about her capacity to speak to questions of resource modeling? I'm asking only because it gets more out of the way, so that if there's going to be an argument of some kind, we can get any fact stuff done.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would be prepared to just ask Ms. Souls, you know, just a brief number of questions, and I think we can accomplish it relatively quickly. It won't. I don't think it would take more than about 10 minutes.
That's fine. I'm just trying to clear as much of our plate, because I'll have to just look at the amount of time we have set. Sorry, Ms. Gonzalez, I assume you are aware we're off the record at this point.
No, I didn't know, but I can go
I
off the
apologize.
record.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I was just thinking about time really more than anything.
If Your Honor wishes, PNM could produce, I don't know, certain questions, and then I could have Ms. Souls answer them in writing.
No, I mean, that's fine. If Ms. Padilla thinks she can do it relatively quickly, if 10 minutes is all it's going to take, that's fine.
Okay.
But we'll just have to be attentive to getting it all done. And I think we can, but it'll be tight, be very tight. So
what are your current calculations?
Well, if we got rid of, I added up the math, and it's, if we had Schlag, Phillips, Spurgeon, and Dauphiné, that gets us to 343 minutes. But now we've knocked that down to 323 because we just did 20 minutes of Mr. Schlag. So 323 out of 90, which basically, let's call that, there's an additional 70 minutes left for Ms. Souls and staff.
Mr. Hearing Examiner,
Yeah.
I'd also point out that PNM witness Tom Dwayne, WRA and CC have reserved 20 minutes for Mr. Dwayne. He's our transmission
Yes.
planning witness.
Thank you for pointing that out. So
and-
Miss,
Mhm.
yeah, and so let me just, so Miss Beatles and Miss Lynch, are you still committed to using that time for Mr. Dwayne?
Yes, I am, but Ms. Lynch may not be. I noticed that she sent you an email asking to be excused from the rest of the hearing.
Oh, okay, I didn't see that
But
yet.
she's still here. She's still here now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, hi, Karen.
Hi, that's okay. I think I sent the email under the presumption that we are actually continuing the hearing through tomorrow since your Zoom invitation extends that
No,
far.
no, that's, no hearing tomorrow. I don't, it's hard to set up a Zoom thing that goes 2 days only. So that's, I'm sorry if that is misleading.
Okay, so I'll actually retract my request because there won't be a conflict in December and I apologize.
So you would like to preserve the time to cross-examine Mr. Dwayne?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Mike,
So-
I think that you said 325. Is that the number you said
Mm-hmm.
at first? So that's 5 hours and 41 minutes. And then plus the Dwayne, which is, I didn't hear how many minutes that was.
Yeah, it's 20 minutes. So, you know, it'll be very close. I mean, it'll be,
So it seems like we can do it.
well, depending on how much time we spend on Miss Souls in that business. So I will have to just be very, very, very attentive to things moving as quickly as possible.
Mr. Hearing Examiner,
Yeah,
you've also requested a little bit of time with
Miss
our
Crane, I
witness
know.
Crane, and
Yeah.
is there any way for us to gain a consensus of going an hour over or starting an hour early, and so we don't feel extreme pressure? I mean, we're still going to feel pressure, but I feel like there's important testimony to come on that day, and I'd love for you to be able to have your time with it as well, because we haven't calculated your questions are good questions, and I think you'll have some as well.
Oh, I can't talk about this stuff for hours. There's not enough.
I
There's some
just-
good books I want to go read.
Well, I just, rather than pack, is there any solution we can have that eases it just a little bit? We schedule in an extra hour or two. I don't know. I'm new to this game
Yeah,
as well,
no.
but
I appreciate that. No, thank you, Mr. Gedko. At the end of the day, all of the council were present when, prior to Miss Glick's retirement. You guys said 3 days. I wasn't involved in any of those discussions. No way was 3 days enough. Not even close. So that's the big problem here. That happened. We can't turn the clock back. And we got 3 days, and I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, let's do, but whatever. We'll just do our best. I appreciate what you're saying, Mr. Gedko, entirely.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, if I may, Rick Alvidrez.
Sure.
When the initial estimates were provided for cross-examination, we far exceeded 3 days. We've kind of seen how this goes, how this is going. You could order us to once again confer for the final day and cut our time further. And I want to note, and I think it's noteworthy that, Onward has a disproportionate amount of time compared to all the other parties in this case. And they did at the beginning, and they continue to do so, so much that, their cross alone is, multiple of what all other parties combined have in this case. So I think, ordering the parties to confer once again and to work within the realistic time frame that we have left in a single day could be beneficial.
the other alternative is to go on to December 4th for an hour or two. And that way, we're not taxing the court reporter, and, you know, we can set either that morning or 10 to 12 or something like that. We're all doing our best, and this is an important issue that's going to have long-lasting impacts. So I think it's, rather than squeeze it, and I just want to say, I think that Mr. Throne has shouldered this case, because all of us were dealing with the merger case and the Four Corners case. And thank goodness that Mr. Throne is doing as thorough a job. And rather than say cut him, I would say thank him. So I would like to propose either staying another hour after, but I think out of respect for what you said, for the court reporter, we should instead go Thursday for an hour or two, and if we can.
Thursday is December 2nd. And I think we had determined, for whatever reason, that December 2nd is not available. I note that December 4th is a Saturday.
Right.
Oh,
December 3rd is what is that, a Friday, Mr.
oh yeah, I'm
Braun?
sorry.
That's
you're
correct.
Also, if I may, Mr. Ryan, I just want to point out, I think you've recognized, I haven't used even the time that was allotted to me. I've cut back, and I will continue certainly to try to do so going forward. I mean, but I haven't, you know, I haven't even used all the allotted time that the parties agreed. So anyway, I will certainly do my best. And I think, you know, depending on, and I don't disagree that your questions are important. Personally, I feel that you know, especially given the thousands of pages of testimony that were filed by the applicant in this case, the most important thing is for you to have an understanding of whatever the issues are. I mean, that's why we're here. That's the job of counsel, is to bring these matters to the commission's attention. Thank you.
Sure, and I don't think I mean, look, there's two things in response. I mean, Mr. Throne's client has the dog in the fight, right? I mean, that's the truth of it. And so, yes, he is taking a lot of the time, but that's not because of, it's because he has to. So, I mean, my view would be we should try to finish it on day 3. I think, you know, I've learned that these things can also just spin out, and being under time pressure demands that you ask the beneficial questions and leave peripheral matters alone, because there's always peripheral matters. So barring some sort of real change in events, I would suggest that we just accept that what time we have left is the time available. And that was what was budgeted and set into motion some time ago. So we all have to live with it. So yeah, so I'm gonna do, I guess rather than conferring, because it's sort of nice, it's like reality hits you in the face, I'll just sit down and map out what exists and submit like a little maybe chart of the single day, which I'll have to do some sort of attribution of time that's based on proportionate to like how much you requested, and I'll work out some system that fairly doesn't touch any reservation, but then apportions it as would apply to a single day based on what's left, and then we'll just live with that. Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Center.
All right, I don't mind doing that. It'll help me keep us honest.
Mr. Hearing Center, I'd just like to say that we did confer beforehand, and so with respect to the dog being in the fight, we were aware of the time that Mr. Throne had to put in on this, and I'd just like to note that we're also interested as a party, and we understood that Mr. Throne had done the heavy lifting, and we're thankful for that, and so we don't want his time to be disrespected due to our lack of requesting more time. I just wanted to second that statement that was also made by Ms. Nanasi.
Oh, and I had no intention of disrespecting Mr. Throne. I think he knows what he's doing. So So we'll be wrapping it up on the 3rd. Very good, everybody.
Thank you, sir.